Hello, chatto! It's Sunday! I thought I'd muted my mic and I hadn't. He's fucked it. Ah, goodness me. For some reason, I thought I hadn't unmuted my mic. Took one glance down, saw it working just fine, threw me off. We got hello, chatto. And it's Sundat, I suppose. That counts, right? Mikey Gummy, thank you very much for the 40 months.
1 whole second of glory
36 more
until
words than I just
it.
spoke. Yeah. But we did have a couple of successful ones in a row, so to be honest with you, it was about time that we returned to the normal mean. People could start to think that I actually know what I'm doing in this job, and that would be very, very unfortunate for everybody involved. I'm going to pay out the points correctly. Oh, wow. That was a lot. That might be the most no's we've had for a while, which makes this all the more funny when it was, in fact, a yes. Bold of you to assume that I'd be able to rock up on a Sunday morning today, looking as tired as I am, and be like, yes, I'm a professional streamer, this is what I do. But there you go. Hopefully I paid those points out correctly. Probably didn't, did I? And Sherry, thank you very much for the 3 months prime. No, words. For the 3 months prime during the intro. Oh, goodness Christ. That's the thing. Like, as much as historical precedent doesn't usually help with the results in the future, you just know that I'm not going to be able to keep it up that much, are you? Oh. Aggressively glossy lips. Yes, I did woke up a bit chapped this morning, so I figured that the Vaseline would be a good opportunity. That way for the mic. It's getting ready. Then again, that is the dustiest. Might get a new mic cover at this point. It's probably worth it. Microseconds? Yeah, I'd say so. That's true. You couldn't see me till the last second, but you should have known. I spent Thursday night at A&E. It's been a lovely couple of days, I must admit. Hope everyone's been better than me. Oh. So it's actually not that hot where I am, but unfortunately, because of how hot it's been in the last couple of days, the office, because of the house itself, just kind of holds heat. So it's actually only like 23 outside, which is why I genuinely thought there was something wrong with the temperature sensor when I loaded it. But I restarted it a couple of times, and no, that is actually the temperature in this room. It's just this room exactly is very, very warm indeed. So, Mr. Rochdale friend, just spamming emotes in the chat is great for a bit, but ultimately it isn't really contributing all that much to the overall chat. I hope they'll understand what I mean when I say that.
5
Lazy
months
Bear
has
Rick
flown by with this beautiful streamer and beautiful community. Love, Tomato and Chatto.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about someone else. Rick, thank you very much. That's very kind for the 5 months. Hope you're feeling much better, my friend. This is sort of basically, chat. We did it. We hit 30k. Things you love to see. Troy. Thank you very much for the follow. You just became the 30,000th follow on Twitch. So thank you. I didn't realise we were actually as close as that. I thought we were about 10 away still. Thank you, friend. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome aboard. Who does what? You've got the greatest honour. The greatest honour. An honour of sorts. And Sharek, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's extremely kind and unnecessary of you, but I do very much appreciate it. So, seriously, very, very thankful for that. Pog is feeling a lot better. Basically, after stream, I was just continuing to keep an eye on her, as you can imagine, but she was still basically being sick every 10 minutes, couldn't keep any water down. So in the end, she called 111 back again, and I stopped trying to do anything post-stream, essentially about 4:30 in the end. And then basically they said to her, right, okay, this is probably at a point now where we need to get you in to see some kind of medical professional. And as a result, it basically was like, right, time to go to A&E. Now, thankfully, for whatever reason, A&E was extremely quick on Thursday night. The waiting time, we were only maybe waiting about 45 minutes in total from the time we actually got there to being taken through to actually have proper examination and everything, which is pretty impressive for an A&E in England these days. Considering when we came out, the wait time was about 4 hours, I think. So they were really, really good. But eventually, IV fluids, IV paracetamol as well, and that generally sort of perked Pog up. And I got to sit in an air-conditioned room for 4 hours. So I'm not entirely complaining about that part. Pog was like, oh, do you want to go sit with your parents in the cafe? I was like, no, I do not. I will happily stay right here, thank you very much, on the most uncomfortable chair I've ever sat on. But at least it's cool, right? Oh, rather too warm than too cold. Nah. I would never, ever rather be too warm than too cold. There is no world in which I would rather be too warm than too cold, because I can put clothes on. I can warm up. Cooling down is a lot harder, for me personally at least. 34, that's still pretty gnarly. But yeah, generally speaking, Pog is now doing a decent amount better. yeah, there's a lot more you can do to warm up. You can go inside, but you can put layers on. I feel like a heater is more effective than a fan is, as far as like the effect that a heater has at warming a room up compared to a fan, say, cooling it down. I know aircon obviously be more efficient than that, but yeah. 2C, Jesus Christ. That's fairly chill. That seems a little excessively chill. I think I'm just a cold-blooded creature, ultimately. I have to go out in the sun occasionally just to warm up the internals and whatnot. It probably is a cultural thing. Like, obviously, with us being like northern Europeans are just like, nah. Although Podcasts quite like the warm. Sometimes a little bit too much. Yeah, just blowing heat. Particularly on Friday. It's... Man, updates this all the time. Speaking of that, Leafy, it's almost like you knew. We are actually on the latest version of Saskin. I got a new version sent across to me by the Saz monster himself this morning. That's not the right button. So I'm not entirely sure the exact changes. So we got a bit higher than that here, Troy. We got 37... effective temperature, but my like feels like thing I think hit 41 on Friday. That was ridiculous. I have not experienced anything like that for a very long time. It was crucial. Here we go. Saz's updates. Staff panel has been added to the AI club site as a last dot on the transfer history panel. That's cool. Fixed in between highlights player stats blank page. Nationality and second nationality and views have been changed from full name into 3 letters. That will be good for space saving. Legends panel added to club site. Cool. Player profit have had bottom panels changed a bit, player pop-up have had panels changed a little bit, and added playing time panel to player pop-up. That's cool. In fact, I haven't even had a look at a player profile yet today. Let's have a little gander at Al Shankiti. And I mean, ultimately, I don't think it looks all that different, but ultimately, this is why I love Saz's stuff, because it's little incremental changes that just make things better. Yeah, with the humidity. Oh yeah, the humidity I think was 87 at one point on Friday, which is mad. Yeah, my car said 39 at one point when we briefly had to nip into town on, which wasn't even the worst thing because obviously we were sat in an air-conditioned car, so that kind of helps. Lost PA. Did he? No. That usually means that the player has now switched over into being judged differently. So they're no longer, even though he's 20, when they do this, it's usually an indication that they're quite close to their max PA, maybe. But yeah. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, we're managing Wisła Kraków in Poland. We are in Season 14, towards the beginning of Season 14, doing a Building a Nation save. So it's not just about us, it's about the other Polish sides too. And speaking of those, we have an update on those in a minute as well. How convinced were you by Russell qualifying explanation? I have no idea how he explained it. From what I heard, it was a case of technically he lifted, therefore that's technically the rule. That sounds more of a blame the rule, not the blame the player, don't blame the player, don't blame the player, blame the game type beat. Did I do... It reminds me so much of that "come on England" meme. That is that in person basically. Jesus. 2 panels says what team. That's what it was. Yes, nice, thank you, Saz. So yeah, so now we have obviously got our visible stars and whatnot, but also trading profile. That's good stuff. Thank you, man. Credible lift and set poll. To be fair, no one cares if you credibly lift. Did he lift? Technically, yes. I suppose I have the data that shows that, right? It's a silly thing, but that's the situation. 20 to 25 players back from loan. That's happened to me as well. Everyone's coming back. So that's happened for us over the last couple of years as well. One thing I will say, though, is it's not the end of the road. Sometimes, though, they will almost never find a loan that same summer. But if you hold on to them, if they've got a longer deal, sometimes they will indeed find another loan. This has just happened. So basically, because of obviously all the shenanigans after stream on Thursday, I didn't have a chance to play through any of the rest of the window until this morning, right before stream. So I haven't done a lot of transfers. I hope you guys understand that I just didn't have the ability to do that without actually not being able to get stream sorted. But one thing that did happen was Julio Cesar. I just did outs, of course. We are on deadline day, in fairness, so we can still do transfers. But he has now found a loan again to Piasklevica. There was also a chance that Hans Geisler could have gone to Piasklevica, but they did the whole decline to put a bid in, even though they were the ones that wanted him. Because typically, that pick would be my Holy. I don't know what you mean. Holy are a very upstanding company. They are a very upstanding company. They just like the memes. Do the wrong flag. Follow the rules. Yeah, no, literally. From my understanding was that he simply followed the rules to the letter, and if they don't like that, change the rules. Like, basically. Prediction was, if I recall correctly, I did say that Mr. Juste, whose name I will continue to mispronounce because it makes him sound better, was going to be useful in that game, and he did get a goal. It's worth buying the game. Ultimately, Klashinov, it depends on your expectations, right? As in, are you a regular FM player? Have you bought like, a yearly copy for 23, 24, etc.? I would say at this point, especially on sale, it is worth it. With the custom skins and the custom community projects that people have got going on the cards, there's a lot to like about it now. And I think the question that most people are really asking is, can I have a good time with this game now? Because I do feel like a lot of the things at the release made it very difficult to do so. And since then, what's essentially happened is a lot of the friction has slowly been eased. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I think that's really the ultimate question, really, isn't it? Is it still fun? Is it more fun than it was? And I believe the answer is yes. Now, I found fun originally, but that's because if I like a thing enough, I'll find somewhere to make it fun for me. But I must admit, having fun with it has got easier over the last few months. Is definitely a thing, for sure. Groove again. There you go. I feel like I'm hearing that sort of opinion quite a lot, Shadow Plays, just in general. I'm hearing a lot of sort of, I didn't buy it initially, got it a couple of months ago on sale, and actually now I found a sale that I really like. That is an Atromitos jersey, yes. It was a Secret Santa gift on the podcast before Christmas. I really do like this one. It's nice to have different jerseys, and I thought today feels like an Atromitos type day. Pog claims she'd never even seen the damn shirt before. So, also for fantasy, there is an injury update, and it's not a good one. Yeah, a bit of pinstripe. Underrated as a shirt concept is a pinstripe. You're not going to like this. Oh. Ignore the coffee one. That's relatively minor. Tobias Steinbergen, partially torn groin. 6 weeks to 2 months. Stainy's done himself again. This man is like that meme of the guy with all the arrows in him, and yet he always comes back stronger. And yeah, it's happened again. So he's likely going to be out until maybe mid-November, perhaps. Oh, thank you, Christian. I had a really nice time with Ank and Alice. Alice, I slipped in some absolute digs, like proper subtle digs at Alice towards the end of that, and she didn't realise until she was editing it. Which I had a great time doing. So you won the World Cup. Yeah, it was, I'll be honest, the World Cup was proper, in this save by any means, kind of dull. Spain won it. I believe it was 1-0? Nope, not 1-0, 3-2. I was really hoping that Stainy and the boys would get there. But no. That would have been so sick. Lamine Yamal still playing for Spain. Actually, I suppose it's only 14 years into the future. Bro's probably only about 26. Diving tax in the 94th minute. Makes me feel like I do feel like that way anyway, to be honest. Yeah, it was a repeat of that previous, but look at the semis as well. World Cup did not throw up the kind of fun that we were hoping for this time around. I really don't think it did. It's probably one of the most disappointing sort of semi-finals of a World Cup I've actually seen in FM, to be honest, because like Portugal, Spain, Germany, Netherlands. Why is Uzbekistan not there? Where's Finland in all this? There's usually at least one team that's a little bit more fun. When you look at some of the... Watch the next one be exactly as bad. Semi-final last time. What with FM? Semi-final... Mother of Christ. Does he actually think it's showing the semis? Uruguay, Greece, Serbia, Portugal. Now that's a World Cup semi-final. That right there, boss. Partnership 5. Yeah, it's... I think the problem isn't... They were very open. And Belgium are ultimately having in possession quite some good players. But 5 is a bit much. I think it's one of those things where sometimes the game just gets away from you sometimes. I mean, we've seen that quite a bit. The idea of him still being 31 is mad to me. He's probably one of the youngest... No, he can't be anymore. For a while, he probably was one of the youngest, like, I almost said regens, like real players in the game. Because, right, I guess it's fun in that sense. Kernraid. Kernraid. So glad you're here. Unless this wasn't you, but I'm fairly certain this was you. Listers. Was it you that recommended me to watch Listers? Because if so, I did. Pog and I watched it. And it was fucking great. Absolutely fantastic film. Yeah, I had it on my list and I was like, you know what? It's boiling hot. I'm not getting anything done today. Let's put a bowl of water in front of the fan, try to keep the living room as cool as possible, and watch it. It was being hosted in Brazil, was the World Cup this time around. But yeah, it was so good. Wasn't what I expected it to be at all. At first I was like, oh, this would be cool. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, this is really cool. I particularly liked how bitchy everybody was. It was fantastic. I feel like that existed pretty much every single niche sub-community of anything that's ever existed, basically. 3 worst players continue starting games, Crocombe, Singh, and Payne. But Andrew, Payne, come on now. He's bringing the pain. Although in this case, it seems like it was self-inflicted pain, unfortunately. Do you wonder, if there was added pressure to have Tim Payne starting games like that because of that media stuff, or do you really think that it's probably not as deep as that? The physicals are incredible. What I would say, though, is at the very least, you are playing. Eventually. You stuck it out at Santos longer than anybody realistically should have done, to be honest. And I think what happened was them going down to Serie B for one season is kind of what did it. That got you enough, well, then again, I suppose you kind of faded away again. But now, it's crazy that you have 229 appearances. There is a chance that you end up becoming the record appearance holder in this save for the Patreon regions, solely because you're playing in Brazil. And I really like the idea of that happening. Yeah, it's such a good film. I highly recommend it. There's a Phoenix player. Oh, really? Oh. That just seems like so it just seems like shooting yourself in the foot, but I guess that happens quite a lot in football, doesn't it? Teams have a habit of doing that. England, for the longest time, would do that when they would shuffle players into the squad that they really didn't need to be there because they're good. That being said, probably should have taken another right back. Maybe. Just maybe. Do we know if there's an update? Because I know that Quansah went down injured. I don't know if he actually came off. I don't think he did, but he didn't look great, to be honest, in that one specific spot. Hello, Jake. How are you, mate? Oh, right. So he did come off. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, of course he did, because Spence came on, didn't he? Yeah, Livramento's... I thought Spence looked okay, actually. The England one... England beating Congo. I do, because... The biggest issue I was noticing with England in that, especially in the first half against Panama, was how inverted both of our fullbacks appear. Obviously, Nico O'Reilly is Nico O'Reilly. He's going to be, and he takes up some fantastic positions. And I guess the idea was that we invert both of them so much that it's supposed to create position, like space out wide for Saka and Rashford. But what always seemed to happen is that Panama just kind of went, well, we know they're going to pass to those guys eventually, and they could just double up on them every single time. And England just seemed to have no penetration in the wide areas. And obviously, we finally kind of broke through. But I guess that's why set pieces are so important against teams like Panama, though. Being able to actually get an opportunity like that to get in front is imperative. I still think we should. I mean, I'd rather play Dr. Congo than Portugal, let's put it that way, because as much as Portugal would open the game up against us, they're also Portugal. Hello, Adrian! Also, fun fact, this year in Poland is going to be a bit weird, because it is the first year of officially being 5th place, in the sense that it's the first year that we're going to actually be suffering the cost of being 5th place. However, it's actually weirdly worked out quite well for us, because we actually only have 3 sides in the Champions League this year, because Legia didn't win their playoff game against Galatasaray, which means they're in the Europa League this season. So we've actually got 3 Champions League, 3 Europa, 1 Confo, which, if you ask me, is probably better for us in terms of coefficient points this year. Might cost us a little bit in terms of money, but that's damn useful. Back 6. Yeah, as soon as I saw the setup where they had like essentially what 4-5-1. Oh no, sorry, 5-4-1. I thought, right, this is going to be the lowest of blocks.
At Park Run yesterday.
Hell yes, Bente. Thank you for the 53 months. I need to do another Park Run. I haven't done one in ages. Not want to be doing one right now though, admittedly. Because we give them offside goal. I know, but you know. But Hadrian, Iran were robbed. Haven't you heard? VAR robbed Iran. He was nowhere near offside. There was a guy on the line, apparently. I'm told. I'm reliably informed that is not offside. I should have done that way more dead ass, shouldn't I? Should have just been fishing on that one. 3-4-3, which went, yeah, it's... Well, this is the thing. Legia's fixtures obviously matter a lot. I believe that a lot of it is just people willfully misunderstanding as a result of engagement baiting, probably. I must admit, it's rare that we actually encounter the offside rule in that sort of use case, I suppose, because obviously usually goalkeepers are where they are, but it's always funny when it crops up. And I suppose with the World Cup, obviously, you've got more casual viewers, so that would be a thing that you would sort of never really normally have to explain to someone in a football match, I guess, right? Jocelyn Chris Wood. Imagine marking your own teammate. Hey, he just knows that he's getting too many Twitter followers, right? If Woody scores, Payne loses that potentially. I don't know how many followers Twistwood has on Insta. Irish Cape Verde player due back at work. I'm desperate trying to get her work leave extended. Something tells me she'll probably get her work leave extended. I don't know why, but fair play to them as well. It's just been good. I obviously haven't had a chance to watch the game's highlights from last night because second I got up, I was just straight to work on this. But 3-3 between Algeria and Austria sounds kind of fun. I've no idea what the game state was like there, but it just sounded kind of banging. So as for our fixtures, they've gone and done it again. Porto away, not easy, but you know, not horrendous. Dinamo Zagreb at home. Crvena Zvezda away. Trabzonspor away. Tottenham at home. Okay, so we can still have to play Spurs, as always. Club Brugge away. And then Espanyol and Milan. It's a mixed bag. I feel like we don't have the elite teams, but also Milan and Espanyol were both pot 3. So that kind of... No, Espanyol were pot 4. My apologies. Milan were pot 3 and Espanyol were pot 4. So we're a little bit sussy on that one. Gopping. Disgrace to really? Oh my god. That's suspicious as fuck, isn't it? The second disgrace of hee-haw. They need to get the Carvina treatment and whatnot. Goodness me. In fact, I'm kind of wish I had watched it. Pog's definitely, she's on the mend now. The little trip to A&E did the trick in the end. It's very Europa-y, isn't it? It's so goddamn strange, but such is life. Now, I haven't actually looked at who's in the Champions League phase yet. I thought I'd save that for us in a minute. Loan Farm is definitely getting there. It's still really low at the moment because we're still in the process of the Pushini Mitsa loan thingy. So that should go through today, and that'll probably add another 100 to this in theory. But a lot of the good players have gone back out on loan, including some of the new Scourge guys. I did pick up a couple more Scourgy fellas. This headphone has just informed me that it's low battery. Right, well, in the case you go. We're going to be single head. I'm going to be mono today, and not the glandular fever type. Right, let's get you back in there. Lovely old job. That went well. For us, I don't think so, because as I said, like I literally had a couple of hours after stream, but then we had to go straight to A&E pretty much. So I had to can it off there. Friday, the heat was unbearable, and I basically had to do it this morning in order to actually even get us to a point where today I could even do stream from the correct starting point. So it's mostly just Spanish Scourge guys there. Oh, hang on. Our guy did join us, but it was a guy we'd signed before. He just officially joined us. It was in the middle of... Where's he gone? His name... He was a Mexican fella. Loads more Scourgy guys. Where's he gone? Maybe he's not... Oh, no, that's not it. There we go. Diego Gonzalez. This guy. This guy did join us. But I believe we'd already signed him before. He was just a player that we were waiting for him to turn 18. Maybe last stream. Either way, he's turned out really bloody good, ultimately. I guess at least if you're going to have a draw, you might as well make it a 3-all draw rather than a 0-0. That would have looked really bad. So this is my headphones. Maybe that's what I'm doing right now. I'll be able to not hear things properly, which is not that difficult to normal, I suppose. So yeah, Diego Gonzalez, he's here. Couldn't find him alone straight off the... Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's pushing the Mitsa. I really hope these go through. My concern is that it's not going to force... It's not going to force the loans to actually happen because of the stupid deadline day thing. I think I should have waited until it was actually deadline day to try and do it, but instead I did it a few days before, and sometimes it does this weird thing where it just doesn't have any urgency to it anymore, so there's a chance that we might lose out on that. So yeah, literally the last player that we signed of like real note was actually Arnie on the last stream, and he's going to be even more important today with the injury to Steinberg, which means Arne van Kemsika is going to be great. Frankly, he has to be, and honestly, I don't really hate the idea of him playing for a little bit because it will stop him from being annoying. Because he was probably starting to get on that one. So they went through a third place with 3 points. I know. They were the last one, weren't they? Was it either the 10th or the 8th? I think it was the 8th, wasn't it? They were the last one that got through. I definitely saw that. An unproven theory. Ooh, I love your unproven theories. They usually lead to proven theories, not long after. 4 managerial changes. So a lot of that was a managerial merry-go-round basically caused by one manager leaving for an international job that then caused kind of thing. Right, I'll have a little look. But also, I want to look at the other teams in the Champions League and the other ones too, because there's some weird teams that... Watford nearly got into the Champions League group stage, by the way. Watford Wizard, if you're here. They lost in the playoff round to to FC Copenhagen. Ironically, with a player that Copenhagen had bought off of a Polish side, but that's neither here nor there. Right, what was I actually going to show there? Manager changes. Yes, I did, Basil. We watched that. The Dead Cow Gully ultramarathon. Very, very fun. The concept of ultramarathons like that, I just don't know if I have the mental fortitude to be doing things like that, to be honest. What am I trying? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get to the extra class, and I'm really struggling for some reason. It's the problem when you're on a Champions League day. There we go. Extra classer, managerial changes. There they are. Right, so we had... these aren't even in order, are they? I forget how the game does this. Oh, no, they are, I think. Yeah, so basically, Vincent Wagner left, and I can't remember where he went. To Lechia. Yeah, I hate this screen. This screen is an absolute gopping mess, isn't it? Jesus. Veggie, thank you very much for the 46 months. How are you on this still relatively warm Sunday, as it seems to be getting crazy hot in here as well. Corona was first. Right, I see. So they were the ones that set this off. So they got rid of Loisiu, who went to manage Do you see what I mean? So he left to go to Rakov, who were in the second tier, was then replaced by this fella, who we all know very well as Adrian Siemenic, who was, of course, the coach of Jagiellonia at the very start of the game, who's been around a little bit. So he's now in at Korona Kielce. Then we've also now got, obviously, this situation here where Jean-Claude Pfeiffer is in at Ruk Herzog, who was Stade Lavallois manager. So just a random one out of that. Then we also have Marcin Brosz left Brookbet. Now, he went to... Yeah, so he went to take over the Poland job, as, would you believe it, the Poland manager was sacked after the World Cup. I can't help but feel slightly responsible for that, and yet I don't care. In addition, the new manager for them is Anes Mravac, who was the manager of Malmö. No, yes, he was the manager of Malmö. Finally, the manager of Malmö has actually made a move to Poland. I feel like this guy gets linked with pretty much every single job that's ever existed. Or is he the manager? Yeah, he was. Okay, cool. So that's that. But I think there's still another managerial vacancy, in fact, because someone's doing quite poorly, if I remember. So there's every chance that changes as well. 37, Christ. One thing I liked about Poland, at least when I was there in March, was that as warm as it got during the day, my God, did it get cold at night. It was crazy how quickly the temperature dropped and rose. It was wild. You really had to decide, I'm taking a jacket, but I'm going to be taking this off by the time it hits 10 a.m. Who left Rakov? This is, and to where, Chris Kamara? That is the question. Let me go to the second tier, where you'll notice that, well, oh, hello, slightly different team there at least. The usual suspects are doing things. Unfortunately, Pushnia Pormitsa, as usual, massively underperforming. Can we see? Yeah, we can. It'll be on this screen, right? So manager in and out. So they've had two more here. It might be one of those ones where it ticked over at the start of the season and he took over, in fairness. So Karol Schweder. I don't know if these are real people, actually. These might just be random region. Oh, no. There you go. So he's there as well. And then lastly, the new manager in at Górnik Łęczna is this guy, Mateusz Malkowski, who's not actually a real player. Wait, are Swans doing a shitter? Oh, my God. Part of me kind of wants that to happen as punishment for the fact that they qualify for the playoffs like 7 straight seasons and never got promoted. Hello, Pog. Look, chat. She's here in all her glory. How are you feeling? Tell chat. I'll drink my coffee.
I'm feeling much better. Feeling much better after having IV drip and what was it else I had?
It was an IV drip.
What do you call it?
Oh, anti-sickness.
Anti-sickness and paracetamol. But much better. Still getting there.
I hope you were wearing a sunscreen.
What now?
I guess you just went out into...
Yeah.
I do tell her. Like, I will practically bully you into drinking water, and it should be done because, like...
That's caffeine, remember.
This is caffeine one. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I need it today. I've just not... Woke up this morning. I think something about the heat has just made my pills seem like they're not effective in the same way. I wonder if it's just because your body behaves differently because of the heat and the way you regulate yourself, because it just felt like, it feels like I'm in a fugue state most of the time. It's crazy. More alive. There you go.
Look at the skin difference, look.
Yeah, Pogs we went into a tanning salon yesterday and they were like, oh God, get out of here, mate. And
they were like, Gundles.
Pog was just thinking to herself, like, can I even it up a little bit? Because of, well, yeah, show them the watch trap. Show them the watch trap.
It looks so much worse on the screen.
No, it doesn't. That is exactly how it looks. I will not have that.
That looks awful.
Literally. Same, bro. Same. That's wild.
Am I still okay going to Houghton?
Yeah, Chief. Do what you need to do. Have a nice day.
Well,
have a nice time.
The reason I'm going.
The reason you're going?
Mainly because I've got to take a picture of a boat.
She wants to take a picture of a boat. Oh, stop working.
Yeah.
I'll not have this.
No, it's just because I don't know when I'll be able to go back.
Ah, fair enough. I'll tell your boss.
Please don't.
How can I tell your boss? You're just secretly a viewer.
He'll get so angry.
Do you want to see my watch tan, chat? Ready? Ready for the watch tan? Oh.
That's Puppet moment.
I've got the Aura Farmers tan.
Did you need anything else?
I don't know that I can think of my love.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll do takeaway tonight.
Yep, that's fine. Absolutely. No, she didn't fall asleep in the sun. Pog works on the rivers, and on Wednesday, she was basically out on a boat for 8 hours. Not that that's because of the tan. Like, she just got that over the last sort of several months of working outside pretty much all day. So it means that she's slowly accumulated a very strange tan because Pog's work uniform is essentially a black polo shirt. And black cargo trousers, which is really not great.
I'll be a couple hours.
All right, yeah, have a nice time.
Right?
Text me and tell me in chat what you're up to.
Okay.
To even out, legitimately, yeah. These guys... Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my apologies. I realised that's kind of gone under the radar while Pog and I were faffing. 2 goals. What do you reckon they've ever performed by? Oh, my God. I just started looking at the top and all the way down here. Oh, my God. Pushnia Pormitsa. This is in a good spot. They've already, so far this season, had their goalkeeper prevent 7 goals above expected. Who is their goalkeeper? Imagine he's a guy on loan from us. And this is how we find our new keeper. It's this guy, Benjamin Diabate. So what's he got that we don't? Other than probably pure luck and vibes, I'm guessing. He's a Belgian amateur. As if they've signed an actual Belgian amateur. Things you'll love to see. Oh dear. Hello, Nico. How's it going, friend? I want Stahl coming up. I want these guys coming up solely because that way I have to try and pronounce their name in a recap video. Let's see. Podbeskidzia Bielsko-Biała. Podbeskidzia... Actually, that's not that difficult. Podbeskidzia Bielsko-Biała. Maybe that isn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Oh, that's really wrong. Slow as hell. Maybe that's the thing. The shots are so fast that they think he's going to dive one way, and as he tries to dive the other way, he's so slow that he has time to move back the other way. 500 IQ or something. Aalborg. Is this about to be more of James's... Oh, my God. And his... Oh, look at the name. Asbjørn de Bali is just like... He sounds menacing. I feel like a lot of, like, Scandi first names especially can just sound aggressive, and it's great. All he needs is a giant man bun and a big beard. Yeah, he's very, very good. We could do with a good youth intake this year. I feel like... Okay, we had our fun with Kowalski, Steinberg and the guys, but then it's been 3 years of complete garbage. And I feel like now, maybe, FM, if you fancy it, for next stream, maybe just something kind of good, right? So, Champions League this season. Here's the sitch. Also, Hadrian, my apologies if I missed your theory, because I am very, very curious about it. Managed up as a recommendation in my save, it's a bug. Oh. Wait, there's so many... What? I have so many questions. There's so much going on here. So he's 92 years old, but he isn't 90... Oh, no, he is 92 years old. Former Spanish international. So I'm guessing what's happened is he's retired, but the game's just kind of gone, oh, go on then, you can stay. Right. Oh, I see. Okay. So basically, yeah, so is that just Fabian Ruiz? Still going strong. I mean, hey, he started with nothing and he's still got most of it left, all right? Yo, I would be immediately trying to sign the guy. Can't do anything with them. Damn it. I was hoping to form a team of them. Starts in just about a month. Really? I suppose it is. Actually, I say that as if the Polish top flight doesn't start in like the middle of July. I like that. I wish they did that in the Premier League and stuff. But I guess they can't for certain reasons. But I'm quite excited to get on the HB Kyrgyz hype train nice and early, you know? So, actually, the Champions League is kind of just amazing this year. Look at some of the teams we've got in the Champions League group stage. Firstly, Icor are in there, which is lovely to see. Bochum. Bochum are in the Champions League. That's cool. We've also got Eintracht Frankfurt in there too. Espanyol in the Champions League because we're playing them. Anyone else that's kind of fun? Obviously Piastovica and Trabzonspor. I guess mostly just Bochum and Icor, the ones that really count. Unfortunately, Szoboszlai did retire. I don't believe he is employable. Tell a lie, he is employable. Could I maybe put him as a second team coach? Because I think I used all of our other coaching slots for the under-19 squad last stream when we signed that lady. So I think we need to make sure we've got a spot. Oh, by the way, new lady manager in one of the other Polish teams. I can't remember who it is, but there's Amanda Nilden. She plays for Tottenham in real life. Cheese God, my God, again. Cheese God, actually, I feel like if there was a deity that I was going to personally pray to, it probably would be you if you were the actual god of cheese. I'll be level with you there, friend. Thank you, though. That's unbelievably nice of you. Seriously. And Christopher Aldigier, forgive me if I've said your name wrong. Thank you very much for the follow. That's very kind of you. You become the 30,001th, I believe. On deadline day, or just before it, signing round and blow, trigger contract talks, and then accept the deal. Accept deal trigger. I find it forces you into a deadline day, whereas if you're doing nothing, it skips past the day. Wait, really? Okay, right. That is something we actually have to investigate. Hang on. You have removed the requirement to have a keeper on the bench. Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Run it back. Wait, I have to put a keeper on the bench in Denmark. Oh my god. That's... We're just going to be complex. Are they actually? There she goes. She's at Polonia Bytom. So yeah, she went straight from being a player for Tottenham. I say straight. 7 years later, from a player from Tottenham. Hi, I'm a hairstyle. I could do with one of those right now. I'm thinking about trying to find a local one, just so I can try it out a little bit. Right, so. Okay. So what we do, going into the day, 100% perfect. High chance of forcing through, pushing it. All right, so just guide me through the steps. So I just sign a random bloke, right? Anybody. And that should trigger some like transfer deadline day type beat. Okay. Actually, what we'll do, I'll just hit continue and see if anyone in the agent office pops up. Unless that's not what I need to do. In fact, I won't hit continue just yet until such time as Hadrian gives me the confirmation. Just before deadline day, stand around and be like, ooh. Because the thing is, this is deadline day. I stopped it deliberately on the first tick of deadline day because I wanted to do deadline day with chat. So I don't know if this would work now. Maybe it wouldn't. But maybe. We could try it. I mean, it can't hurt, right? Maybe just look on Santa Baby. There's guaranteed to be someone on Santa Baby that we didn't actually end up signing last stream that we can now maybe sign, potentially. Probably won't make a difference. I might just do it anyway for the memes. Ooh, actually. Speaking of, need to get those guys back in. I think they literally expired a couple of days ago. Hello, Cam. How's it going, friend? I've been using Philippines as an Easter egg. Yes. If I can remember. That sounds like a great idea, actually. Peter, friend. Thank you for the 54, friend. How are you? Hope you're having a lovely day. Ah, shit. Hang on. Sorry, Sam. I'm not even going to bother trying to do that inside Twitch. I'm going to do it in my Twitch browser. The bug I tagged you in Discord. I think I saw something, but I don't know if I saw the whole... I probably did, but you might have to refresh my memory anyway, because I definitely do remember seeing something that you put in there. I just can't remember the exact specifics. My brain has not been working very well the last couple of days at all. It has been a minefield. I must admit, just before stream today, I felt appalling. Oh, the continue. Oh, maybe I didn't see that then. Enlighten me. Like, just literally like 10 minutes before stream today. That's why I've got a caffeinated coffee. I just felt like you should have seen, just as well that you actually don't see how tired my eyes actually look, because the camera kind of hides a little bit like that because of the lighting I have. It's quite soft, but it's just, oh dear, horrible at the moment. Yes, please do. I think I have Discord open actually because I was installing Sass's new skin this morning. So for once I actually can just jump straight into that. Right. Oh, sick. I could just show it on stream actually. For once I've actually got this loaded so I can do the thing for once. Let's go to the right thing. Whoa, Christ, we have a lot of posts in there. Okay, let's see if I can do this. So we do that, and then I think this should work. There we go. Right. It's been a while since I actually loaded the Discord directly on stream, so it just continues. This might be one of these things where... Oh, read all the emails and keep it moving forward. Oh, that's cool. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do you think that's a bug, or do you think that might just be an actual weird feature? To read emails while they're still loading. That's cool. That's actually really cool. I wonder if someone could program part of that in as like a part of a skin where it actually can use it for efficiency of loading. That's fascinating. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. That's a really cool idea. Let's make sure Firefox is actually loaded in the background. So, essentially, you just press continue while it's processing, and it... I take it this is the sort of thing that you accidentally find while you're just sort of spamming spacebar. Right, okay, I'll definitely try that in a moment then. Oh, I didn't look at Santa Baby. Forgive me, brain all over the place. Shortlist, Santa Baby, let's have a gander. And then I'll show you the Europa League group. So, I'll be honest with you, chat. Part of me is still tempted on this Canadian fella. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I know he's a right back. But weirdly, despite the fact that we have Coffee and Naeem there, it always feels like we end up slightly short, and I don't know why. I'm also tempted by this striker because we're a little bit light up front as well now in terms of depth, and that makes me kind of interested. I also looked at this dude here, Hertz, who Hadrian pointed out a couple of streams ago. I like his name, and I quite like his attributes too, and he's called Hertz. Now, whether we could rent him or not, I don't know. He may have to be a permanent signing, in fact. What is his name? Hertz Batista de Souza, that's the guy. An older Steinberg. Kinda, yeah. And in a weird way, it's like we've hired his dad. And since he's not going to be playing, he's going to feel like that. I don't mind him. We've got 70-odd million pounds. And I'm thinking, if we do deadline day stuff, obviously some of these guys can't be registered for the Champions League straight away. Loan with an option to buy. We could do. I actually think I tried this. If I remember correctly, I did try to put a bid on Hertz, but I think he'd just signed a new contract or something. 4th of June. Actually, enough time might have elapsed to where I could potentially sign him now. He's quite expensive, but 15 mil release clause. If they don't have him a bit cheaper than that, I tell you what, that's actually not bad for a 15 mil release clause. That saves us a good bit of cash. Hello, JTEX. How's it going, friend? Hertz per game. We get his HPG. Fair. I feel like, particularly with him being 18 as well, if we could sign in this window, that'd be kind of good for us, right? And I do really want more as well. But obviously he's 16 years old, so we can't really target this guy just yet. But I do think there's something there, and mostly I think his name is fun because it's more. And the thing is, I think it actually would be more, because there's not even any accents to make it more or something. I just love it. He's so good. He's 3 months. Okay, so he'll probably say no, which is fine, because we can pivot then to... That guy we can't sign yet because he's 16. This guy I've been a little bit unsure about. I think it's probably the fickle personality actually with him that's a bit of an issue. It's this guy I really like. The tackling is a little on the low side, but he's kind of the epitome of what we were talking about when it comes to, could we get a winger that is basically a winger that can kind of play as a right wing back? And I feel like Daniel Janishits is probably that man. It's interesting that he's declared for Austria now. He was Canadian originally. And one of the things that we thought of an idea was, if we could find a guy who could actually play this kind of I'm everything on the right-hand side type beat, I feel like he might be... Yeah, except he's got... Look at his actual finishing ability. That's the thing. 15 finishing, 10 composure as well. And where was he born? Just out of interest. Oh, he's got all the nationalities. So he's born in Belleville, Ontario. So he has Austria, Canada, and Dutch second nationalities. Technically third. We could get him a 4th nationality. Mauro. Oh, okay. Or Mauro. I guess that makes sense. Mauro Moore. Yeah. Maramore. There you go. Something Paramore. Yeah, like, it's tackling his ass, we know that. But I kind of want to splash a little bit. Oh, want to see his agent? Let's have a little look at his agent, Rob Koenig. So we want to look for old people, presumably, right? I'm guessing this is the kind of person you're on about. Chat, thank you for gathering here today on my number #1 years old birthday. It's been a long life, and I hope to continue living it until I am number #2 years old. One day in the future, perhaps, if there's time. That's even dumber. Yeah, he's 138. Bro he doesn't look a day over 136. His nephew is going to be taking a ring to Mordor very soon. Awesome Valerie leaving us. I like Val, but I just think that I'm okay with it, honestly. One thing I haven't had a chance to do, Jesse, and you probably have more information on this myself, is the draft. I know that we didn't have a lot of picks, to be honest, in good places, so we don't really care about the draft too much, but I don't know anything about any of the people we drafted, and I haven't had a chance to catch up on like the media surrounding it yet. What I did see, though, is the Penguins drafting the Twins, which I think is sick, the Ruck brothers, and I really like San Jose's picks. I was surprised that Keaton Verhoff fell as far as he did. I thought he would go higher. But so the fact that they managed to get him and Stenberg is horrifying, frankly. They could be an absolute monster in a few years' time if those guys actually come to fruition. And Viggo Bjork went quite low too. Guy from the Cayman Islands, really? In his agency? Oh, hang on. I wonder if that's because he came through in like... Wait, is it as in here there's a guy from the Cayman Islands? Which one is it? Forgive my lack of knowledge of these teams. Is it these guys? No. Oh, NHL draft. My apologies. Sorry. For once, Matt was thinking about FM. You caught me. The only time ever. Note it down. 10:45 on Jaloon. Jaloon. Chat. It is not. It is Jaloon 6th. Oh, it's the new DAT, isn't it? The DAT today is Jaloon 6th. Jaloon. I was born on number #1 on Jaloon 6th. Christ. I'm just clip farming today. It's fantastic. I need to actually start remembering to clip these things. just no FM involved, just literally the face cam. Okay, so I want to bid on this fella. I do. I feel like I'm going to splash it. We haven't spent a lot of money on anyone really since actually earlier this window. It could have done, Jesse. I think I've absorbed it, like sympathetic. I've got sympathetic heat stroke. Now his wages could be, never mind. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I also gave Christian Gomez a new contract because he was kicking off. He did have 2 years left. I extended it by 1 using a contract clause, but I also thought, you know what? He's earning 33 grand a week. He probably should be higher than that. And he started the season well. So I figured, fuck it. I'll give him a new deal. I think he's on 69 grand a week. Nice. Which is okay for a main striker for us anyway. Because he's got nearly as many goals as El Shankiti this year. So that little thing we've been doing on him has clearly worked. So he's got a minimum release clause of 44 million. They're not going to want that, but they could want a bit less. Would you accept 38.5? You would? Okay, that seems... I could pay that. Jaloon 6 is a planet like Star Trek. Yeah, and every day is Jaloon 6 because it orbits the Earth so fucking fast. That makes complete sense. I even remembered to do the, like, the previously command. I nearly didn't until the last second. So this is the other guy I was thinking about. It's Gilmar Coutinho Neto. He's a 23-year-old striker, but he's good. And he's only 14 mil, and I figured if nothing else, having a fourth striker option would probably behoove us. Given that really at the moment we only have El Shankiti, Gomez, Sharpek, and no one else really as far as first team strikers go. And with 2 striker tactics, that is not great as far as injuries and rotation goes. Like, yeah, I don't know what bro's doing here. He's got lead shoes on, but I feel like he's reasonable enough. He's 23, so if his wages are a bit absurd, we may have to back away. Ah, that's fine. Emergency cover! Bro needs to get a bit of, like, self-esteem. I mean, I know the feeling, bud, but, like, Lord. He's also giving could be, like, developer type beat. Or subtitles on or off. Usually off, but I can actually toggle them off myself as well, Andrew. So when I go into clips, I can take them off again before I download them. Because often the subtitles are not especially great just yet. I need to get better at clipping. Clipping is like the newest thing as far as like how streamers grow these days. They just clip stuff, or rather have people clip stuff and then it just kind of goes out there, even if it's nothing to do with the actual thing they're doing. But yeah, there's a little toggle on it for captions and it just, you can turn them on and off. So I just go through after every stream and download stuff now. Yeah, he's been just hitting those 6.7, 6.8s. I think for Stride 10. Oh wow, they are just, do you know what, fuck it. We're being spenny today. That right there is like £52 million I've just spent on 2 players. GG's. That's actually quite a lot of our budget. I need to be careful there. Especially with the rest of the window being shut. Is there anyone that's really cheap and has high PA that maybe I could nab while we're down here? Crivero, There is, I mean, for example, he's already going to sign for us one day because he's a 16-year-old Georgian with 5-star PA. Blanco's already signing for us. More, or Mauro, whatever his name is, he is 100% going to be picked up for us at some point, and that Ivorian dude is another 100% signing. The one player that I wish we maybe had gone for before we went to Porto was this fella, actually, Luciano Anastasiadis, because they only paid 14 million for him, and arguably he's a lot better than the guy we just picked up, frankly. I think the way I'm looking at it, Anarith, is that I think he's probably got upside enough in terms of value that if he does kick off and wants to try and leave, we probably could sell him for 20-odd million pounds because he'd have a nice long contract too, which would give us a bit more leverage. And we may need to do that in a year or two potentially anyway because of FFP rules and stuff, right? Julia Gutowska. Oh no, I've spelled her name wrong. I'm so sorry, Julia. I need to learn your name if you're going to have... Yeah, unfortunately, with the way that... 14 years, women's database, probably not quite strong enough to really have that. That sucks. As for the Europa League, this is what we got this year. Did I just see Arsenal in the Europa League? Well, that's going to be crazy, isn't it? So Arca are in there, of course. Cadiz are in there. Cisco Sofia, Elfsborg, Inter, Lechia, and Legia. So we've got 3 Europa League teams this year. Slightly different. Liverpool and Arsenal are both in the Europa League. Oh, come on, this is not fair. Shout out to Torpedo, those guys, though. And Vadoskopia. Villarreal and Waterford. So we've got Villarreal, Liverpool and Arsenal in the Europa League, along with Inter Milan, who are in there quite regularly, to be fair, and Bayer Leverkusen. Good Christ. Like, Villarreal are a regular late-stage Champions League team, and Liverpool and Arsenal are Liverpool and Arsenal. What happened in the Premier League last year as well, by the way? But shout out to Waterford, though, for getting into the Europa League group this year, and they nearly got into the Champions League. Conference League, Man United are in the Conference League again, by the way, because this is what they do. They're back again. Braga, Chukwudiczki, Dinamo Tbilisi, Farao Costanza, Flora Tallinn. Shout out to them. Górnik Zabrze, of course. They did get through. They had to play 2 qualifying rounds, but they had Christensen in the playoff round and Bose of Ireland in the round before that. Larn actually got through. Panathinaikos, Punic, Shamrock Rovers, of course. Tell you what, with the exception of Man United, this feels quite a good one. And Girona are here again because they're always here. Actually, Girona, Hertha, it's tough. It really, really is. Although Górnik did take another loanee for us that I was really happy with, and I can't remember who it was. Someone recently. Oh, yeah, they got Stig. Górnik Zabrze got Stig. And that is really exciting because I think he might be our best loan prospect at the moment that we didn't already have our loan out for. I think he is genuinely exciting as hell as a player. So him getting out there as well. As for the other Polish boys in the Champions League, because obviously there's 3 of them this time, we've got, fixture-wise, also the fact that the English representatives in the Champions League are Brighton, Chelsea, Man City, Newcastle, and Tottenham. It's a weird group, if you ask me. So, who we got? Jagiellonia first. Their fixtures. I mean, they can't have an easier run than happened last time. Okay. Eichhorn and Ajax. Tottenham. Okay, fine. Marseille away. Zvezda away. FC Copenhagen, Man City and Freiburg. Those are points available there. There is a chance that Jagiellonia should be getting through to the knockouts. That is non-negotiable, really. With those fixtures, they've got to be getting there. No doubt about it. Piaskowicza, they're probably our biggest threat, honestly. Sporting away, Celtic at home, Brighton away, PSG at home, Galatasaray at home, Roma away. Whoa. They should get through because they're good, but those are not easy fixtures. There's some winnable games in there, but they kind of fall in awkward places. Like, they've got a lot of big teams at home and worse teams away, which makes it Celtic at home. I'd hate if they didn't come through, but that is actually not going to be super easy. The one that I'm most actually I was about to say, where's Radomiak? And then I realised they let us down so bad last year they didn't even qualify for Europe, did they? Mugs. Who's the last one? It's not Legia because they got knocked out. So who's the other one? Oh, no, it's not. It's just us 3, isn't it? It's literally just us 3. We don't have a 4th team in the Champions League this year because Legia are in the Europa League. So there's no chance of us beating the record for points this year, but they do need to do something. On the plus side, though, as a result of us obviously having these extra qualifying rounds to play, it did give us an opportunity to, at the very least, get on the board a tiny little sort of modicum of coefficient points to start off with. I don't know how many we actually got so far. It's probably not that many. But it's still a full point, which gives us a start. Now, as you can see, because we're losing a 21.9 point season, we have to be very careful that we don't slip even further. France have lost a team already, you're right. It must be Europa League, right? Polish team and league reps improve. Hard to say. I wouldn't really know how we could judge that, sadly. There used to be a screen where you could actually look at the reputation of all the teams in Europe in the same screen. And that would give you an indication, but I don't think it's anything more. So yeah, France losing a team in the Europa League is great. I don't think we're going to catch them this year, but it's going to give us a chance in the coming seasons. Because we're losing a huge season. Like, oh, my was back. To be fair, we're on transfer deadline day today. And this one is the stream that I always know that I can be a little bit easier with the pace because it's 3 Champions League matches and they're relatively close to where we currently sit. That's where we've got to get to today. And I want to get there by because obviously F1's at 2 o'clock today. I'm going to take this fucking hat off. I'll put it back on June 6th, all right? Oh, dear. I think I put a bit too much leave-in conditioner in my hair yesterday. It went bloody silky, let me tell you. Max Grove Noodles in the starting goal. He's currently out of contract, has never commanded a transfer fee. Damn. Seems like it's unlikely to happen again, right? Exactly, and I just like yapping. You know this. Right. So, that's the situation. I'm going to hit continue, because we've got to sign these players up. Oh. I feel like there might be a different way that I could structure transfer streams in future, because I feel like a lot of the transfer streams, we actually don't do a lot of transfers. And I wonder if there's a way that I could structure them differently, where we... I don't know. There must be some way I can do that where we play loads of games instead. So instead of coming back where I do transfers normally, which is at the start of the window when everyone joins us, I wonder if instead I actually go to the start of the season, the league season. So that way we're still doing transfers, but we're going through league games while we're doing it. So we've got more things happening. I think maybe that would be a better way of doing it. It might ease it would still keep the same structure overall, but it would allow us to have a bit more texture to things, perhaps. Might try that for next season. Vasco have accepted our terms for Hertz, but wait. Wait, I can enter? No, wait. Oh, wait, I can. Hertz has said yes. Okay, I didn't expect that. That's fine. Enough time has clearly elapsed that he will actually sign for us. This is perfect. If I can get him on an 8-year contract here too, that would be fantastic. Yeah, put him on 21. 3 years. Nice. 4.5 grand a week. That's great. Anyway, yeah, I think maybe that would depend on what's happening contextually, right? Scouting streams, I suppose, because that's what essentially they are. It's just you have to be like, when it comes to like naming things, you sort of have to use certain words. It's you actually haven't. I mean, you probably do know how important these things are. I was looking through some. I like to do analysis of like certain things lately, and I noticed that with MTK, for example, especially, I used a different naming convention for videos with the MTK recap series, and it was interesting just how differently videos performed depending on what words I put in the title. And I think I lost a little bit of that in Malta because I changed the naming conventions with the Malta series slightly because I was trying to keep it more thematic, but I actually think that I hurt it by doing that because it made it more episodic. It was harder to jump in and out of from an outside perspective because of that. And not that this is like that, isn't already like that, but it made it that there was more barriers to entry essentially, which is why I tried to think slightly differently with the most recent Building a Nation recap with the Iranian Wonder Kid thing, rather than having in Building a Nation in every single title. Little things like that make a hell of a difference. Important player. If I can get down to regular starter, I'd be pleased with that. That's not happening either. Oh, come on, bro. 2041. I'm an idiot, but I'm doing it anyway. I just really like him. I think what I like about him more is that he's Canadian. That is actually the thing. I think it's just fun. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll give him a wage that matches exactly how much we paid in transfer fees. Okay, and he's saying no to that. I think his agent's a bit of a bell end, to be honest. Remove and exclude. I'm going to go balls to the wall on this. You tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. There you go. That's fine. We're doing it. I can remove his status later. I believe he will win a Champions League between now and then. That's 3 years. I think we'll get it. Right. Wait, a stream channel motto? Wait, what was that? Larry Lalonde, guitarist for Primus, finally admits that he kind of just plays whatever. Yes. That's basic. Welcome to my streams. Actually, in fairness, that isn't even true. To be fair to me, I do actually have thematic plans for most streams. I feel like it was something I figured out a little while ago, that it is important to have structure rather than just like we picked up where we left off type of thing, because I think it sets expectations, and also I think it genuinely helps and stuff like that. Where who's born yet? The Canadian guy. He was born in Belleville, Ontario, I believe. If I'm gonna do that, is that gonna work? He's not getting Brazil caps, is he? I mean, maybe. In before Poland caps later. So they wanted to be loaned back. I will not be doing that. Steinberger's recovering well. That's the guy. Wasn't there it was Hertz, Janicic, and Coutinho Neto. Have I negotiated all the contracts? I have. Good. Sick. If we just got those three over the line, that'd be awesome, frankly. Hello, Rob. In our caravan, love to see it. God, the Wi-Fi must be impressive there. It was actually quite a fun one, Rob. I was glad I tried it out. I don't know how often I do it, but it was very fun. Just because of the 0-0 draw we got with Poland. To know exactly. Yeah, exactly. It creates like checkpoints and stuff, which I think is really useful. I'm doing it anyway. Yep. Pretty much. I'm trying to steer into the fact that I was reading this really interesting article the other day about building a personal brand, and I feel like when you boil it down to those kind of metrics, it sounds incredibly contrived and manufactured in many ways. But I did realise that I'd accidentally sort of been doing a lot of the things that they sort of suggested are good in there anyway. Not on purpose, of course, just as a byproduct of the things. And it was things like having like syntactical things that you say that people also now use in parlance, and being tagged in things that are relevant to you specifically purely because of things you do in content. Like the amount of times I get tagged in Regan Booty transfer moves or goals, it's actually insane, and I love it. Type beat. I was more thinking of Wemp, actually. Probably the biggest example of that I can think of is the word Wemp. Which literally, Pog was like, why the hell do you say that? And the reason is, 4 years ago, on a Champions League final stream during that heatwave in 2022, I mixed up my words when talking about a Juventus player. And that's it. I said the word Wemp instead of, I think I was trying to say wimp and weapon at the same time, and chat just let me run with it the entire time. I think that's going to be okay, actually. Just make sure that no one's been excluded here. Kowalski's in, because he's under 21 still. Steinbergen's in. Sharpek's in. Kalazzo doesn't need to be in. Kukonda. I hate the fact that those other guys aren't in yet, but it closes today, but it's not closed right now, has it? I don't think I have to submit that at this exact moment, do I? I could wait for the other guys to potentially come across the line and then maybe change that, because we might want to put the other guys in the squad potentially. Wasn't joining Leeds. I I'm surprised, and I also don't know if it's going to work out too well for Leeds. I think that could be a bit of a... Well, I think I described it on the last stream as a millstone that they may end up wearing around their head, because I suspect they would have had to pay quite large wages. I don't know if the intricacies of that have been actually shown, and I'm just not sure they're going to get the Wilson that we had last year, because I think statistically that Wilson is very unlikely. And it just seems like a strange move from his point of view, and I wonder if it's because he thought he was going to get bigger offers from teams further up the league and they never materialised, from like Villa and people like that. It's an interesting one. I mean, I hope it works out for him, and I hope it works out for them, but I'm just not sure it will, unfortunately, for either party, to be honest. Mr. Redacted plays for chat. Oh, yes, Mr. Steve Winwood, you mean? Yeah, Jaloon. I knew as soon as I said it as well. Well, I don't know what I was trying to say. Was it Fiorentina they lost? So who did France lose at this stage? Shout out to Dinamo Kiev as well, by the way. France lost Lille to Rapid Bucharest. Fair play. Also, I've been informed that it's Rapid Bucharest, not Bucharesti. I believe the I is similar to how in Hungary... This might be wrong. Is it similar to how in Hungary, where the I indicates... Oh, fuck, what was it? Where the name is actually not got the I as part of it, like Gior or a lot of those things you see in Hungary. Yeah, like Gior is Yuri, yeah. I can't remember the exact reason for it, but it's something to do with like the town name versus the team name or something like that. But apparently it's Rapid Bucharest, so that makes sense. Dundee also taken out by Braga here. Yeah, Shamrock, 7 goals past Midtjylland. Also, Man United... Man United narrowly avoided going out of the Conference League to Apoel Tel Aviv on penalties. Christ, that was close. How did they... This is the one we can click on it, right? They lost at Old Trafford. They lost at Old Trafford. And they missed the first penalty. Oh, imagine if Man United had lost in the play. That would have been insane. That's the sort of thing you actually need to happen, to be fair. So, Mr. Winwood... Probably about time we changed his name, actually. He's been getting a little bit too big for his... Wait, Winwood? Was Steve? Where's Steve gone? Oh, it's Windward, not Winwood. Right, that beard's new. So, WX. We're looking for an X name here, and I'm feeling like Xylophone is going to be in there somewhere. It seems inevitable at this point. I'm just going to preemptively put Xylophone in here. Let you decide the rest. Xavi Xylophone. There we go. It's my guy. Everyone went for Xavier Xylophone. And you think you're creative. And you are. And then more space in the wage bill. It's... I'm curious to see what Leeds do with how they deploy Wilson, I guess, at that point. With X, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other X-rated names. That's not quite what I meant there. Xavius is better. I agree. I probably should have gone with Axis as the one that stood out a little bit more, but I am a follower of the crowd as well, you know. Mostly Spanish Scourge players, I think. Fulvio Frosini is a good name. Little on the he's only 19, actually. Apparently we have scouted him before, though. Oh, no, we don't need to click that anymore, because that's put it down here for us. Unsure. I actually quite like the... Would it be pronounced Steve? Steve Madden and whatnot. Right. Confirm transfers. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's just the Patreon regions. I think I'll make that on my list after stream to just sign, because there's about 15 of you this time around, and I think the more I sign you up, the easier it'll be for me to push you guys on to another club at least, because I'll give you all the £0 release clauses so somebody can pick you up. That seems to work better than just trialing at this point, because I think that some of them have aged out of actually being good enough for a lot of the Polish sides, even the very best ones. Like even Hadrian's here now, and Vanja Mojsic was wanted by a Polish side, but now that appears to have disappeared as well. Yeah, I think it was a second tier team, but it was probably Zagłębie Sosnowiec, since they're the only team that ever want anybody, apparently. Right, anyone in here that's fun? God, I hate this screen so much. Botafogo guy? I like the idea of a Kleifer Yamazaki. Well, we all know that he's got Japanese second nationality then, right? Wait. Hang on. Does he not? Ah! No, of course not. That would be silly. This is Kleifer Yamazaki, a 100% Brazilian, born in Rio de Janeiro, with no Japanese ancestry whatsoever, from the, trying to think of a place that isn't Rio. From the Brasilia clan of Yamazakis. I guess they do have quite a large diaspora, but that's still fun. Vorterberg's going on loan. Here we come. The push near Paul Mitza loans are coming through. This is good. It'll just allow us to get a few extra ones out, albeit not that many. And what I did this time around is I offered all of the good players to push near Paul Mitza much earlier in the window, which means those that did go, the 5-star PA lads, should in theory have had time to be registered for their squad and actually play some games, meaning that these guys will just end up out there and they're out of our way. And crucially, it does speed up the game having them out there. So that's kind of why we do it. One season I might try not loaning them out at all in the summer like this, and instead keeping hold of them in the hope that we can maybe find them some loans in January. And Janishits is coming in, £38.5 million. Daniel, welcome to the club, friend. That's a big move. No loan for you. And that means there should be time for me to register in the Champions League squad, which is massive. Because I think we're going to have space. Neto's coming in too. I'm so glad I waited. It's weird that it does that at that point in the day and not at the end of the day. You think that would be... Wait, did I actually... Wait, hang on a minute. I think I just went and did it anyway, didn't I? Shit. No, fuck. I can't register them. It closed at like midday or something, or like 10 in the morning, I think. Well, I don't think they can kick off about it at the very least. I'm pretty certain they can't kick off if they signed after the window shut, but that does give us a little bit less depth there. Then again, our squad is strong enough that we should be fine regardless, but I'd rather have had them available if at all possible. Right, so NATO's... Wait, where's Janishits? Did he just sign for us and I missed him? I'm sure he's in there somewhere. Either way, that's interesting. Cannot understand signing him permanently when he looks surplus to requirements. Are you kidding? I think the biggest issue with him is the fact that he's unlikely to hit that PA given he's 23. Unless we get super lucky and we get our first late bloomer of the save, which would be really cool. I'd be a big fan of that, actually. Now, can I register him in the squad at least? Surely I can, right? Oh, Janishis is already 21. Nice. Wait. Ooh, the PA on him is not good. So NATO's in. We've got space for him too. Oh, we've got loads of room. And who was the other guy? It was Hertz, wasn't it? Although Hertz isn't actually a first team player, he's likely to be further down the squad. That's still fine, though. Is it really the largest Japanese community outside of Japan? Wow. That's really sick, actually. So it definitely seemed to have kicked something into gear there at that point. So we can help them? This is, yeah. Actually, he's the sort of player that would do perfectly in the loan farm, perhaps. Right, so Janishits, it's that PA that does... I have spent a lot of money on him to not... He's always a wonder kid. The game considers him a wonder kid. That is nice. I'll whack him straight on defensive positioning training. Because he definitely does need to work on his defensive positioning. Get that up a little bit. Especially the positioning side of it. He actually would be very useful. Yeah, Hertz is only 18, so he could go straight to the loan farm. Janishits is 100% first team, which is fine. We've now given ourselves a really nice amount of depth on that wide right spot, which I'm really happy with. And the fact the game considers him a wonder kid. A little bit concerned about the PA. Hopefully that changes. Some more loans to push near Paul Mitzer. Love to see it. Plus it'll speed up my spacebar spamming too. Tao's going out. Okay, whoa, hang on a minute. Did he always have PA that high? 1 second. Heading... He was the guy I signed from Ubuntu, wasn't he? Yeah. Okay. He was essentially a South African amateur. Not quite. He did technically have a contract, but I could pick him up for free. His value's quite high too, actually. To be fair, attribute-wise, he's not bad, but that's why I signed him. But I swear he had way less PA than that. Maybe he's a tiny bit better than that, which would be nice. Exactly, yeah. Okay, I love it when a plan comes together. I feel like we haven't had a couple of players that have done that for a little while. Those guys that we sign on a random sort of whim that actually turn out to have reasonable, or at least a reasonable perceived PA. Get some more of these guys. God, I wish there was a fast way to... I know I could technically delegate this part, but the problem with that is I'm worried that he might cancel another loan in the background or something. I probably should have marked all as red and then gone through it because they're all like non-negotiable. After we turned it in, really? I mean, that's good. I guess we just need to get him game time more than anything, right? I'll always come back to that dude that we had. Was it Jose Otavio? That was the guy we were talking about last stream, right? Who... Oh, shit. I tried to loan Francisco Marabet to... I think it was one of these two. And I nearly had it go through. Like, the loan came in and everything. And I was really gutted because he's so good and he would be the perfect loan farmer. Oh, a couple more on the deadline day here. Sure, why not? If they're not already gone to the other guys. I was hoping that Marabet could go because he just doesn't feel like the kind of guy that's likely to get a lot of football for us this season because we're so stacked in the central midfield. And it's got even more stacked, really, when you think that we've got Polizia now. Geisler's still here. He's unlikely to find another loan. I did try to get him a loan, but I think it's unlikely that he's going to find one. The only player we've really lost from that group from last year is Julio Cesar, and he didn't really play all that much. Okay, that's fine. You will do there. I'll just do that, and then I'll hit continue, and that should allow me to confirm the remaining transfers. Diego Gonzalez, okay. He's a 5-star PA guy. And Lee. Ooh, do I want this to happen? No. I like this guy. I want to find him a proper loan because I want to try and develop our Vietnamese goalkeeper a little bit. If he goes out and loan a push to Nepal, means that he ain't going to play. So I'll just cancel that one. He just got caught up in the riptide a little bit there. Get you guys as well. I care about him. He's like my pet project, along with all the other pet projects I've developed over the years. Oh, Jesus Christ. How many of these are there? Oh, Spanish Scourge. That's good to see, actually, a few of the S players going out. Young man. Good name. There's another Maltese dude there. I think there's a few more to go. Ooh. So we just need to make sure that he doesn't lose those PA stars. That I can do. I could try to do. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the attributes he has were really good for his age profile. And I wonder if it's just because he was exposed to first team football really young over in Vietnam. But it's rare that you find players at Vietnamese sides who actually have even slightly anything about them. I want to try and nurture him. Even if he's crap, I feel like we could still make him the best he can be of his crapness, you know? I will help him reach his potential, even if his potential is like 86. Although I think he's probably got higher than that, just because 86 is fairly low given the way this team is set up. The second booster affiliate. I think it's not a bad shout. By the way, they did cancel our affiliate agreement with Roda, which sucks. But you'll like this. They allowed me to have another another affiliate agreement with another Dutch side anyway, which made almost okay. Julian's just gone to Radomiak for 12 million quid. A team not in Europe has just signed a player for 12 million from a team that are in Europe. Radomiak have got clout. Yeah, so basically we now have a new affiliate club in the Netherlands, and I think honestly we may have made a step up from doing this. I forget who it is. I believe is it FC Eindhoven, because they have better youth recruitment than Roda did, I believe. So we've now got FC Eindhoven over in the Netherlands. That's our current one. I don't believe I can ask for any new affiliates yet. But that would be a smart plan for us to get a local one. Because we do have other affiliate sides in Poland, but I don't think any of them play in the second tier. That's the problem. We do need a second, as you say, Pushnia Pulmitsa type beat. Because at the moment, I don't think we have any. Who are our affiliates and what leagues are they playing in? Polish ones at least. So we've got Garbania Krakow, who are not... Yeah, Hutnik Krakow, Podhole, Pogon. We have loads of them, in fact, but they're all lower tier. Tarnov. Yeah. Now, whether the board would let us do that, but that would be a good sign, because at the moment, what essentially this means is a lot of these guys just get shipped out and then don't play. Now, a lot of them are just crap players that were never likely to play anyway, but it's the ones that are good that don't play is the problem, which is why I wanted to try that thing this year where we send them the really good ones first and see if they have to register them, because I think it does come down to squad registration and stuff, because the rules on foreign players are... Oh, Winston Koroma. Going back to Radomiak. I figured, fuck it, why not? Now that we've got Van Kemsika, our defence is a little bit better in terms of depth. Still not amazing, but it's better. Right, can I finally start looking at the agent offers now, or is there still more of these to come? Forgive me. Ramwell. I always forget just how many there were. We had 202 eligible players at the club for loan, basically, that I was able to offer out at one point in this window when I did this. So we should still get pretty close back to 300, and I've not even really been signing loads of amateur players in ages, to be fair. That's something I haven't done at all this for the last, 2 years. Oh, dear. They're all fourth tier. Yeah. So it's unlikely we're going to see any chance of that. Oh, by the way, Jens Hjertedal has FRT'd us. I tried to offer him a new contract because I thought, hey, you know what, it's Jens, he's my guy. He said no, and then he FRT'd me. And... Oh. Hang on. You've accepted this bid on behalf of management? When did... What? I mean, I was thinking about doing that anyway, but why has that happened? I didn't tell you to do that, did I? When did I assess... Transfer and contract responsibilities. Finalise player signings. Negotiate player signings. Handle offers for incoming first team players. Negotiate player sales. When the fuck did I ask you to do that? What? I definitely never set that available for him. I've seen this happen before, where it changes your responsibilities when you didn't touch it. There's no reason why I would have done that. Negotiate player signings, find and sell. Maybe it's from spamming. But what I have noticed, this has happened to me before when I know I haven't been doing that. When I was doing the tests for youth intakes quality with Ferencváros, During a trial of maybe? Maybe. That's probably what it is. But the thing is, it does actually happen as well. When I was doing the youth test with Ferencváros, for some reason, what would happen is every year or so, even though the staff members would remain the same, it would keep giving me back responsibility for things that I'd already delegated, so it was the other way around, perhaps. But they hadn't left. It would just kept giving me back the responsibilities, which was really strange. That's really odd. I mean, I actually think that I'd be willing to let this happen anyway. I would have rather let them have him cheaper than that, though. But I guess they're basically investing the money they just got for selling that guy to Radomiak. But remember, Jens is literally leaving us on a free at the end of the season no matter what I do. So I think actually letting him go to Górnik Zabrze is quite fun. I would have maybe let them have him cheaper than that, though, but we now can't. I'd quite like this for them. Yeah, I suppose I was at the World Cup. That's a good point. What are they unhappy about? Or is it just in general? So Jens wants to leave. That's fine. Montparnasse is worried about the sale of Jens. Like, I know he's a club legend, but there's not much I can do. I want him to play. Salarander's being a whopper, and Jonathan Akipong wants to leave to be in a better decision. Fucking hell. Where are we actually on that? In terms of our reputation, because someone did ask for that earlier. I assume we're still in the same spot as before. 8th. Yeah, I feel like we've got such a gap to catch up now on the reputation that it's going to take a while. Okay, that's okay. Hello, Shabika. The heat's actually not too bad overall. It's just this room, unfortunately, is extremely warm. Outside, it's actually relatively okay. But this room just got so hot because of all the electronics, and it's just like residual heat. What I will say, though, is we opened our like loft door thingy to try to let some air up into there. But then yesterday afternoon, when we came back from town, as I walked across the landing, I got this sudden hotspot directly underneath where the vented bit was, essentially. There was this giant, the guy that lives in my attic finally came down, and he was like, where are my toilet rocks? And there was this crazy hotspot right underneath it. And when I say hotspot, I mean, where I was standing was probably about 31 degrees, and I know it was because I got the meat thermometer out. But then, if I held it like, say where I'm standing, if I stood to the side of it, but then if I stood directly underneath it and held the meat thermometer where my head was, it went up to 39 degrees. It was the weirdest thing. I'm guessing it's just because that's where all the heat was going, but it's super, super strange. I just realised we haven't actually progressed that many hours because I've been clicking the same button over and over again. Today is allegedly supposed to be the first day of it being a bit cooler, and it kind of is. Jens is gone. Jens is going. Wow. Fair play, Jensy boy. You have been a huge servant to this club. How long has he been here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This would have been his 11th season at the club, and he's already started a few games for us. Fair play to him, frankly. God, I forgot that he went to Napoli briefly. What a legend. Place hires boats out. Oh, you'll have to tell Sammy. That sounds sick. Kowalski injured, please don't be too bad. Ooh, that's not great. Just as Jens leaves, Kowalski gets injured. Typical, isn't it? So I'd been to Poland earlier this year, Panashek, but it was the weekend where you'll know what I'm talking about, when Wisła were playing away at Śląsk Wrocław, but obviously didn't actually go to the game because of the controversy that was surrounding that. So the weekend that I was in Poland, there wasn't a home game for Wisła, and there wasn't actually in the end a game at all for Wisła. I did go to the stadium and I went to the club shop and everything, but I didn't actually get a chance to see them. So yeah, but that was just because that was the weekend we'd chosen, because it was both mine and Pog's birthday, so we'd chosen to go that weekend, but it was so good. But next season probably not, just because obviously this save will likely be rounding up by the time that sort of comes around. Then again, I do still want to go back to Poland, just in general, so maybe there's a chance there. Even outside of that, I would love to go back to Krakow. Open at night, close on days, what you want. Yeah, no, this is what I did. Oh, you mean for the seeding thing? Interesting. Because the way we kept it cool a bit on Friday was just by never opening the windows downstairs or the curtains. We let the living room just stay. So it only got as high as 28 in the living room on Friday, even when it was nearly 40 degrees outside. Best decision ever. Atmosphere over there. Yeah, I don't know. I remember reading something about how it was difficult for foreigners and stuff to get tickets to games in Poland, but I might be wrong about that. I can't remember the exact reason for it, but maybe that was just, maybe it's a different country, I don't know. A testimonial, you'd think so. We could have maybe, actually while we're here, should we just check to see if there is an opportunity for testimonials? Because you can't be the only player that's been here that long. Do I have to select the game first and then see if I can use it for a testimonial? I'm not convinced testimonials even work in 26. Because I've never had the option at any stage for one. And we've had players for a while now. From Porto. That's it. Speaking of Slonsk. Who have they just... Oh, they want Beckamunga. Yes, lads, please take him. That'd be gorgeous. Assistant has to arrange them. Oh, that's dumb as hell. We think Pepe's going to be able to do that. That's not happening, is it? Realistically. Get rid of that. Right. So, Porto, window's not shut yet. Let's see. Actually, we'll play. Oh, if they've signed a guy off Porto, maybe they've weakened them. They haven't weakened them. Has there been any new transfers? That's the wrong one, Matt. This should be in the right spot. So this was around about loads of frees. So that was when we signed. Wait. Wrong way. There we go. Oh my god, that's loads of loans. That's just all us, isn't it? Right, here we are. £37 million. Whoa, Mabuati's gone. Hang on. To Marseille? That makes even less sense. So, if you missed it in the recap video, which you may well have done, because I don't think I ever mentioned this on stream, Udi Mabuati, who was one of Radomic's best players, spent the second half of last season on loan at Manchester United. And they had a clause in that contract where they could have bought him for £38 million. They've clearly not triggered it, and he's gone to Marseille for £37 million instead. That kind of sucks, actually, because Mabuati was one of the best players that Radomic ever had. He's unbelievably good, but the kind of money they've now got... Jesus, they've got money. That might explain why they were going so big on... Oh, here we go. It's this guy here. Boubacar Mendonça of Porto. Oh, he's just a Porto Academy graduate. That's fun. It's a lot of money to spend, but I like that. He's a Guinea-Bissau international. They were at the World Cup. Or was that Guinea? No, it was Guinea, wasn't it? Anyone new? Oh, that's just it. I don't think there are originally new ones yet. There could be more later in the day. Piazza also signed this guy here. £2.4 million. Luis da Silva, 26-year-old Venezuelan. He would have been at the World Cup too. Yes, bit of that. It's come from Ibiza. Can't go wrong there. Marta is just... I really hope Marseille win the title at some point in this save, because she's building an absolute dream team. I just love how much Marta signs out of Poland. It's kind of cool that the game is smart enough to actually have managers do that, to know where to sign from, because it feels like we get so many bids for our players from Marta that we never got before Marta took over at Marseille. It's actually crazy. Oh shit, that was deadline day. I don't think there was actually anyone worth looking at in here, really. It was mostly sort of players at quite large sides, with the exception of not even he. Is there anyone that's not at one of the big teams? Wow, that was a really disappointing set of results. Luckily, we spent like £50 million ourselves anyway. How much did we spend on deadline? It was quite a lot. It was only 3 players, but it really added up in the end. Wait, where's Hertz? Did that not go through? Oh, yeah, so we got Hertz for £11 million. So 12 million, 26 million. Yeah, we spent a good amount of money there. It was quite a lot of cash we just dropped. Does that bugger our finances or FFP out of interest? No. Okay, finances down to 112 million. So we've got to be careful. FFP, we're still passing by 90 million, but we will need to be careful with that. That should be okay, though, just because we spent the money in the same window that we received the money, so it's not too bad. It's knowledge. I think it has to be, yeah. But it is cool that she's doing that. Her Poland knowledge must be exceptional. Right, so now we've got a few more spots available. I could probably dump a couple more guys on the team here, if we've even got them available. Kowalski doesn't need to be registered. Steinberger doesn't need to be registered. Janicic doesn't actually need to be registered. But Kalazzo does, and he can be. Kukonda's back, and he can be. Manuel Hansen doesn't need to be, and we'll get Balayu in as well. Why not? Hansen got a little injury, unfortunately, which is going to... I think he's back now, actually. Sick. Cool. I think we're okay. I like the signings we've made. Got some first-team quality, players for the future, a little bit of both. The loan farm looks pretty healthy now. I think we got at least 100 out in that latest round, so we may be just slightly sub 300 this time, but that's okay. Where was it actually sat? 293. That's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine by me. Also, I only played 2 games in fairness, but Jesus Christ, the average rating on this guy. Has anyone played a load of matches and kind of cooked it so far? Driss. 8 goals in 9 games, bro. Yeah, the league scoring was weird. Like, if I just show you our fixtures. So, we actually lost our opening game of the season against Brookbear, then drew, but since then, 2-0, 7-0, then 2-1, 2-1, I was like, oh god, but then 4-1, 7-0, 6-0. And the best part about this, as well, is it's not all on Shankiti anymore. El Shankiti has 8 goals. Christian Gomez has 7 goals. That little tweak that we made to Christian Gomez has allowed him to not only get more chances, but actually start taking those chances too. He's still not assisting as much as El Shankiti, and I get that's because of the asymmetry that we use in certain places, but he's now actually contributing goals to the quad, which is just lessening the load a little bit on the team, and I'm so happy about that. Because it means that if he has an off day, we're not suddenly going to be completely impotent. Fun fact though, as far as I remember, we are still underperforming our XG in the league, which is absolutely wild. When you consider how many goals we've scored so far this season, to still be underperforming it. Not that many extensives on here. But we do have a lot of these slightly more eclectic players, which I'm quite excited to see when they finally get come through. Wait, we don't want this Toto dude. He's a Spanish Scourge player, technically, I think. He's also... He's only 21, actually. What position does he play? I prefer the Brazilian guy, honestly. Oh, it's an Iraqi dude. Okay. 27-year-old Tenerife, not for us. 27-year-old Liverpool was worth 107 million, probably not for us. You are probably on the move anyway, but now these guys can't hurt, really, can it? Bit of you. Whoa! I'm sorry. Maybe not. Ramon Correa. Like, he's fine, but he's not me paying him $7 grand a week good. The Iraqi dude, though. Zaid Hashem. Oh, wow, okay. His attributes are not even that bad. Please don't tell me he will. Ah, that's more like it, friend. Now we're talking. I'd rather pay money in the transfer fee than actually 120 grand. Get a few of those. Fine, I'll give you that. Oh, make an offer. Shit, wrong one. But yeah, as far as I know, our league form is still... We were at one point -6 on expected goals. It might have caught up a bit now. Still, -2. We've had 36 expected goals so far this season. That's mad. At least Cracovia are still crap. One of these seasons they will go back down again. I think they will struggle to get back up again. It's rare that a player from those like lower leagues actually manages to make it all the way through to extensively scouted and still be 4-star PA. So he's clearly got summit there, I would say. Isn't there 11th or 12th season? Ah, so it's not even like a... Because it used to be pretty much as soon as they hit that 10th season, bang, you could get that loan thing through. Sorry, not loan thing, the testimonial. Right, you're out of the team. Kowalski, temporarily, he's going to be out of the team as well. So, let me just quickly filter this out, see who we've actually got left to come in. So, Joao Carlos is in the team, Paulo Enrique. So, who's going to play the deeper role today? I guess Polizia could do it. Can Polizia do it, actually? His tackling's not great. Who's got the best tackling out of these three? Joao Carlos. And he can play the DM role. Enrique. Oh, it's got to be Enrique. I think Enrique needs to be the one that's going to play back here. Although he kind of already is, isn't he? To be fair, it's the same role. So I think I maybe do... Yeah, I think I'll swap these two over. So Polizia plays that role instead. That'll be okay. I just don't want Polizia having to track back too much because he's not really good for that role. It's like basically they program the underlying mechanic but then forgot to actually hook up the part where you have access to it, and it's just something that's done by the CPU in the background basically. Which is mad. Right. 67 minutes. I think they were supposed to... There it is! To be fair, Crazy Brit, that actually works really much better. 67 months.
That didn't work properly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, friend. Hope you're having a fabulous Sunday. Hopefully it's cooled down a bit where you are. Oh my god, our bench. We are a little bit light on the bench. I'm just going to quickly put in that and see if it picks... Please do this. Oh, I hate it when it does this. I hate it so much. Like, you allow it access to all these players and it just doesn't... It refuses to put them in your team. Despite the fact they're right there. And we could do with them. We'll have Bourgeois in the team. Is that all of them? There's one more spot. Basically just youngsters for the bench. I don't know who these guys are. But at least it's next match only, so they won't stay there. But it is silly if you actually allow them access to the squad and then it literally doesn't pick them. Very strange. Right, okay. Porto away. I just realised I've picked the team for Porto away as if we're going to be playing the high... Do we just go and send it? It's Porto away. They're a really good side. But I would be curious to know what we could do tactically if we go and send it against them away from home, given how well we've played lately. Like, we do have the option on the bench of the centre-back, because we've got... Actually, do we have? Oh my Christ. Because of Steinbergen's injury and Karoma going on loan, are we actually back down to 2 centre-backs again? Who was the other centre-back that I had that I was really excited about that wasn't Karoma? There was a second guy that came back from loan. I was like, oh, this guy looks really good. Did I loan him out again as well? It's Mana, Van Kemsika, Steinbergen. There was one other guy along with Karoma. The Serbian guy, yeah. Was it Stojic or Stojic? Stojic. Boban Stojic. Ah. Yes, I must have loaned him to Rakov. That's going to be great for his development, in fairness, if he plays loads, but that is a bit of an issue. That's true, right? I think this might be the year of just lick the stamp and send it. Not that we have a choice, but can I not recall him in the middle of the match? Is that not allowed? I might need a wee break, actually, chat, right before this game. So I'm going to have a wee break now. You get yourself a little whiz quiz, and I'll be back in just one moment with a Holy to talk about our Lord and Saviour. Holy. Back in Right then, where did we get to? 6 is not bad, to be honest. But did anyone do? Of course, Andrew, the GOAT. Fuller, days were numbered. 1 point for everybody else, but Andrew's got 4 of them. He must be running away with it now, surely. Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, Inferno's in there too. We may have to reset this. We do it like on a monthly basis. Or we leave this to the end of the World Cup and go from there. I'm out of breath again. Fucking hell, man. Right, back we go. Oh, dearie me. I couldn't believe how much the heat dropped the second I went through the threshold of this door. But then, when I then passed under the hatch for the loft, it then got massively hot again. So it's still there. Super weird. Holy shit. Speaking of holy, what do I fancy today? I'm going different today. I'm mixing it up. I've had Cola Koala a lot lately, and I love Cola Koala. It's still my favourite flavour. But I'm feeling the vibes today. Need a bit of Caipirinha crap. Oh, the smell is amazing. So I forgot how good that one smelled. Oh, it's so fruity. I have a big scoop. There we go. So, my holy contract actually is up next week. And I don't know what's going on with extensions and stuff, whether there will even be one or not. So this might be one of the last times that streams are sponsored by our friends over at Holy. But I have appreciated them as a sponsor over the last, 6 months now. They've just been good to have around, you know. As a cool brand. They're certainly by far the coolest brand I've ever worked with in terms of content, for sure. But yeah, so if you want a last chance to use the codes, SYC at checkout will get you 10% off, and SYC5 will get you £5 off. My brother-in-law actually, my sister messaged me, but like, I gave my brother-in-law some last stream, and yeah, sacked in the morning. Maybe, honestly. To be fair, like, I was surprised when I even got extended for a second contract. Cola Koala hookup. Is it actually? Really? Huh. I swear Tim from chat said that he managed to get some Cola Koala. He actually wasn't a fan of it, as it happens. I think it's because people are used to the cola flavour of things being carbonated, but because it's obviously not carbonated, it is a bit of a different flavour. I feel like it tastes a bit like Haribo cola bottles, and that's why I like the taste of it so much. Especially, I agree, it's my favourite flavour. Cola Koala, and then kiwi strawberry hydration. No, strawberry kiwi hydration is great. Blue raspberry hydration is great. And I really like the green apple hydration too. The peach iced tea is banging. What is it? It's various different things. This one is an energy one. It is... Essentially, it's homemade energy drink. This one in particular is an energy drink one. This is Caipirinha flavour, which is like a cocktail flavour one they did. But they also have hydration stuff. They have milkshakes as well as iced tea too, which I haven't had as many of because they haven't released as many of those since I started becoming a partner with them. But I do still have a few of those around, which I do have occasionally, with some ice, obviously, as well. Let's get into the game. But yeah, they're just a really cool company that I've been working with for the last 6 months now, which has been really, really sick. I wanted to thank them for taking a risk on someone like me, I suppose. Like, as a very small streamer in the grand scheme of things, it's been cool to work with them. Random youth leader scored 5 goals. And ha! You mean Carol? I think Carol is out on loan. I'm fairly certain, but not like a Pushnia Pormitza loan. I'm pretty certain I found him an actual loan. We'll check after the game, but I'm pretty certain he's gone there. Lion Lemonade. I've never had a chance to try Lion Lemonade. I never got any of it. It never came through for me, and it was never any of the sample packs I had. I should have asked Sammy before he left. Seemed like cool, but they're very cool. The fact that for their 5th birthday as a company, they threw a party in Manchester and obviously invited all their partners and stuff, but it's the fact that they paid for me and Pog to go to Manchester, pay for trains, pay for hotels, to go to this party. It's just fucking cool that they would do that, because it's the sort of thing that big brands do, of course, for, you know, their creators and stuff, but not people like me, right? It was cool to be there, and, you know, with people like Cutsy and stuff. Like, obviously Cutsy's a very different type of content creator to me in the sense that he's more on the YouTube side, of course, but I feel like we have similar audiences in many ways. So we were both there just like, wow. Bit of imposter syndrome, so to speak. Oh, that's a great ball through. Come on, Mompa, straight off the bat. Let's have it. Oh, dear. I think counterattacks today are going to be very, very vicious. So we're going to need Van Kemsika to do an absolute monster job on him here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's it. Dive to the left, buddy. You know what to do. Right. Let's go. Basically, 2 was yeah, exactly. That's the plan, at least. Ooh. Things look a little bit different on this screen, and I really like it, and I can't quite work out why. So the other thing is, Holy genuinely goes really nicely with cocktails. Not even just the cocktail flavours. Because when we were at that party in Manchester, they were making cocktails with Holy. And it was amazing. And yes, I tried all of them. It was fantastic. One of my memories was me and Tom playing this like David Beckham arcade game. Oh, with cocktails. It was great. Yeah, he's just sort of saying, hey, you can't score here. It's not possible. I might stick my second. Actually, no. I was going to stick my other headphone in, but I quite like having a single headphone in on stream. I feel like I don't feel as enclosed in my head. So the one thing I don't like about in-ear monitors is they do make you feel a bit sort of like you're underwater slightly. I might actually try and see if I can set my AirPods up to work with my PC for stream headphones instead. Oh, no. I kind of hate that we've done that because it's not even like we've been tactically undone by Porto, but we are about to probably concede a goal anyway. Do you know what, Moxar? It's weird. It is very hot in here, as you can see, but it feels relatively okay just because of what it's been like for the last few days. And I just don't know. I might open the window because it's, in theory, the outdoor temperature is... I might open the window and the curtain, probably. Forgive me, neighbours, if you hear me yelling. It should cool it down a little bit this time. We're losing. That is still Mora. He's still there. Made food with Holy. Not as far as I know. They did have lots of food there. Quite a lot of food reviewers, you see. Got to make sure they're happy. There's I forget, is it Danny? He does like takeaway ratings and stuff. I can't remember his actual channel name, and obviously Gary Eats. People like that were there. And there was just loads of people there from all sorts of different grounds. Cuts and I were talking to this girl. She made horse riding content for Facebook. It's just so sick. And the keeper just goes flying straight up. Well, like one of those FM goalies where there's like a lag on it. I noticed that whenever a goalkeeper saves a penalty in a penalty shootout, when it's the winning penalty, or like the losing penalty, so to speak, the keeper like teleports across the pitch half the time because it's... I don't know why. I think it's because it's trying to trigger the animation of the celebration like a fraction too early or something, and it causes the keeper to fully lose the plot. We're losing here, speaking of losing. But I don't think we're even playing that badly, statistically. They've had the penalty. We've had chances. I could totally... Oh, that's surely offside. If this is onside... Please tell me this is onside. I'm pretty certain that Christian Gomez has just shouldered this ball to El Shankiti. Oh, please, I beg of you. Oh, he's miles offside, I'm sure. Oh. He might not have done, but it looked to me like he shouldered that ball to him. He looked like he was well offside. I love the little inside to outside run, though. It's a really nice defensive line that they've held there, actually. The step up is absolutely perfect. I like the run, though. That little run into the half space where he cuts the defender off. But does he shoulder this? He fully did. That was with his shoulder. That sucks. That would have been such a nice goal as well. Okay. We've had a lot of shots so far, but not a lot of actual penetrative action, unfortunately. And it sucks because now that we're losing... I suppose, what would we do? If we were losing this game with the other tactic, we'd just be switching to this anyway. He said, no, you could actually see him do this. I'm convinced I've not seen that animation with a header before. I'm fairly certain that was his shoulder. I know that you can have it happen. It's just quite rare. Oh, hello. Go on. Slip it through. Come on, Olafemi John. Fuck yes. Come on. Deserved. We've been reasonably good in this game so far, but needed a little bit of luck there when it just bounced to us and Johnny gets the goal. Phew. That's good, actually. I like the depth that we've got. I might try in this game, instead of bringing Coffee on like I always do, I might bring on Janishits instead. See what he can do. I love these finishes across the keeper. It's one of those animations that I think for me, in terms of FM26, looks like the most realistic shooting animation. It's the way they cut across the ball, almost like a slight scuff. It just looks really, really good. It's one of the things I hope they keep working on in future games and iterations, is that continuing to improve the actual mocap animations and stuff. That's a great pass. Hello. Go on, Mohammed. Okay, I'm sorry. That looked like a volleyed back heel. I'm convinced he's just tapped that with his heel. I'm loving the little tricks we're pulling out here. Oh, just wide. Okay, this is more like it. The downside about having both Joao and PH in the team is that we do have a habit of shooting a bit from range, even more so than before. Unfortunately, Basil, it seems that the deadline for the Champions League registration, I believe, is in the middle of the day, and the deadline day oh, you're right, they're not registered, aren't they? Shit. I understand what you mean now, because of Janishits, yeah. That's cost us, but I don't really know what we could do about that, because we tried to sign them earlier. That's a great save. Which would explain why our squad is a bit light in the Champions League, because obviously we've lost players and then replaced them with players, but those players signed too late. That's the problem with me doing deadline day. I think maybe what I'll do next season instead, when I come back for deadline day, is instead come back for the European deadline day. That way we've still got that week as a group to build it in for the Champions League stuff and get our stuff done before the original Polish deadline day. No, he's hit his own man, I think. Well, it's deflected out for a corner, so maybe it didn't hit his own man. I thought it did. We're growing into the game a lot more, though. We're getting there slowly. There is an update for the Saz skin, yes. I'm assuming it's updated on the live version. Saz just sends me the download links in Discord. because he's cool like that. But I believe it is now public as well. It's just little QOL things, little tiny things that Saz has added, which is my favourite thing about Saz. He just, every now and then though, he will just go, hey, here's this massive thing that no one asked for that's the best thing in the world. Oh, I'm Scout. Yeah, I think Chaser tagged me in Discord about it, so it definitely has been up a little while. Also, forgive me if anyone's messaged me on various platforms over the last few days. You know I'm flaky at best, but things have just been so stressful with the whole POG thing for the last couple of days that I just haven't been in a situation where I could be getting back to people, so I do apologise for that. As you would have seen earlier when I showed you the thing in the Discord, you could sort of see what we're... I do need to be sorry, Adrian. Sorry, AJ. Sorry, Alice. Sorry, sorry, Scara. Sorry, James. Sorry, Tim. Sorry, the 7 people in there as well. Yeah, it's dear. It's how it be sometimes, and that's just on Discord as well. That's usually the one I'm better at getting back to people on as well. Here's a fun one. I accidentally someone DM'd me on X just to ask about like how I make the recap videos and stuff, and I must have seen the message while I was in the middle of doing something else as I was moving my phone over, and accidentally thumbsed up their message but never responded to them, and I looked like such a fucking dick. They'd asked me all these, they've been really nice, asked all these questions, and I just gone thumbs up. Imagine when I saw it 2 weeks later, I was like, oh my god. So I was like, right, I'm so sorry. Oh dear. Can you imagine you ask all these really nice questions and I'm just like, cheers mate, like fucking hell. I'm like your boomer dad, innit? Goodness me. Luckily, they did get the answers to their questions. I wrote them a nice essay. Had to, right? Gotta go full blocko text when you make a faux pas like that. Thumbs down. Or I just put a laughing emoji. So, my friend, if you watch the VODs, I'm so sorry about that. Changing my phone. I actually was, though. The reason I hadn't noticed it first is because I hadn't actually logged into X on my new phone until the recap video was supposed to come out, and I needed to talk to Will. And I talked to Will through X. In like the DMs. So I was like, shit, I don't have this installed on my phone yet. So that's when I noticed it. Okay, a clown emoji. Thankfully, that wouldn't have been one of my recommended ones. Changed into the England cap, I know. I'm a new man. Worse man. Sorry, Twitter, X, whatever. I'm even worse when it comes to Instagram ones. I've been better with Instagram lately because I've been more active there, mostly because of posting reels. But the Instagram doesn't notify you when you get DM requests, basically, unless you go into your inbox and all the way through. So forgive me again for those. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. I got a message on Instagram the other day that basically just said, were you in Tesco's on, I think it was Monday or whatever? Because I swear, I was with my wife and I swear I saw it. I was thinking to myself, yeah, I did the big shop yesterday. That was definitely me. On the Instagram. Right, second half, let's go. I'm out and about. What can I say? Dinosaur over the weekend. Do you know what? Oh, I just realised I'm not even showing it. I don't even want the context for this. I want it to exist purely as it is. Amazing. Oh, Domination's been good so far, but most of their XG is the penalty, and they've only had one shot on target. Can't really ask for more than that. Half the table B themes B. I don't know, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, Paul, bold of you to assume that we're in a position financially where we could have themed tables at a wedding. I've been to those weddings. They are fun as hell, but they're great when they're other people's weddings. So when my friend's wedding, when I was the best man, that doesn't narrow it down, does it? Shit. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. He's offside. They had half the tables were themed as racetracks, because my friend Matt obviously is massively into motorsport, as is his husband, in fairness, but he's also massively into cricket. So the other half were all named after like cricket players or cricket grounds, which was kind of sick. Not that I mattered, because I was on the head table, don't you know? Served Michael Brown at work yesterday. That's sick. Do you know I once ran into Brad Friedel? That's onside. Have they just... That's just onside, isn't it? His hand is not offside. We've got very lucky there. That's almost as bad as the one we had disallowed against Atletico last season. They fully screwed them there. And I'm okay with it. I'd actually be weirdly okay with a draw away at Porto for playing as well as this, but I do feel like we've got a winning goal in this if I make the right changes. Big if on that one. Naeem's tired. He did have an injury pre-season, in fairness. Wait. Oh, thank God for that. I might put them... Wait, where is Coffee? Is Coffee injured? Oh, he is, isn't he? Shit. Okay, this becomes a bit more complex now. I like that Al Shankiti is the second best option here. And then it's Udi Kukanda, who I'd actually forgotten was still here. Or not still here, but came back. I don't think I can risk taking Naeem off, honestly. Not if I'm bringing on Udi Kukanda. That would be an absolute devastator. Because it's the right side, it's probably Aranda. Although he is annoyed at me, which isn't great. Polizia, we're a bit tight in there, but we do have Geisler. who's anxious. All right, Hans, chill. And we've got him a rabbit too, actually. Oh, I just realised I accidentally ended up with a Spanish Scourge guy on the bench. That's not what we need. Molsky as well. Devastator, indeed. That's what they call him. Mompa could do Alvarez, actually. Even though he scored. At least Alvarez is fit. God, we are a bit light, actually. Those injuries have not helped. Maybe Molsky? What? Ah. Right, there we go. Molsky was in the wrong spot. That will hopefully help. I think we have weakened ourselves maybe a tad too much. That could not be... I definitely feel like the offside decisions have got worse since the update, for sure. Also, are there any other Polish sides playing today, or are we just kind of on our own today? It looks like it's just us. No, so basically at that wedding, obviously my name's Matt, of course. I was the best man. Both the grooms were also called Matt, but the maid of honor, or like best lady, if you like, for my friend's husband-to-be, her name was Natalie, so it was 3 Matts and a Nat. So basically, yes. It's good. Uh-oh. Oh, what a save. Well played, Agapong. He's done okay in this game when he's needed to. That's a foul. Surely? Surely? Hi? Surely? What? Natalie, there you go. Devastator, it does it. Or a special move. My touchdown on this session. So I think it was cricket grounds. I think it was like Lords and things like that, probably. I don't know. Still good. Oh, here we go. Go on. Not that we can switch. The problem is, if we do take the lead here, we wouldn't be able to switch to anything else because we've got no options off the bench to do so. So we would just have to kind of continue sending it. It's going to be a long-range banger, isn't it? Just driving forward. Oh, cuts back inside. I do hate seeing that from us. But I think that's what happens when teams sit so deep like that, and we just... Once we get into that point where the transition phase has already happened, it's really tough for us to break them down. But maybe a corner goal out of something, perhaps. Haven't seen a lot of these from us lately, but you never know. Oh, actually, go on. Go on, take it to the box.
Oh, yes.
He's on his wrong foot, sadly. Oh, that's not good. Oh, God, here we go. This is going to be the goal, isn't it? We're going to get oh, Jesus. Look at the space. This is 100% going to be a goal. Keep it on track. Thank you very much for the follow. Good words to have if you are potentially a team principal as well. Wise words, some might even say. We've got away with that massively. How have they suddenly got that XG? We definitely we weakened the on-pitch 11, I think, too much with the subs, and we've done really well to get away with that. Ayapong has actually had a pretty good game there, to be honest. I know we haven't made a huge amount of saves, but yeah, this was basically when we made those subs, and I think we just got too weak. I've got to be careful with that. I think sometimes I need to make less subs for the sake of it, unless there's a damn good reason to put them on the pitch, basically. Oh. Right. Harry Kane versus Ghana. I was so annoyed. Okay, let's see. Right. Also, you might wonder why we didn't show the table at the start. It's because for some reason, I couldn't seem to get access to the table from the previous stream to actually make the updated scores, which was really annoying. It claimed that it was still happening, but I couldn't see it to actually get the scores out, even after last stream, because I never actually shut the window, and it just wouldn't let me access it, which is kind of sucky. No clean sheet. Don't think we got man of the match either, did we? My guess is... Oh, maybe we did. It was Olafemi John, in fact, that got man of the match in the end. We'll take that. Man of the match for Johnny Boy. Love to see it. John Havers rejoice, which is probably not that many of you, I suppose. Oh, no, maybe it is. Hadrian's actually top. Good Christ. Wonders will never cease. More sensitive corner tactic, I suppose. I wonder, though. This is one of these things where I think I'll persist with using it until we concede a goal from it to see how often it benefits us in the meantime. Like, I know that we could have conceded there, but we didn't. And I feel like a risk is okay as long as it remains a risk that is working in your favour. Because at the moment, it's a net neutral, because we haven't scored a goal from it, per se, but we also haven't conceded from it yet. So I think what I'll do is I'll just wait until such time as either we score from it or concede from it over a longer sample size. So, for example, say we get to match day 9 or whatever, or something, and we finally concede a goal, but we've already scored 3 from it, I would consider that a net gain for us that would be worthwhile. Yeah, I think we're the only Polish side playing today, actually, as it happens. To be fair, Hadrian, you were soaring up the list last time as well, if I recall correctly. Right, so it was Piszczek, wasn't it? The youngster we were supposed to look at, which I've spelled his name wrong correctly already. I spelled his name wrong correctly. I think... No, it wasn't... Was it Jakub? No, that's not him, is it? It was... Yeah, I think there was something glitched out with it last stream, Bolscott. I literally couldn't access it after stream to update it. Carol, there he is. I knew it. Yes, so he has gone out on loan to Vidjevwaj, to Łukaszwaj. No goals yet, but he is starting games for them at least. Do you know what? He's actually become, even at 17, a really solid, but not brilliant ceiling. I think he's probably just got quite low PA. I say quite low PA. He's probably like a really capable player that will one day probably be a decent, lower tier top flight player, maybe. But he's probably just not quite got the ceiling that the other lads we've had in recent seasons have had. Yeah, he's very Furman. Speaking of Furman, he's still knocking about, if I remember. Yeah. 29 years old now is Alexander, but he's been all over the shop. Because I remember I remember the goal he scored that won us the title in the top flight in that first season, where it was headed away from a corner, and Furman twats it full on, I think it was on the half volley actually, straight into the top corner from outside the box. One of the best moments of the save up to that point. And then that following year, like 11 goals in the league that year. He really did pop off and just couldn't quite maintain it that next season. Those loan never really worked out for him on loan, really. And then seemed to find himself a bit more at Wisła Kraków, but now he's moved again as a result of their relegation, although it's weird that he moved after they got relegated to another team in the same division. So maybe this is the big year for him. Never got a Poland cap in the end, which I guess kind of does make a bit of sense, to be fair. Okay. Right. Oh, this is something to mention. So obviously Pog and I were at A&E until like quite late on Thursday night, so we ended up getting back about midnight. But obviously I'd not eaten all day and the heat was ridiculous. But I was like, I can't be arsed right now. But then after be sort of laying there hungry for a few hours, cut to, it's 3 in the morning and I'm sat in bed eating garlic bread while watching Rules of Engagement on my phone. It's the first time I've eaten in bed since we moved here, and it wasn't late night cheese for once. So I did at least manage to stay on that, I suppose. Right, we'll have you, youngster, for next time, unfortunately. Do you get a lot of crumbs in the bed, though, unfortunately? That's likely to happen when you eat rather crispy, crunchy garlic bread in bed. Bit of girl dinner, yeah, exactly. It was 2 full baguettes of it, though. We had 2 in the fridge. We were supposed to be eating them at dinner when we had pasta, but obviously pasta was not forthcoming. I suppose at 3 in the morning, it's basically early morning garlic bread. Agreed. Something less flaky. We didn't have a lot in the house, because that was supposed to be for dinner that night, and we hadn't bought anything for Friday because our plan was to go out and get some fresh stuff on Friday because we were going to do some roast chicken with some like roasted broccoli and carrots and some potatoes and try and make something out of those as well. But of course, Friday turned out to be the hottest day in the history of the world, and in the end, that was unlikely to happen because it was already roasting, as it happens. Right, so who's getting sacked? Probably Nico, right? Or the fitness coach guy, or one of these guys, presumably. Who's the cheapest? Probably you. In you come. Garlic, it's usually a pretty safe bet. Although, I must admit, eating that and then immediately laying down and going to sleep, oh god, I felt rough when I woke up. Super duper rough. I used to do that way too much though back in the day when we lived back in Essex. Like just eating random cheese in bed at night and then waking up in the next morning going, why do I feel weird? Like, gee, I don't know, Matt. Posher than that? No. I'm very much not above that. Went for a run that morning. I very much did not. I was thinking about going, whoa, okay. They are back in the top flight of this division, and it shows. That said, they're actually doing quite good these days. They just don't have the quality of players down there because they're all on loan these days. I also forgot to rotate the... Wait, what? Oh, no, we're fine. I thought I forgot to rotate them, but obviously we have the game against Jagiellonian at the weekend. I need to make sure I rest the players after that match, though. That way we're ready for the next one. Because I'm okay with the draw away at Porto, honestly. That's a reasonable result. Oh, no, that sucks. Moderate calf strain. Shit, that's really not good. That's our Cypriot guy. Also, it's Thursday now, which means presumably we should have had the other Polish sides, right? They beat Sporting, of course they did. So Piast win. I'm assuming that also means that, sadly, our other friends did not win. Jagiellonia... Oh, wait, didn't Jagiellonia have a winnable game? They lost at home against Icor. Oh my days. Conceded in the 11th minute. Nobody created anything in the entire match. And a team that has David and Kota Arbe in it, that might have cooked them. Like I said that they had no excuse for not qualifying, and they didn't. And now they might have... Oh, they're going to need something magical there. What was the score in the other game? 2-1 went away from home. Julio Cesar, who was loaned to them the day before deadline day, scores a brace for Liam Rossini as Piast Levica, and they go get a win in Portugal. That is a huge win. These guys are legit. They've been really consistent for the last few seasons in this save now. When you look at their league history, look at this. They're the ones to watch out for. I think even that's you. Yeah, 6th place, 3rd, 5th, third, second. They're always there or thereabouts in Europe for the last few seasons, and I think they're kind of doing what Radomiak are supposed to be doing. Basically, like they were looking like it, but they're missing out on Europe last year, and coming ninth was an absolute disgrace. And unfortunately, it's horribly looking like they could be doing it again. Bear in mind, still second best team in the league, and statistically, they just cannot seem to get out of their own way. I don't know what it is. The one good thing about sometimes rotating the different teams that are in Europe is it does seem like the team that qualifies for Europe are always after your loans a bit more. And it seems like we're sort of staggering the loans up and up and up each time. Whereas when it's the same team a few seasons in a row, they seem to take less of them. So in a way, it's probably beneficial for that. So long term, it might be for our benefit. But I think in the short term, it's very much not. Peace of Mind, 1906. Thank you very much for the follow. When I think of peace of mind, for some reason I think of Boston. But I hope you're well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. How are you, my friend? Who do you support? Let us know. I've cursed them. Yeah, every time I sort of take an interest in one of these teams and say, oh, these are the ones that we're going to rely on, I'm just looking for my new sweetie United, basically. I'm looking for my sweetheart, as it were. What a game. Okay, that's a result. Holy shit. They've got a guy called Wesley Visman. Good name. German international as well. Holy shit. Club Brugge just put 4 past Milan. Marseille just put 6 past Ajax. This Champions League is mental. Yeah, they genuinely... I have the opposite of the Midas touch when it comes to these teams. But I'm feeling it on Piasklevica. They have been there for a few seasons in a row now. They continue to take good loans. They look okay at the moment as well. There looks to be progress being made. Right, what about Europa League? We've had Europa League fixtures. And we've got 3 teams in it this year as well. So hopefully this is good signs. And this is not looking good. Oh, good Christ. Legia lost their opening game. Legia lost their opening game. And... no, Jesus. Who's the other one? And Arca drew their opening game. That's not a great look. I'll be honest with you. That is not ideal. What were the results, at least? Legia lost at home to Cadiz. Spanish side, fair enough. What the fuck? Do they have Wednesday matches this year? Oh, they do. Arca drew 3-3 at home against Olympiacos. And Legia lost to Bologna. They're reasonably tough games, but it's like... actually, fair enough. Can't really blame them for that. And... oh, bloody hell. It's not a great start from us. I was really hoping that having the extra side in the Europa League this year would kind of allow us to cook a bit, but... we do have to be careful this year that we don't get caught by Italy. That is our genuine concern. Because we are right back down here now on 69.7 points. Italy have lost a team in Europe, though, and it is Fiorentina, which means they've got no Europa Conference League team, and I think that's probably going to save our asses this season. The Dutch are missing a side as well, as are the Turks. Croatia are probably one to watch out for a bit for that. Denmark have already lost 3 of their 5 teams. Oofy. Ireland, on the other hand, still have 2 of 4. What about Austria? What are they up to this time around? Are they still bad? Oh my god, Austria only have 1 team left. Hey, Fog. You okay?
Yeah.
Where you been?
To that problem.
And how was it?
Yeah, it's quite nice, actually.
Quite nice. Good to see. Good to hear.
I did what I needed to do.
Nice. Oh, dear. Okay, that wasn't a great start to things. But at least we haven't had Conference League yet. And did anybody... literally, only Piasklevica won, didn't they? The only one. Yeah, Pog is definitely feeling a lot better now. She's still... I still have to sort of make her drink water because she just constantly forgets. Whereas, I don't know, I drink so much water. I think it's the reason my skin is actually quite decent because I just drink so much water. But I just quite like the taste. Add a bit of hole in there. The conference team don't play first weekend, if you remember, because they only have 6 match days. So their first match day week coincides with our second one because they only have 6 to play, and then they get that extra one like a day after, I think. Did you fancy anyway? Did I not? In fairness, James, that might be the reason. I suspect it's probably because I was too distracted, understandably, by what was going on with Pog. There was that point where I was trying to run Pog a cold bath while trying to manage a game at the same time. It was a tough one to juggle. Oh dear. There is actually a bit of tiredness in this team, so I'm going to have to rotate anyway. That was not what I wanted to do, but we may not have a choice. I'll do next match only. Get in... my God. Yeah, we'll get Ganashits in for sure. But I've just realised Mana's going to have to start this game because we have nobody else. That's with those guys. Jesus Christ. How have I cooked myself a second time? I think it'll be fine if I rest him after the match. Because then we'll get a proper rest before the next game. Which will actually redeem them a lot. But we'll get Ganashits in. Oh, I like that he's actually counted as good for the role. Montperus can have a little resty rest. A full round of 230 predictions. You know what? How much of it will have been played out by the next stream? Because it's, what, Tuesday morning. In England, don't play till Wednesday night, I think. Johnny Boy. Gomez can take a little rest, which means we get to start Sharpek for a game, which I'm not really opposed to at all. Let me just auto-pick the rest of this team, because otherwise it's going to be Squiffy. He's put a goalie on the bench. Rude. Is that at the expense of an actual player that I care about? Or is he just doing that because there's no one else available? Oh, we've got Hansen. If you're going to put a goalie on the bench, at least put a goalie on the bench. Jesus. Right. Who was the other guy that we needed to bring in? Wait, where is Hilmar? Did he go into the B team? Oh, no, there he is. Neto. I think for the purposes of this, I'm still going to play Sharpek because I want to give him a bit of a game time. And if we're going to develop Mateus, giving him moments in games like this is probably for the best. Yeah, the South Africa... I love that South Africa got there. They actually did look okay in that game, to be fair. I think Canada should still beat them easily. Cape Verde, just the fact that they're there at all, the fact they came second in their group as well is amazing to me. Is anyone on the bench that could probably do the start here? Marabbit could maybe play instead of just to keep these guys fresher, if we can do. Since Marabbit's not going to be out, I'm like, oh, for God's sake, not this shit again. So who am I even... Oh, that goalie's going to have to be in the team, isn't he? I might just drop someone off the bench, actually. It's probably easier than doing this. I'll just take Colazzo out. He's never coming off in the match anyway. We'll do that instead. This is unlikely to be a 7-goal hammering like some of the other ones we've had, in fairness. Brazil-Japan will be fun. I really like the football. That Japan goal, you know exactly which one I mean. That brilliant passing move that they pulled off with that perfect precision was unbelievably good. I love what... I think Japan probably play some of the best football in terms of quality on... to actually enjoyable to watch football of any team at the tournament. Arguably, probably the most. I don't think I've watched another team that I like watching as much as Japan. Hello, Peace. How's it going, friend? Hope you're well. Oh, I'm a huge fan of what they do. They're just fun to watch. They play football in a way that I just really enjoy, you know? And we got the win with Policia and Janicic scoring. That's a good sign, though. Because I think that's kind of exactly what we wanted with that higher quality of finishing is coming into play there. And yeah, John with an assist. And Policia with the assist for Janicic as well. Dead even on XG and we pulled it off. Well done, lads. Things you'd love to see. Okay.
I've got to put my necklace on.
Got to put your necklace on. You hate to see it.
I wonder why I felt a bit naked.
We're instead of next game midweek at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I feel like I love that every single England game was staggered like 1 hour later, so it was 10 o'clock last night, which was basically watching the game straight to bed. Could be better. Ah, man, that sucks to hear. I hope you're okay. Well, obviously not entirely okay, but hopefully things are at least you're here, which is something, I suppose. Hopefully we can just distract you if things are a little bit rubbish right now. Hello, Mushroom Man. Reverse of Poland. Yeah, they are fun. They're just an enjoyable team to watch. A likeable team, I suppose you'd say. Right, get you guys in as well. Get some points dealt out for that as well. Man of the match was, of course, Daniel Janicic. It's not that it matters, of course, because none of you will be able to have him in your fantasy teams anyway. Whack him in there as well. Get the controls. Paste the screenshot. Nice. I think, to be fair, as far as fantasy goes, Tome is going to take some moving off the top, because the last time I actually looked at it, he had 107 points, which was a full 26 more of anyone else, I think. 5 p.m. That's a bit better. It means I'll actually be able to watch all the games. Because when they start getting super late, it's just, you know. No clean sheet, man of the match bonus. We did get, but it wasn't for actually a player that was... What was it? No, Janicic was in there, so it means I can't award a man of the match point for that because we didn't actually get anyone with it. Otherwise, it would allocate it to the wrong player. Round of 16 is 1 a.m. I guess I'm ultimately. Right. Oh, that's going to be a decision to make. No, I'm obviously staying up to watch that. When is likely to be... And this is being presumptuous in a way... When, if England were to get through, is likely to be there, obviously 1 a.m., but which day is that likely to happen if they were to get through? I'm not taking anything for granted. But we should be beating Dr. Congo, realistically. Like, no disrespect to them, but we should be beating them. Doesn't mean we will, but we should. Sunday night, Monday morning. Actually, that works out quite nicely, in a way, because if it's a Sunday night, like after the NASCAR, watch the game, just decide, not right off Monday, but accept that I'm going to be sleeping in later on Monday morning. It's not like I've got to stream that day, I suppose. With some masterclass. He's actually looked okay for them, honestly. From what I've seen, at least, which is, I must admit, not a lot of them. For example, the Germany-Ecuador game with the... We haven't even talked about that. How Germany's goal was allowed to stand. I do not understand how that is not a high foot. He literally kicks him in the head. If he doesn't make contact, I'm like, maybe there's some argument there. But he literally, his foot makes contact with the guy's head. It's not like he's stooping. I was very surprised by that, but obviously I didn't watch the game because I was sat in A&E, literally following the game vicariously through multiple group chats that were all talking about it at the same time. Positive, my dad was told there's liver cancer is removal via surgery. Right, firstly, I'm sorry that things aren't great for you financially at the moment. That's really, really shit to hear, honestly. Hopefully that sub that you've got there is like a gifted sub or something, because if not, please like cancel that. I know it's only a small amount, but please make sure that you focus on all of your finances yourself. Great to hear that your dad's cancer is removal via surgery. That's awesome, particularly in the liver as well, I suppose, because it can sort of heal itself afterwards as well, right? But yeah, that's shit, man. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll try to distract you with stupidity. Hey, look, the temperature's fallen a bit, chat. The window works. There has been a lot of that too. Yeah, I'm so happy for Ecuador, though. I love results like that. It just feels World Cup-y. I've been loving this World Cup. The vibes have been immaculate, and we're getting, the stories are emerging. And it's not feeling, I'd like to change my opinion of what I thought about it originally. I didn't think the expanded format was going to be that fun. I'm a fan. Redamical, what a game. Love to see it, friends. Corona Kielce, they're going to be this year's losers, aren't they? I can already feel it. I want to keep our goal difference high on our points this year. It's my tactic. Gonna need a backup joke. Oh, sorry, Don. Let's see. What did you say? Switch PS so you can make a Crusader Kings 3 original play through the rest of the PS dynasty. Does that mean I get to sex the Pope with PS Klevitsa? Because you're sort of winning me over to that idea, honestly. So I would, but unfortunately it would be too close, because the window, to give you an idea, where my hand is here, you can sort of get a reference point. That's kind of where the window is. It'd just be simply too close, unfortunately. It's fine. It's cooling down a little bit now anyway, so it should be okay. But that's basically the only reason we've been able to sleep at night in our bedroom is because of that, by having the fan directly in front of the window to pull the air through a little bit. The thing is, right, I understand where people are coming from with the head-to-head thing, but I also do kind of feel like it's a fairer way of actually doing it. Now, is it less interesting in certain respects? Probably. But I feel like I'd rather have teams be judged about how they played in a match against each other than who could club a worse team by more goals, I guess, because of game state taking place. But I agree that it has created those sort of weird situations, but I feel like it's still a fairer way of doing it. It's a tough one, because I feel like I am gutted for Scotland, though. It looked like, as much as they were perhaps would have been lucky to go through 3 points, I thought that the likelihood was still that they would do it, but I think just conceding too many goals to Brazil, they did not look good in that game, sadly. Sucks for them, though. Mean nothing. But the thing is, I think there was always going to be matches that meant nothing anyway, but I suppose it would have had less teams eliminated on the final day, at least, I suppose. Like, Turkey wouldn't have been gone. Technically, Haiti wouldn't have been gone either, right? So I guess, yeah, true. Yeah, that red card for Iraq really didn't... I like the... I love that Senegal's approach in that game was just, we're going to hit lots of shots, and it's great. I want to see more of teams doing that. Twatting it a bit more. There have been a bit more of that in this World Cup in general, just a bit more twattery in terms of just purely thumping it. Seen some bangers. So more and more we can't sign yet. You're at Bayern. You were on the shortlist already. You I'm not familiar with. Giuliano Drenta. Probably not for me. Terrible beard situation as well. Brynjar Nilsson. Okay. Left side. I'm just not sure about that either. Permutations of third place race. Yeah, I think... To be fair, we've never had a World Cup that's had this thing in it at all as an option, I suppose. So it's been a new experience in general. I'm not sure any of these guys are really worth us picking up. They're all a bit... The sort of guys that if they were free, I'd probably sign them. Except for this guy, of course, who wanted way too much money when we did try to sign him on a free. And this guy's already signing for us. I'm just not won over by them. Particularly as our budget is now down to 17 million from 100. We have actually spent a lot. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed in the Scots. I thought they would do better than they did, to be honest. I wonder if there was a case of... You do see this sometimes where it's almost like the work is done by getting to the tournament. Sometimes people can relax. One thing I've also found funny was the criticism that Norway have come under for using the squad that they are allowed to have at the World Cup. That's been weird to me. Brady! Thank you very much for the 29 months, friend. How are you? Hope life's treating you well. What do you think of the Australian performance of the World Cup so far? I'm telling you, wait, is he gone? I just realised there was loads of look up to it. I didn't even check this. Did we find a player called Lewis Hamilton before? I forget. Not in this save, obviously, in a previous save. Do you just think it's a case of like Steve Clarke is simply not the guy you want managing you at a major tournament, basically? He's the kind of guy that gets you there and then can't do anything beyond that. Let me just give you an extra one now. I don't think there's any George Russells there either, sadly. Should have been the Yanks. from my understanding, I looked at some analysis of that game, and it looked to me like basically the Aussies just got blown away in the first half of that match. And then when they finally did get a period of actual sustained play, they didn't actually create anything with it because the US were quite solid defensively. And I think you just got to be able to break someone down in order to get that. So you've got to Fulham. Thankfully, that seems to have been taken care of. We do have Fernando Alonso's. There's 3 of them. Finally. Hello, Zygmundo. So them off. Ah, right. I believe... Right, yeah, I did this accidentally on one of my other saves. So we do actually have 3 Fernando Alonso's. Who's the best one? He's a goalie. It's the other one, isn't it? It's the goalie. I'm going to scout him for the time being because he looks like he might be a bit okay. Spanish Gurge, but that's okay. Let me try. So I think to get that to happen, you have to go into here. No. Or is it? Yeah, I think basically it's this. So what you need... Sometimes, though, it is a case of toggling things on and off. And I think if you send this message and send them back to show them recruitment, why is that in there? That shouldn't be in there. It's not, I don't think I remember changing that. I think setting it up like that and just toggling things on and off should make it come back, but I don't know. Because the game is super squiffy with shit like that. It's about losing to Turkey. Yeah, I think the Turkey game was... Turkey were playing for a lot of pride and did well to play for pride. Mostly Arda Güler and some other men. I love how he's been... I love how much he's been sort of carrying in ways that Turkey team. And I think that's a really good sign for the future for Turkey, if they can get players around him to actually make things work for there as well. Biggest USA as a team. I think they've got a good squad. I think Pulisic actually looks really good when he's played. I like what Pochettino's done with the US team because he's just got them basically playing to their ability in the right positions. And they look like a really... Okay, they're at home, but there's a decent formidability about them. And I just realised I didn't rest the players after the fucking last game. Ah, bugger. And we got no choice but to play them for this game too. Shit. Okay, well that's going to cook us. Thankfully it's... I say thankfully it's only Dinamo Zagreb, but at least the bench is getting a little bit thicker at this point because we've got Coffee and Kowalski back again, which is something else. Best trim. Oh, I haven't seen his hair. Hello, Dan. Hello, Limerick Leprechaun. Good news for you, my friend. Waterford are in the Europa League this season. In fact, they nearly made the Champions League. They lost in the playoff round. I like the fact that Poch looks like he should be going fly fishing in the Yemen. Someone pointed out that he looks like he's wearing a fishing shirt, and he looks like he's kind of just having a lovely time. Don't do that. Apparently I do, Dan. I'm a new man. Right. So Johnny Boy's going to have to step out because of an injury. Oh, he got a little injury, didn't he? Oh, I say a little injury. It's Alvarez time. Jesus, you're getting absolutely ridden here with these injuries. So, Joao Carlos and Montparnasse are tired, but they can come off if needs be. John's out the team entirely. We will see who's available for the rest of this. So Kowalski and Coffee aren't really fit, but they can still come back in. I don't see the point of me putting players from the B team in here, even for bodies on the bench, because they're literally not going to be... I'm not going to bring them on anyway. I'd rather just have a smaller bench. Oh, dear, those injuries are not good. Adopting a Champions League approach. Like a Swiss format. That sounds like a great YouTube video. That's all I can say. That sounds like a fantastic YouTube video. God. Hadrian, is that possible? Probably not. I suspect that stuff is very, very hard-coded. But damn, that sounds fun. Is there anyone on the bench I should be not dropping here? To be fair, Pulisic has done okay. I think he deserves to keep his spot. The idea of him using a Swiss format at the World Cup. There's my mind. No issue. Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the American players, has it? Like, if people can't separate the fact that it's an American team of players from that stuff, then frankly, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's a football match. Not everything needs to be seen through that lens sometimes. I just think people have a habit of ruining their own days when they can't just sometimes separate a few things a little bit, right? It must be kind of shit to have to see everything like that every single time when you can just sometimes just enjoy a bit of football. I think they've got a really good team. And I'm excited for the fact they're actually playing well, and I like that for them. I feel like the US team is one of those teams that I always really want to do well at tournaments, and they always feel like they come up short. And they may well do so again, but I like a lot of the players they've got. And it might just be because obviously they've got Anthony Robinson and Tim Ream, who I'm convinced has never had a bad game for the United States. I love Tim Ream. How old is Reamy these days? He must be 36, right? At least. Because he was playing in the Premier League for Fulham when he was like 34, I think. What a guy. But yeah, basically, Hadrian, we were saying someone's positing the idea if there was a Swiss format in the World Cup. And I don't know if that's the sort of thing that could even be possible to do in FM, but if it was, that would be fucking sick. I'd love that. Hydration break. Oh, mate. I was popping off at that so much. Pog was just like, no, really, the hydration shit again? No, it's okay, Basil. It's just, I don't know. I always want it to be an escape from people. Not escape from people, escape for people, right? They say sport is the opiate of the masses, or something like that. But you bug an episode. Oh, I wonder, because that would be a sick-ass fun video. Honestly, Dan, I thought it was okay. I think first half we were a bit slow, didn't get enough width, because of too much inversion for the fullbacks. I think the second half we were definitely better. Do what we did against games. Games against Panama like that, you just have to get the win by any means necessary. I just feel like expecting us to blow them away all the time with the way that teams are so well drilled these days is a little unrealistic for the most part, unless the game state changes. So we have seen a few blowout scorelines, but they've usually resulted from red cards or like head loss and stuff. Whereas Panama are actually fairly disciplined for the most part. Speaking of discipline, that Uruguay player that got sent off and then went after the referee. That is the most Uruguay thing I've seen in ages. Fantastic shithousery. Because he was it Ganobio? Spanish day. Also, is it the Ecuador coach? I forget who his name, but I think it's the Ecuador coach. I believe that he looks like a riverboat casino magician. Already take the lead. It's my guy. You see over the wall. That'd be cool. Yeah. I feel like, weirdly, with the way that England play, I think we've looked our best for a lot of moments in the game against Croatia. Worse defensively at times, but I think the better opponents we play, the better we look. And I think I'm okay with that, because it's looked at times in previous tournaments where we actually can blow away teams like Panama, but then have nothing against teams that are much, much better. And I'm quite excited to see what happens. But you do need to get past Dr. Congo first. So there is that. He's got great hair. He's fantastic. I feel like his name should be Fabio if it isn't. I suspect it's not. It was messing up for me as well, Felix, earlier. I couldn't even access the table from last stream, to be fair. So I think it's perhaps maybe in the back end perhaps isn't quite right. Oh, that's a nice little pass. Oh, just over. I wouldn't take no notes. I'm trying to sit. Oh, that's unfortunate. Deary me. There's tight marking and then there's that. That's not what you want, Daz. Well, thank you for standing up for it, at least. It's good to have people like you around. To be fair, you didn't really miss much, in fairness. So I think your time was probably better used in the way that it was. How are you, my friend? There was a random dig, I swear, at a Brentford player in a game I was watching the other day, and I really enjoyed it. Or rather, not so much a dig. I think they were trying to explain that. They were talking about Jordan Henderson. They were explaining, presumably to viewers who don't watch football that often, about this tiny club called Brentford, and I just really enjoyed the patronising tone with which they were speaking. I had a little giggle at that. So, fuck chess. Whoever's the better players too much, be the same for the poorer teams. I mean, I think that was definitely the people's concern when the Swiss system was first talked about, but I think that I'd be curious to know after like 5 or 6 seasons of having the Swiss format in the Champions League, whether we've seen more underdogs progress compared to before, right? There's a decent chance to qualify. Yeah. People out there in St. Pierre and Miquelon absolutely rising up about that idea piece, honestly. I have a Brentford player in there. To be fair, I'm with them on that. Mateus Cunha should be starting every game. I swear that's what he said. I'm 100% certain of it. Also, in the pantheon of commentators who sound like other people, there's another commentator in this World Cup who sounds like someone, and I can't remember who it was. There's the guy that sounds like Zealand, but there's someone else. Oh, it's nearly 2 as well. Henderson being England captain last night, this might be not liking much. Hey, you've got to represent Brentford in there, right? Yes, it is paced. Yeah, it's going to be good. Because apparently the Danish season actually starts quite soon. Are we once again playing on our own? Yeah, we are actually. But we're playing better this time, and actually Strike Force has been a little bit limited. But everybody else has kind of done the job, which is good. So it could be. We wouldn't know. I've never seen them in the same room. Could be the moustache. Who knows? Zach Brown. Oh, Christ, that nearly made me remember who the other guy I was thinking of was. Jesus Christ, that's really annoyed me now. My brain, like, I have a really good memory, but it's like you have to say the right combination of passwords, essentially, to unlock the thought. This is really stupid, I realise, but I'm trying to explain this as best I can. So, for example, if I forget some things, I can sometimes walk back through things and it will unlock the same pathway that triggered the memory initially. And something will have happened that would have made me think a certain thing, but until I get the exact right combination of words and thought patterns together, that will re-trigger the memory. Because I never really forget things. They're just sort of stored in, like, long-term memory, I suppose. How many ones? They're just like a 1. Is there anyone that's got 2 goals? Not a single game is not 1-0 or 1-1. No 0-0s in there, though. Last week of July. What about Jaloon? Could I interest you in the 6th of Jaloon? QPR Brentford. Oh, yeah, great. Maybe there's a smaller one, we just don't know. Maybe there's a non-league one, perhaps. I'm trying to think of all the commentators now that have done commentary on the games now to decide who this other commentator was and who they sounded like more likely. But then even if people said their names, it wouldn't make any difference because I wouldn't be able to like think of their voices out loud other than like certain ones. Also, I think Andy Townsend is a terrible co-com. Every time I've heard him on a game, he is confidently and emphatically wrong repeatedly. As in, he'll be saying a thing while there's a replay of something that shows the objective opposite of what he is saying. And it's quite annoying at the time. I realise he hasn't got access to that same thing, but it's just like, no, definitely Andy. I swear it's Andy Townsend. I swear he's on some of the broadcasts. There's a guy, maybe it's just the version I'm watching. Might not be on the official, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He may be doing co-coms for some of the matches I'm watching. Potentially, but it's definitely Andy Townsend. I don't know if he's on the ITV or the BBC broadcasts, but he says things that are just so incongruously wrong. CBS, maybe. I think he might also be on the Now TV broadcast, which is, I think, the World Feed one. Maybe it's just the name. Matt doesn't own a Fire Stick, actually. It's an NVIDIA Shield, actually. Would highly recommend NVIDIA Shields. Just in general, actually, they're fantastic. For, like, game streaming as well. Not going to yell at them too much, but I do want to do the not complacency. It's important. On ITV, that would make sense. I get the BBC stuff, obviously. But the thing is, we have... we don't have, like, any kind of... So we have the Freeview thing, but it's all standard definition. And watching standard definition Freeview on a 4K TV is painful. So it's actually easier to just use other means to watch free-to-air television. It's crazy that we live in this world, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do a bit of that. Do a bit of that. Sick. Facing the Champions League in their opening match. Who's your favourite team out of interest, Peace? Because we'll have to keep an eye out for them next year when we play against them loads. Try to make sure they get a couple of extra players, you know? Yeah, I mean, the second the game gets to half-time, I'm just immediately on mute. Or watching the wonderful Hong Kong adverts, which I believe is Now TV. Oh, okay. You're going to have to teach... Peace. Right, I'm glad, actually, that it's them. Could you, if you can, write their name in a way that I, as an English speaker, will be able to say? Because I know that, obviously... it's offside. It's a name, because I know that Y's in Denmark are pronounced very differently to the rest of Scandinavia, because it's like a U sound, isn't it, rather than an E sound. So was it Brunbu? Like that, or is there another way that I can say it in a way, because I want to make sure I'm getting it right, and that's going to be really tough for me because I'm going to have to unlearn a lot of the way that I say Scandinavian sounding words. Hello, Smudger. And Talia Sport, ooh, bridge the gap. So the best way to bridge the gap is to focus on long-term planning by signing players that are younger, that aren't good now but you believe can be, and then developing them into being the guys that can take you to the next say. Don't roll your R's. Oh, okay, so just straight up Brom. Wrong but loud. I could do that. Bromby. Lucy's done it again. Let's go. Offside goal. There are, Dazzle. We actually had one disallowed wrongly for our opponents earlier today. Since the World Cup update has come in, there is definitely more wrong decisions on offsides both different ways. Honestly, Olu, it's more defensively stable than you'd think. Against better opponents, you will get caught out on the counter, obviously, because you've only got two centre-backs. But it does allow for us to... The idea is basically... we're going to camp in your half. If you do win the ball off of us, we have so many players in advanced positions that we can counter-press immediately and try to win the ball back as high up the pitch as possible. So it means that we actually maintain a reasonable amount of possession, sometimes a lot more than this, in fact. And it does run the risk, of course, but it seems to work more often than it doesn't work, right? That's the best way I can describe it. But the idea is basically just have loads of players that can create plays rather than always be looking for one man to score. Make a change with Geisler on. We're 2-0 up now, so now might be the good time for Geisy. And I could have brought Tizone on too, actually. Right, what is our bench looking like here? Gomez, I think, is definitely coming out for Sharpegg. I don't want to overdo it. Kowalski's fit again now, which would be a good time to bring off either Joao or Paulo. And I'm feeling like it's possibly Joao because he's more tired. And I might just leave it at that for the time being. Coffee's at least... oh no, Coffee's back. Amazing. Never mind. We got Coffee back. The perfect moment for him, in fact. More realism, yes, though it did cost us a place in the Champions League last season. It is downloadable. If you do ! Tactics, you will see it in the pack. It's called Absolute Mess version 3. I believe that's... oh, what a save. I think that's the one. Steve, yes, it is Steve Cooper's. I think even... oh, no, not in the save. He left them, didn't he? Discord. Okay, sick. Peace has done us an absolute solid. He's literally recorded it. Forgive me, chap. Just going to pause the music for a moment. I don't know if you'll hear this, because I don't know if I have Discord set up to be going through the sound, so you may hear it. I have to turn that up a bit. Drumbu. Okay. That sounds much easier than I was expecting for some reason. I want to get used to it. I got a little bit better at it back in the day with when we were doing Syniuska and stuff, but wait, sure, that's offside. Not offside, sorry, a foul. He's just pushed him over, but sure, we take it. Yeah, all the tactics I use in this save at various points have been added to that pack very slowly over time. So I believe the version that's in there should be the latest one, but I'm not entirely sure it's Alshankiti. It's the post this time. No, I haven't had a chance to watch any of the highlights of the games last night, Limerick. I essentially, my today was wake up at 8, go downstairs, make myself a protein shake, take my pill, and jump straight on the PC because I essentially had all of the post-stream work from Thursday stream to do this morning, because I did obviously do it on... I couldn't do it on Thursday evening because of taking Pog to A&E. And then I forgot to watch the highlights in the way that I normally do. Actually, that being said, this brings me up to a point I was going to make anyway. Oh, go on. 3-0 here and it's good stuff. Yes! I've really enjoyed the ritual of getting up each morning, not knowing the scores, going downstairs with my protein shake or whatever, sat on the sofa, straight to ITV Sport, sort of kind of blindly doing it to make sure I don't see any spoilers, because they still seem to have a habit of spoiling things, and then getting the highlights on and just sitting there for like 20 minutes or so, watching the highlights of each game without knowing what's going on. I've really enjoyed that morning ritual of things, and that's been really, really cool. I was just wondering if you guys had any rituals that have sort of come about as a result of the World Cup, whether it's staying up late or the early morning stuff, potentially. Pog, okay. Basically, for those who missed Thursday's stream, basically Pog was... Pog had heat stroke. She was throwing up all day on Thursday, couldn't keep water down. It was getting quite serious because of how hot it was. So after stream, eventually 111 were like, right, okay, this is the time to go to A&E now. So we went to A&E and we're up at the hospital till about midnight on Thursday night, while Pog had like an IV drip to try and rehydrate her, basically, and some anti-sickness stuff. And then obviously Friday, mostly spent just sort of looking after Pog, trying to rehydrate her, which didn't help on a day that was like the hottest day that we've had in years. So yeah, it was kind of stressful, but we move, but Pog is definitely feeling a lot better now, which is good, which is the main thing. I place the best one. I don't trust them anymore, honestly, because the BBC already spoiled a couple of games for me to the point where I completely lost trust in them. Is this going to let me do it? 3-0 is actually a very strong result for us in the end. We take that. A bit of a shame that Alshankiti didn't get on the score sheet today, given the number of chances he created actually for his opponents. Yeah, Dan. Basically, it's because Pog's work uniform is a black polo top and black cargo trousers, and she was out on the boat all day on Wednesday doing work. And obviously on the river, the humidity is going to be even worse. So she, yeah, maybe overdid it a little bit and ended up getting heat stroke in the end, which was really not great. Right. So who's man of the match? Alvarez, nice. We take that. Clean sheet, man of the match. Alvarez enjoys rejoice. I hope you enjoy. I know. Apparently, it's a really good way to get rid of a hangover. Because Pog was saying that she just kind of felt hungover, and I think that's kind of because it's represented the same kind of thing, isn't it? Really, ultimately, dehydration is what gets you. What's the games they play? Fair enough. I mean, hey, I try to, but even when it gets to the later ones, the 11 o'clock ones, I'm always just kind of sleepy by that point. And so I haven't really seen a lot of those games. The earlier ones are fine. Up until about a 10 o'clock start, I'm okay with. But beyond that, it's just, yeah. Sugar and salty. Oh, yeah, it was the electrolytes as well. So she's tried that. She had crisps and stuff. She's just trying to rehydrate. It's just because Pog doesn't drink as much water as she should do. No matter what I tell her, unfortunately. But that's a good win for us, finally. And honestly, 4 points out of those two games. I'm happy with that. Sean Connery had been taken to hospital for treatment for concussion symptoms because a book fell on his head. The veteran actor was quoted saying, "I have nobody to blame but my But he wasn't dehydrated because he drinks enough water, does Mr. Connery these days. Beige linen and boating shoes. You'd think so. And one of those like hats like she's on a tea plantation or something. So holy hydration. She did actually have some, but no amount of holy was going to fix that. Steve Cooper got fired by Brumby back in May of 2026. Yes, but he was still manager at the start of this save for some reason, if I recall correctly. I don't know why, but I believe he did start off this save in charge of... that's not Steve Cooper, that's the other Steve Cooper. Or he went back in this save for some reason. Yeah, so he was in charge of Brumby in this save all the way through until 2035 before he took a job in Poland, ironically, with Motor. And now he's the Tunisia manager, which I'm glad we now noticed that. Wear a hat, because, yes. No hat either. I think Pog's going to be talking to work about, like, changing the uniform a bit when they move her job title over to the brand new role. Like, you know, shorts for the summer. Something that can just help her with that kind of thing. Hugh Grant's middle name. I feel like I do know it. I feel like I've heard it before, but it's escaped my brain. I'm curious to know it now. My favourite joke. I don't really have a favourite joke, to be honest. Like, not a joke that you would call out as, like, a specifically, like, you know, what do you call a blah when the blah happens? Blah. And such. Fucking hell. It's more of, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Individual jokes really aren't my thing. I just say stupid shit most of the time and I count that as a joke. I am my favourite joke. How about that? Does that count? Oh, we drew away at Porto. Basically, I had set the team up to play the aggressive tactic away at Porto. We considered a penalty, got very lucky in that game, but we did draw 1-1 in the end thanks to John. But it was a bit of a hit and miss type of game. And then there's from Mungo. Oh, is it Mungo? That does track with Hugh Grant. I enjoyed... Was that not as Mungo? I was thinking of 101 Dalmatians. Makes no sense in English. Even better. It might work better in English if it makes no sense. Hugh Mungo... It's like his parents knew. They knew something was going there. See if she notices. 100%. I got 2 digs in right at the end of that podcast. I really enjoyed going on the WFM show. It was fun. Okay, so Jagiellonia away at Ajax. They've got to respond after that first day absolute disaster. And Piaskovic are home to Celtic. They could win this. Rotating curva. Rotating curva. Sorry, Basil, you've just reminded me. I'm sure you're referring to the same thing I am. Are you referring to the Polish lads on the river that I talked about last year? Because that is still one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And this was even before the Poland stuff. Oh, that also, now that you've reminded me, lives rent-free in my head as well. Millennium, thank you for the 68 months.
Have you ever wondered if Stream Nana can speak with a Scouse accent? La Yanoda.
Yanoda? Is that Yuki Yanoda? Who knows? We did actually do that. So Bochum in the Champions League team. So basically, Bochum being in the Champo is because they came really high in the Bundesliga, I believe. They have no manager either. Yeah, look at this rise. They were literally promoted. Then 11th. Then 9th. Then Champions League. Where's landmarks? Have they got any financial landmarks that perhaps we can see? No. I don't know. I don't think they've been taken over or anything. Although the manager has just left. They have spent nearly £60 million this season as well. How can I see their managerial history? Wait, Uwe Rosler was managing Bochum. Wow. Hang on, how old was Uwe Rosler? I did not know he was managing Bochum in real life. Wasn't he at Brentford at one point? Yeah, they've been managing us the entire time. I guess it's because view only, right? Thank you, love to see us. Most Chaser, thank you for the 18 months, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulous Sunday
sick
afternoon.
Harold, sick Majam, sick Josh Rave, sick Dan, sick
Revelation,
Shake,
yeah.
sick Phil, sick
I remember him
Stonks,
being
sick
sort of
Heart, sick Lake
around
House, sick
there.
Crot, sick Volvo, sick
Same,
Post,
same,
Champ,
same.
sick Red, sick
Oh, yeah,
sick Sausage
the
Roll,
boat
sick
thing.
Matarama, sick a sips Kappa, 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 Kappa.
Was fantastic. Because we went punting last year on the river, because I'd never been before, despite being sort of local to it. And my friends had never done it either, so we were like, fuck it, let's go. Yes, well done, Jagiellonia. Come on, if Piaskovic have beaten Celtic... Oh, you bastards. They just can't... Poland can't have nice things this season. Shout out to Bochum for a draw away there with a Polish-sounding player in their team too. German Pole. Paweł Zalewski. Love to see it. That sucks though. An own goal from their goalkeeper, no less. Please tell me they weren't like... At least tell me that they were deservedly beaten. Although I'm starting to think they might not have been. Oh, come on, man. This was your chance. You got a great win and then you go and do that. Genesis. Ooh. Drum solo, anybody? Where are they? Oh, there we go. Genesis Arhov. He is Swedish, but second nationality? No. I mean, the name, neither of his names sounds Swedish. Genesis sounds a little probably African, likely, but Arhov sounds almost sort of very East... Wow. Something there, like, there certainly was, yeah. This is him, though. Genesis Arhov came through at Eichel, actually did a little loan at Derry City, because obviously, yeah, Arhov's very confusing. Yeah. Because he has neither, as far as his second nationalities go. Bro was born in... Where was he born? Naka. Which is Sweden adjacent, is it? Okay. Well, today we learned. Yeah, that's not amazing, to be honest. Oh, before I forget, this time I won't forget to rest the team after that game, because we definitely need a full day off for them to actually get some fitness back for that next game. So it's points, but it's still a bit... Because now they've won a game each, and I guess at the very least, Jagiellonia have earned their way back in with a result that I didn't expect them to get. So it's something. Ooh, okay. A bid going in there. Have I got any Patreon regions I forgot to sign up as well while I'm at it? That's the wrong list. Oh, it's the right list. Okay, we're good for the time being. I guess it's Scandinavia. I'm just used... Anything that ends with like of or hof like that always makes me think slightly further east. Did that. Alma. That's not how I spell it. Oh, no, that's how I spell it. Alma Årgård. Oh, there she is. FC Kuln. She of the quite large head, actually. What's her heading ability like? That makes sense. A lot of appearances too. Norgeland, then obviously to Union Berlin, then down all the way. I say down all the way, actually. Those are obviously a good team. SGS Essen. Good name, actually. Now, has she ever broken double digit? Oh, no, she did. Just one season there for FC Kuln. Pulls an NHL draft. Honestly, Felix, I haven't had a chance, because it's been so weird over the last few days, to really digest it properly beyond seeing some of the draftees that were made. Obviously, McKenna and Stenberg and that. And I think I like what San Jose have done, but I'm curious to have a proper look at it. Basically, I'm waiting for someone that knows more about hockey to do a proper breakdown of it, like a hockey psychology video or some other podcast I listen to, just to try to get a proper idea of it. Not that it really matters from an Avs perspective, because we had no reasonable draft picks anyway. I think we're just trying to clear up cap space so that we can finally give Kale McCarr a new contract. 24 or 26. Tough, because it isn't really as simple as that, because they have their strengths in different areas. So the 2026 match engine is so much better than anything in 24 that is not even worth debating, because it's just not even in the same league. But obviously 24 has much better immersion and much more quality of life updates to it. But the thing is, I still feel like I would choose 26 just because the match engine I think matters more overall, because that's what we're doing. We're playing the matches. If I could have, as Hadrian says, if we could have a system that's like 24's menus with the underlying mechanics and stuff of 26, because it is better, then I'd take that 100% of the time. But I think that's a good thing in a way, because I feel like the menus and stuff from 20 that can catch up. If the match engine was garbage too, then we'd be in a real hole, which is what makes me more sort of confident and positive heading into 27 if they get it right, you know. So Svenny Boy is still in charge of Wisła Ladies. Are they cooking? Oh, they are. I think Sven... Oh, they've only had 2 games in fairness, but they have now won a title here. I think they've won back-to-back league titles, looking better and better each year as well. They're starting to get there. Looking very high. Yeah, I think maybe it's just because like unplayable league and things like that. Deep 724, I guess so, yeah. But I think I was just sick of the match engine on 26 is just so much fresher, and they've definitely developed more. And the tactical system as well. I don't think I'd want to go back to it. There's more flexibility. It does feel like that you can make more meaningful changes. I think that 26's tactics system has made me better at the game from a tactics standpoint, and I've really liked that side of things. I've liked being able to see a thing in a match and actually make a change and go, oh yes, the things I thought would happen when I did that have actually happened, rather than it feeling like you're rolling the dice on random things, I guess. Nutty Caps, I don't know actually. I did show her. One sec. Because it's Thursday here. What was it? Alma Årgård. It would be cool if there was like a recent search. Oh, maybe there is actually. Does seem to prioritise. 10 caps for Denmark in the end, and only 6 goals. So clearly there was other people ahead of her. It's easy to understand why something happened. Yeah, for sure. In Europe, I don't know if they've actually played in Europe yet. If I recall correctly, they... Oh, that was last season, wasn't it, that they didn't get all the way through? They may have had more success this time around. Let's see. Nope. Oh, wait, no, hang on. They played against Swansea City. So they are into the second qualifying round of the Euro Cup second qualifying round first leg. So they're playing Sparta Prague in the Euro Cup. Is there ever a group stage, or is it just straight knockout? I think we discussed this before, didn't we? So this is where they're at. I think they've gone further than last time. As immersed. Oh, 100%. I agree. The immersion is just simply not there. It's better than it was, but it's nowhere near as good as it should be. So yeah, Women's Europa. So they must have dropped down because of the first one. But the point is, they could actually maybe go the way. There's just less room for error, I suppose, when they're doing it like this, right? And I don't think it would be that difficult to add the immersion that people are looking for either. Just perfect example, actually. Make this screen appear more frequently and make it actually show things that people give a shit about. It's far too focused on keeping you locked into this tiny little bubble, even on this screen. The stuff that appears up here, just have it so it's customizable. Let me choose what shows up here. Don't choose it for me. Give the player the choice. I think so much of what's wrong with 26 comes down to taking agency away from the player. But maybe that's the sort of thing that it was a case of, right, we need to get this game out in the way that it is, so it's easier to not have that stuff, and then we bring it back. As long as I don't, you know, go with a huge fanfare about it, because it's like, congrats, you brought back the things that were already there before. I think that's really important to get that stuff back. Wow, we're in a bit of a complete dirge of talent in this bit, aren't we? Seamus, thank you for the follow. Leagues in Focus, exactly, stuff like that. No way, Seamus, that's awesome, Fred. I bet you're happy with the promotion party and just winning the league in general. Because when... At one point, Wisła were absolutely running away with it, but it does seem that they wobbled a little bit over Christmas. Or after the winter break, I suppose. We were there. Nice. I saw all the images on Instagram and stuff. It looked like an absolutely wild time. In such a beautiful square as well. Just looked like every single night in Krakow, to be fair, just with more people. Yeah. I think if they genuinely... And from what I've heard, it seems like they understand people's complaints about the immersion side of things. But we're sort of unable to fix it in the short term, which is okay, because if they are going to do that stuff for 27, I think people will be very receptive to that, and I think that's likely what wins people back over, honestly. Beautiful city. Oh, no, I agree. I've probably, and this is not just me blowing smoke up his arse, my favourite city I've ever visited outside of, like, on a trip, so to speak, was Krakow. I convinced my mate to hold a stag do that he's organising there, because it's that good. Right, get those guys back in again. Get these don't inform me agains through, otherwise they will keep informing me. Although they do have a habit of continuing to inform you even when you say no. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it... I think they just need to... They need to have some kind of... I'm sure they do focus groups and stuff and talk to people that play the game enough, but I think they just need to be careful and choose the right people and make sure they get a big cross-section of people. Because if you get too narrow of a cross-section of people, you end up with... Understandably, the game is to be broad appeal, but I think you can do both. Vita might be on a beach somewhere. Wait, is that where the next World Cup is? In the game? Or not the next World Cup, but the 2050 World Cup? Didn't know they actually announced the stuff that soon. Kowalski's back in, which is good. Right, okay. We should be okay. Oh, we've got international break anyway after this, so that should be fine. Which means I can actually play the full strength team against Legia for a little bit. I say full strength, we're still a little bit. Oh, in-game notification. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Wait, as in it tells you in here, or you mean you would like an in-game notification? Oh, there you... I see. Just stuff like that. I believe that so much of this stuff is things that you just miss. I feel like I would have seen that in 24 somehow. Or, I mean, I know you saw it in chat, but it feels like one of the things I noticed the most in 24 and below with the old style, people in chat would see things that I don't, because there'd always be something scrolling across. When we were processing, you'd get more information scrolling across. There'd be random things being thrown at you all the time. Now, I wouldn't always hit them, but someone in chat would usually see it, and it would then, generally speaking, lead us down this rabbit hole that would obviously cause me to yap for 20 minutes, but I feel like we would discover things doing it. And it just feels like that isn't anywhere near as prevalent in 26. It's just not. And I'm convinced that's the reason why 26 has been less engaging from a stream standpoint as well. It's quite noticeable, in fact. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that at all, actually. I'd like if they threw some more potential teams in there. It'd be kind of cool. Are we still good? Basil, absolutely fine, man. I was just... That wasn't me having a go. I was just literally offering my opinion on it as well. Like, just to clarify, that is not me poo-pooing your opinion. You're entitled to it, and you should be entitled to it. And free to share that too, in fact, importantly. Let's go. We can go full strength here, can't we? Is there anyone back? Is Steinbergen not even close to back, is he, unfortunately? But that's okay. We'll next match it with some of these... Oh, no. We'll next match it by taking players out of the team. What a smart idea you've come up with there, Matt. Right, his own... Where's it not let me put back in? Hi. There we go. Finally. Coutinho's back. I think that's the whole lot, actually. Is there anyone else I need to bring in? Just checking an eye on... Guys, has done okay. Outside of Van Kemsika, nobody's really struggled there. Andora's obsession with 17th place. Yeah, I think part of the reason as well is we found so much more stuff interesting was because of the journeyman element of that save. With me having so many leagues switched on, it did throw even more things in. I think that's why Weird FM was so powerful during that period, because we were just noticing stuff. I am building up a little bank, though, of things to do for Weird FM, though, which is good. Personal concierge. Probably cheaper than an actual concierge pass, and you probably know more anyway. Let me count up my spreadsheets. What is the song? Is this sounds like Britney Spears? Oh, it's Justin Timberlake and Justin Timberland and Nelly Furtado. Not a name I've heard for a while. I guess they're slowly rebuilding it, but I think they need to come with 27 with all those things, but something new as well on top that sort of says, hey, this is part of the reason why we've now can do these things. Revamp the youth system or something. I feel like that's an area of the game that has been fairly stagnant for quite a few years now, and I'd like to see some changes made to that side of things, the academy side of things, particularly because that's an area of the game that I think so many people enjoy, casual or otherwise, that it could do with a review and a little bit of a switch up. Okay, God, El Shankiti's not been quite as prolific in front of goal, but he's still assisting like nobody's business. But I don't think he's been taking penalties this year. I'm pretty certain that the game has given them back to Momper for some reason. And Justin Timberlake, that's the one. Don's accidentally the blind squirrel that found a nut today, so enjoy. A big round of applause for you, my friend. And, oh, okay. Kowalski, Polizia again. And now Gomez has hurt himself. Typical. 9 straight, we take that. I'm just going to shut the window. Neighbours in the garden. Didn't want to be yelling about us doing something crazy in the next game and have my neighbours thinking that I'm a lunatic, which they may already do, potentially. Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing that could really do with it. I'm not sure if you could actually, on that topic of the sort of youth academy side of things, what changes would you make? Because I think the thing that, this is not something new, because I brought this up before, I just wish that you knew a little bit more about the players. I'm not talking about like their potential or their attributes. You just knew a little bit more about them as characters sooner. So these guys that come through your guys and girls, I suppose, that come through your academy, they don't just suddenly exist at the age of 15. They would have been in the club's academy from a much younger age. And it would be cool, I think, if there was just a little bit more story given to you younger about those players. So you could look into the club's under 16s or under 15s or the lower age groups, but you can't see things like their potential or attributes, but you can see things about the players from a kind of character standpoint, perhaps. I think that would be cool. Random tidbits, yeah. The game does kind of do that, but just so you know the names of some players that are potentially coming through. Like, you could even have it so that it rates the players based on like a grading system, like the way that the game does, but you don't see the star ratings or anything. So it says, hey, this guy's kind of A+ at the moment, but that could always change. So you get excited about a guy that joins your under 11s, but you know nothing about him other than his name. So we've got Simen Janaš or whatever. He's in our under 11s, but we think this guy could be really, really good. But as he progresses through the age groups, that could change for various reasons, but you get to see that information. I think it would be really cool to have that ability. That way when those players come through, they're not complete surprises to you. You've always sort of prepared for them. Players often start a club before the end of the youth. Oh, they absolutely do. Under the hood, it's definitely doing stuff like that, as we know from when players get poached. The game is doing that stuff under the hood already. And the evidence of that is the fact that when we've had players poached in the past, at X age or whatever, when they've come through, they've been 15 still. But we've had players poached that didn't come through for 4 years at the club they were then going to, which means that they have to have been like 12, 11 when they were actually poached from you in the first place. So it suggests that there's stuff going on under there. Massive lad who's good for his... Yeah, or this guy's been scoring quite a lot for us in the 12s, but we don't know much about him beyond that. We can just see like vague information, because ultimately you've got... I wouldn't want to have indications of things like their potential and stuff, because it's so vague at that age that you would simply have no clue, and it would be unrealistic for you to have any idea. But I think it would just prepare you for them when they do come through. You could be like, oh, I knew about this guy for years. Player progression script would be helpful, yeah. Target the teams you want to use to focus on. Yes, true. It would engage more long-term planning, and I think it would certainly make saves where you're doing youth intake stuff. How is Bro not playing for them? I'm going to continue alone for the time being, and I may have to recall him later, because he could go into our squad after Christmas, perhaps. It'd make it more immersive at that point. It's another sort of side of the immersion things. Yeah, you could sort of decide that you want to have these types of players come through, and they'll have it. So it gives you a higher chance. You could decide on like a tactical ethos that runs through the club. So you get like a tactical philosophy, which means that players that come through your academy are more likely to have these specific attributes or positions because you are deciding that. And that could come from your head of youth development or various other things, right? More personality. Oh, 100%. I've always thought that was a thing that you not really need, but I think it'd be nice if they did. That's why I've always thought the flavor events thing would be good. A separate system that works. It activates on things like morale, but it works like an injury almost, where it can be both positive and negative to them. Like La Masia. Yeah, exactly. Or other ones like that. It'd be cool if you could build that yourself, because you can only really mimic it in FM, but not in a way that feels organic, I guess. Hang on, they're not playing Augusto either. Lads, what are you doing? In that case, if they're not going to play Augusto, he's too good to have out on loan if they're not using him at all, which clearly they're not. So I'm going to bring him back if I can, because he would just give us some useful options in the league at this page. King Popper, thank you for the follow. I realise I'm violating the rule. Don't make me tap the sign, but I think sometimes you just got to make those decisions at this point. And thank you very much for the follow as well, King Paul. But that's very kind of you, sir. Hope you're having a fabulously chilly Sunday, unlike me. Bit of that. Filter youth for physical development. Yeah. Not something like crazy specific, just little things you can do. You know, in the way that you set up your manager and you have those like 3 things you can select. So tactician, this something like that is your academy ethos, maybe. So it doesn't mean it guarantees it, but it just maybe allows you a little bit more control, or influences the RNG in a certain way, maybe. Just something like that. Just changes the weighting in the background ever so slightly, because obviously the weighting is already affected by various factors, so it'd be good if those were factors that you had a little bit more influence on, beyond the things we could already influence, right? Get you guys a bit of that. I think it would also be cool if you could do like academy outreach, where obviously players generally come through your academies from the local area, but I think it would be sick if you had more affiliate options, where it's not just more affiliate options, where you could have different types of affiliate agreements with clubs of different countries that mean different things for you, where you could actually benefit their academy as well as yours. I think that would be quite sick to do. Yeah, youth partnerships and stuff, and maybe it could still come under an affiliate sort of thing, but it just has a slightly different set of mechanics that are associated with it. I think that'd be quite sick. Who the hell is Aguinaldo Pedro? He's very good, isn't he? It's another striker, 18 years old, incredibly expensive, injury prone as hell, and incredibly expensive. Hello, he's 5 stars now. Hello. I think he's still too young to sign for us, but look at this, he's now 5-star potential. He's 16. Please let this guy sign for us. Like, I liked him before, but now that he's 5-star PA, have we got a Georgian? Look at the state of him at 16. He's probably better than Kowalski was when he came through, honestly. Exciting. Anyone else? Diabate's too young to sign for us. You're already signing for us, though I'm a bit concerned about that lack of star there. You we don't care about so much. You're a bit old. You are... Actually, who are you? Rafael Vega. Not entirely sure about you. More child smuggling, please. Dynamic, yeah. I feel like the word dynamism and dynamics in general in FM have kind of got a dirty name in some respects, just because of, oh my god, I wish we'd signed that guy. That was an error. Letting Porto nab him for 14 million was a mistake. I think it's one of those things that definitely should be not organic, sorry, more dynamic. I'm going to move you to the senior squad. Oh, he's already in the senior squad. Then we now have another centre back on our disposals too, and he can play DM if we need him to. Be a proper thing you can focus on. Yeah, it should feel like a bigger part of the game, considering how important it is in real life football. Not interested. Okay, so he's still too young. He is playing at 16 in the top... No, not even the top flight. Actually, that might be the top flight. It's not, is it? This guy, he feels like a genuine monster. Oh no, Kemsika's injured. Really? Probably should put some friendlies in, actually. It just occurred to me we don't actually have any set up. So I want... Oh, it's actually Wednesday now. It's perfect. Or rather, it will be tomorrow. Shit. One set back in a dream. Yeah, Steinbergen... God, even with Jens gone too. Technically, he did play there for us once. And we kept a clean sheet when he did. How have I managed to do that again? Win the World Cup. I mean, France are looking very good, aren't they? Argentina look very good as well. England don't look that great, but I'm also still not that concerned about them for some reason. I was going to say I want to see what England do when they play a good opponent, but that could be the end of it if we play a good opponent and they actually turn up. I was still impressed with how we played against Golden Star. We'll have those guys too. Sure, why not? So, hello, Hayden. Include what your thoughts. I mean, there's a lot of things to sort of sum up in one thing, but I'm happy for the smaller size they've gone through. I think that's awesome. I think England are okay. Not spectacular, but ultimately you've just got to progress at that point. I'm excited. I've just been enjoying the World Cup, honestly. I like what I've seen. It's been fun vibes, some cool upsets as well. Not too much dead rubbery either in that sort of side of things. longer you spend at the club, the more board would allow you free. Yeah. No, genuinely, that would make a lot of sense because it would be weird if the board allowed you that level of control as soon as you walk through the door. But maybe it's like a staggered thing. So you've got like milestones to hit as a manager. So if you hit these certain milestones in terms of both success as well as longevity, it unlocks sort of areas of control for you as a coach that you wouldn't have natively if you just joined, perhaps, if that makes sense. So you hit these targets and it allows you to change certain things that you wouldn't be able to do immediately. I think that would be kind of dope, actually. I'd love to see that. Mentoring could be kind of brought into that as well, in a way. Pace point in the multi-squad. They're just going for pace merchants now. They're just be spamming the wings. Whoa. Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Kowalski won FIFA Under 21 Men's Best Player Award. And I can see why. Bro is a bit good. Manager versus first team coach. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made that distinction already, actually. Yeah, you have to prove that you're actually playing those players, otherwise there'd be no reason to. Or you have to prove successful, or you have to prove that you're going to stay at the club long enough. So if you're there for 2-3 years, then that alone just unlocks things because you're there for 3 years, so they trust you a bit more, right? You have to have hit certain goals, perhaps, because then it ties in nicely to the board's objectives too. And I think there's quite a nice... Now, they'd have to do it right, because those mechanics could break heavily if it gets wrong, but I think it could offer some really nice stuff that I think would make the game quite nicely gamified too, actually. So yeah, you could maybe sign for a club as a head coach, but you could earn the job as manager as well when the contract renewal comes up, perhaps. Little things like that. I think that'd be kind of sick. So yeah, Jersey's cooking. It's a bit early for that, right? The Ballon d'Or isn't announced yet, is it? I think that there's a really strong chance that El Shankiti wins the Ballon d'Or. He's got to be one of the favourites for it, given his goal-scoring output of last season. Promote longer saves too, yeah. And I think it'd be... And obviously this comes from a selfless point of complete... I love a long-term save. So what the fuck is this? The window for you to make changes is closed. I've never seen that notification before, but sure, why not? And you could always have a toggle setting in the settings for the people that do want to do the short-term saves and do want control over that, where you could bypass that stuff and just have full control straight off the bat. But it could be like a pre-match, like a pre-game setting, perhaps. So you don't have to earn it as much and you can sort of skip the queue for the one season Manchester City enjoyers, perhaps. I don't know how much they'd really care about that, but you see what I mean. Offer you the ability to do transfers. That'd be kind of cool, actually. You know the thing where it says you'd be willing to work with a director of football that you sometimes get when you do job interviews in a journeyman save? I think it would be sick if you do get that thing, that then sort of forces you into a DOF-only type mode. And again, set it up with toggles. I think FM are certainly showing that they're more willing to do toggleable things, as you'll see from the settings menus and stuff. So it'd be cool if they leaked more into that. Perhaps. Yeah, exactly. Just more pre-game setup. Allow a little bit more of that. It's kind of like how, you know, as you say, attribute masking. Wait, did Molsky just get hurt? Shit. Yeah, it's a good sign that we've at least got a player that can do bits, as Molsky's only out for 3 days. It'll be okay, thankfully. And maybe it just comes under responsibilities, but I do think that stuff would need to be set pre-game. As in pre-save. Because I suspect that it would rely on underground mechanics. Underlying mechanics that perhaps would need to make sure they're set in a certain way. But I think that'd be sick, actually. I'm surprised that we've actually got as much, like, what's the word? Mileage out of that discussion. Because I was struggling to think of things that as much as I wanted to improve beyond the things that I'd already pointed out. And you guys actually having those extra thoughts has really sort of opened up, for me at least, in my head, what that side of the game could be. And I think this is the exact sort of thing that SI need to hear. And I'm sure they've heard it before, and I'm sure that internally that's the sort of thing that's likely being discussed. But it's cool that that's sort of there. I don't know if we did actually. You're right. We only looked at the Champions League results, which were bad. Let's check the Europa League, because we need to see some better results this time. 100%. Christ. So Legia have won a game. Oh, Jesus Christ. They really have screwed this, haven't they? Poland, could you, like, not? They really are not doing well, are they? That's the playoff round. That's the league phase. Shitting out. I hate the fact that the results screen isn't immediately here, and you can't click on the results screen on this menu because it breaks it. It's really annoying. There we go, we got it, I think. And yeah, we just have to go back to the next one anyway. Arsenal win, Arca lose to RZ. Legia put 5 for Vardar Skopje, which is something. But then presumably the other team also lost. Legia get a draw with Ludogorets. Okay, it's more points, but still not great. But they do need to pick it up. They should all get through. If they don't, then we're in trouble. Hopefully Gornik have at least won. Okay, so Gornik have done the business. They've won their opening match, which was against Osijek. 1-0, but it's result. Look at the draw again. Wait. Oh, please tell me it was at least them scoring the goals and not the other way around. Oh, no. A 91st and 92nd minute, both goals from the same player. Plamen. Oh, wow, okay. Got a Bulgarian cat. He's annoyingly quite good. Different without controls. Yeah, I think SI sort of have been slowly leaning into that kind of thing in general with the club culture things they tried to bring in, but I don't think they leaned into it enough when it comes to saves. In addition, it felt like some of the things were a little bit too strict and you had no control over it. I wish you could turn it on and off. That's the problem. Because I think it made some journeyman saves. It's like they didn't do a lot of the back end stuff enough to, oh, wait, really? Holy shit, he's actually really good. Oh, okay, no PA really, but my god, his attributes are exceptionally good. He's the exact type of player I love. If it wasn't for the fact that he's now getting caps, because that's actually going to cost us a lot. Bit of that, a bit more of that. He's unhappy, but that's okay. When is the next game? It's not till after that as well. New development initiatives. Yeah, exactly. Like how, was it Germany or something that had a terrible tournament one time and they just completely tore up the way they produced players? Now eligible to play for Poland. Oh my god. I don't think Bro's going to get in the squad, honestly, as good as he is, just because of the sheer number of players that are already in that squad that he's going to have to be ahead of. Yeah. Yeah, Morocco. That, and they've got really good lawyers too. They actually set up their administrative side extremely well as well. So fair play to them on that one. 12-0. Al Shankiti with a hat-trick. I've been really impressed with Polizia since he joined us as well. He's actually done really well numbers-wise in the performances he's had, considering it's been relatively low minutes so far, but 4 goals and 2 assists thus far. I'm glad we signed him. Yeah, Euro 2004, that was the one. And they completely changed their entire outlook on it, which is dope. Shit like that. But, I mean, hey, one way to produce players is if you can't produce them, you just take them from other people. Oh, please, no. Really? God, the word moderate injury is going to be the scourge on our season. Should focus group. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole point of a good focus group will be a focus group that doesn't just have people that have the same opinions as me. It should be people that have... Wait, Bro really just joined us. Did you actually just get an Austria cap? That looks like I didn't have to pay him anything for that, thankfully. But he did get injured there. Who are we playing in the cup? Oh, no one yet. Really, Lech Poznan? Fantastic. It needs to have a wide range of viewpoints, right? We need more casual players to notice as well, because it feels like actually 26 has been quite a good introduction for a lot of casual players, from what I've heard at least, or for certainly new players to the game. But ultimately, it does still need to be able to benefit both. I keep thinking that that's a Spanish Scourge player because of the S after the name. Chendros just got an international... Oh, wow. I had to give him that as part of his contract because look at the state of this guy. I gave him a new deal and I had to give him that to keep him at the club. Jens Justo, I guess he must do. I haven't seen him score one yet, but he does seem to contribute goals, which I can't argue with. Quit playing as United. I totally get that, I suppose, but I also just find it funny that they won it in court. It feels like no matter what they say, people are always like, yeah, but Senegal won, didn't they? What do you mean, Pog? Are you referring to the... Yeah, that's why I closed the window partly. Actually, after all, it's a Sunday. It's DIY day for the peeps. Pog and I finally have a lawnmower and a strimmer. We actually finally, after a long time of living here, have those things sorted, which is nice. So the green fingers are ready. Okay, this lot are actually going to be... Oh, bugger me. God, I'm so glad that... I can't remember who it was that pointed out that you actually can multi-select by dragging. You just have to do it over the dots there. That is such a game changer for me. Maybe not on that screen specifically. Oh, hello. Marco Antonio. He's got weird attributes, actually. He doesn't want anything... Oh, okay. Fair enough, Marco. No for you. What about you? David Bartoszak. Not convinced. Convince me. Hope it's DIY. I mean, let's see. Oh. So it's actually, we've got double banging going on. We've got banging from both sides. There's some banging going on in one garden, which I believe is actually someone just painting a fence and doing some DIY. I look across to the other garden. There's a man dismantling a sofa. There's a man dismantling a sofa. He's got a knife, a hammer, and what looks to be a saw. We are being spit roasted by noise, chat. Done on a... It's a very noisy rotisserie right now. Goodness, I wasn't expecting just man beating the shit out of a sofa with a hammer there. It must be Shannon's dad. Yeah, it's a black sofa in a room, which with a camera set up. It's really weird. No, he's just smashing the wall with a hammer. Was he painting? I think he was actually just adjusting some fairy lights. That's probably not what's happening. Hello, Inferno. How are you, my friend? We were just discussing some banging and whatnot. But yeah, a sofa, to be fair, speaking of beating the shit out of a sofa, our sofa is beat to shit as well. We need to get a new sofa at some point. It's done, for the price we paid when we moved in, it's done the job. But I think we may have to invest in an actual sofa at this point, because this one is, the cushions, like the underneath is broken, it's fallen through. I have to sit on a cushion on top of a cushion just to make my back doesn't hurt every time I sit on the damn thing. It's just absolutely filthy at this point. Apparently so. I think her dad's around just dismantling sofas. To be fair, she's had a bit of a rough time of it the last couple of days as well. She was up at A&E with her brother, who'd accidentally like slashed his hand open quite badly too. So she was there the day after we were. It's bad times for the specific street, it would seem. Although potentially we might be getting new neighbours soon. Well, not new neighbours, but like new people a couple of houses down, because there was been a lot of workmen in that house and it's now empty. So potentially. How to U-shaped sofa? Indeed. U-shaped sofas around sometimes. In the living room, where I have L-shaped sofa. Wait, did we just play against... Oh no, it's Golden Star. I thought it was a Trovatos for a second. When's our next game? We still got ages yet. Oh, there's those games there. Lech Poznan and Cracovia, and then it's the Shrevena. Oh, that could be good, actually. That's very true. Once he's chopped the side off, and this is actually just a single sofa straight through as far as I can tell. Manuel Hansen's just been called into a squad. Wait, which squad? Germany under 21s. They better not be using him as a goalie. I think they probably have no choice in that matter, I suppose. Complimentary toilet? Well, of course. They'll no doubt get added to the Streets WhatsApp group a lot faster than we did. Only found out about that the other day. Pog was like, I was popping off the other day because presumably there were some new people to the street. They got added immediately. Can't believe it. So they took one look at me and went, yeah, no, I don't want to be in a WhatsApp group with that man. And to be fair, to this day, they're still not. Pog is very much our delegate in said group. Plus, I can't answer the notifications, to be honest. I would just mute it straight away anyway. How's El Shankiti looking these days, attribute-wise? Ah, yes, elite. At 22, to be this good, that is fantastic. He's just extraordinary. I think we could probably max out his... These attributes could probably start getting quite close to 20. He's a world-class player at 22. To be 18 goals and 26 caps is ridiculous too. Mentoring news. Oh, good God, not mentoring news. The worst thing you'd like to see. Knocked full past opponent. It's okay. Oh, by the way, actually, speaking of mentoring news, Montparnasse got a new trait through mentoring, which I believe was tries long-range passes, which I'm not sure how much I like on him, but I mean, he's got good passing, obviously, but it's whether I really want him doing that. Of course, he's on international duty, isn't he? Stop him, Mompa. I think it was tries long-range passes. Yeah, tries long-range passes. I mean, he's got great passing and vision, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Has he got better? I think he might have actually got better. Jesus Christ, I haven't looked at him in a little while. I think unironically he's the best player I've ever had on Football Manager in terms of his actual attributes development. I think if we added up his attributes overall, he's probably pound for pound the best player I've ever had in FM. There's just so few weaknesses in his game, other than his tackling and his long throws. I wish he did have 10 tackling though, just to make sure everything's there. Consistency is certainly not red. Oh no, you're right, he's green consistency now. It's taken him a while, more than some other players, which might also explain why in the last couple of years we've seen more out of him. I feel like he's been better for us in Europe in the last sort of 2-3 seasons, because it was pointed out to me, rightly so, in some of the comments of the recaps, that Montparnasse did have a habit of just kind of disappearing in Europe sometimes, and I don't feel like that happens anywhere near as frequently right now, which is helpful. Someone questions, oh good God, and will it be Tate McCrae is the question, or is that really much of a question that needs asking at this point? I hate to break it to you, but our goal difference has slipped back to being level with our points tally at this point. Does that mean we're getting close to... Hey, we're only -2 now on our goals scored. I want to create 100 XG this season. I think we're very much on for it, since we've only had 11 matches this year and we've scored 39 times. Watch Croatia. No, I was watching the England game because it was not at the same time, so no. I didn't watch Croatia. But fair play to him. I'll tell you without you, this is true. And you can't spell it without Ray. Don't really know what that means, but there you go. Traded Ivan to Boston. Yeah, I saw that. And we got, is it Lysel back? I don't know how his name actually pronounced. Thou terrible. Forgive me. Psycho, I don't really know what that means. I'll be honest, I didn't even notice that Ghana had equalised because my notification on my watch didn't go off at the time. And I just assumed they were still winning 1-0. Ghana did equalise, right? Or was it like 2-0 then 1-0? 2-0 then 2-1? We've got APR here. I don't know what the interest rate of that is. Must watch. I mean, probably not when my own country are playing at the same time, though. Took 4 minutes to VAR. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, they're getting absolutely ridden in this. Hurts does well, which is a good sign. Maybe he should be in the other squad. Maybe I should move a couple of guys down. Might help. Croatian police. Hey, someone's got to. Romero's brother. Really? That's sick. I like the niche type of players that are literally just brothers or sisters that play for different nations. I just think that's cool. Oh shit, a load of them retired. They only just left. We've just lost a load more Patreon regions because they only had just gone like about 2 or 3 days ago, I think, and now they've retired. Or at least we managed to save Robert Perrin and shit. I think for the next Patreon recap there's going to have to be a whole section about the retirees, because some of them will have turned into coaches though. We'll have to find them, but I can go through my big list and do it like that. It's Panama. Yes, correct. That's what I was watching. On account of, being an England fan. Could I go to Croatia jail, Anarith? What do I have to do? Do I have to insult Luka Modric? I don't know if I'd want to. He's too nice. Did I just die? I think you're actually on trial currently still. I think you're in the other pack. Oh, no. Wait, what? Hang on. Free agent. Oh, wait, hang on. Now you have just left, so now I can bring you back in again. I think sometimes what happens if they're on trial too long, the second that they leave the trial sometimes, or a day goes by, they will just instantly retire. I think part of the other problem now is we're getting to the point where their age profile is now such where they could consider that a little bit sooner too. Yeah, they've been harder to look after than they were in previous years, and I think part of the problem with it is that with the keep history after retirement thing breaking, I think what I'll do just for the next one is just go through beforehand and really try to learn where they all are, because it is more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Because it's a tough one, because it's either I sign them up and then they just get stuck in the loan farm without really being able to do a great deal, or I trial them loads and they sometimes do find the loans, but then, yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Particularly as I can't just sign them up, because it was pointed out to me that, oh yeah, you just sign them up and then loan them out. But unfortunately, unless I loan them to Polish sides, which they don't do, I can't loan them all out to foreign clubs because you're only allowed a maximum of, I think it's 6, right? Anarith, I think you're being done here. Anarith, today we learned you're not Croatian enough, my friend. You need to wear more ties. I'm sorry, someone had to say it. I question your roots. This is Christian. Christian will fix it. Well, I don't know about that beard, son. Good. Wow, he's really good, and he's 69 million. Big fan. Oh dear. Someone's woke up on the wrong side of the crib this morning. We've got Rock there. Very expensive goalkeeper who I saw before. Christian Fix is quite a good player, in fact, yeah. Oh, hello. Why have they got so much variance on these dudes as well? But at least there's a few new players in here that we haven't seen before, I think. Jan Yira. He's a bit expensive, honestly. Hashtag Anarith is English. Dan, thank you for the 57 months, man. It's very nice of you, sir.
Good grief, my sub ended and it took me 3 hours to notice. What a naughty boy.
Chat, imagine all the people, right? Imagine there's no heaven. Imagine there's no Beatles. I introduce you to John Lennon of River PI. Love to see it. Is that his full name? John Lennon Pimentel Rodrigues. Yes, good to see. I mean, we have to sign him. He's called John Lennon. How could I not sign him? Bro's got an airport named after him. In you come. Just stay away from anyone called Yoko Ono. You'll be fine. Free transfer for you. Love to see it. That would be a blessing on all of our ears, agreed. Yeah, he's got low finishing, thankfully. Right, cool. We'll get you in. Wait, did I actually bid on him? So I wasn't sure if I'd done the usual thing I do in these situations. Okay. Mark Chap just loves the BBC. Fair play. A DM. Freddie Delos Santos. Oh, Freddie. Freddie. He's got okay PA and he's quite young still. And he's not overly expensive. Never mind. Okay, cool. Fair enough. And Robin de Jong. It's another quite good player from the Netherlands. She's a little on the pricey side. I probably should be more... maybe I should be more careful with our money at this stage, in fairness. Just given how... We do still have 18 million left, but our actual bank balance is quite low. And I think someone would have to stand out quite a lot for me to want to spend even a modicum amount of money on them, given how much money I've already spent today. A second Alvarez, Mr. President? I love that. I'll be at the DM or the right-sided wing, but nothing in between. It's Tate's brother. I don't know. Like, Celtic do... I feel like we haven't signed a good player from Celtic so far on this save. Have they got any youngsters that maybe other than him, perhaps? We are scouting them, right? Oh, no. Oh, dear. No, we're getting their full string. Oh, hang on. We've got string number 2. We're only scouting string number 2, which presumably is their second team. Let me do team report scouting on this one. Anyone with high PA in here that isn't... Who the fuck is that? Caleb Crawford. He doesn't look as good as the other guy, actually. Have they got any youngsters in their higher squads? That'd probably be a bigger sign in a way. Not really. Lindsay McCoist. Lewis McChesney. Marshall Chaplin. Maybe they've got some young first teamers? Probably not. Maybe they do, actually. Any youngsters in the first team? Not really, actually. They're quite surprising, actually. There must be someone. Maybe it's just the best guys. Then again, there's a lot of players we don't actually know about here, in fairness. Like Curtis Lasley. I mean, these are just all names that we haven't scouted yet, in fairness. Rodney Cooper. Rodney Cooper. Why does that name ring a bell? I don't know why, but Rodney Cooper, the name just rings a bell. There's Del Nolan as well. David Spears. Massimo Short, good name. Mikey Smith. Chedu Jack Cairns. I wouldn't normally do this, but I might just scout all of Celtic's young players. See if we can find a guy, you know? Bit of that. I mean, Yoko as a name, we've got some Yokos, but can I go further than that? I thought her name was going to be Stella Yoko Ono Bengtsson. Bit of that. And our refund was that as well, why not? And that's 3 of you at the same time. Leitio. Ooh. It's a shame we didn't grow up in Brazil, because then we could have just had like a Brazilian fella just called Makai or something. Huge fan of that. But the same face. They probably do have the same face, just because I think some of the regens have just got very strange faces. Psycho, I think, my friend, you might be being slightly over-aggressive in chat for absolutely no reason, buddy. It's just a weird vibe, is all I'm saying. It's going to be okay. Simmer it. It's all good. No one's here to hurt Croatia. Other than their next opponent. Who are Croatia playing next, actually, out of interest? Anorith. Our resident non-Croatian. Loan move. No, you're not... Why would I loan you? I could loan to Liverpool, I suppose. Loan to the Star Club. That was the name of it. Oh, was that the one in Germany? That was in Germany, wasn't it? Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. Good stuff. Portugal and Toronto. That's going to be a hell of a game, actually. Call yourself. Indeed. I'm starting to think you might be from Romford. No idea why Romford specifically. None of this would have happened. This is true. I mean, doesn't sound like... At least the other one had goals for both teams, I suppose. Oh, to Goulet. Are we just trying to summon people now? You're right, it is good engagement, I suppose. But I feel like there's a sort of limit to it. Maybe I should just let it go longer. Fuck it, let's go. I agree, Lord Justinian. I know that he did better against Uzbekistan, but also that sentence in itself should sort of tell you all you need to know, I guess, right? I still feel like he harms Portugal more than he helps them, especially when they're going to be up against better opponents, to be honest. Wait. They've just left the trials. But didn't I just bring them back in again? I think... How did that notification come through before they'd left? I will just check that, just in case. This team is all letters. Most of them tend to be, though. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. God, it's so nice that now that we've got all the loanees out, that the squad has just sped up a little bit. That spacebar lag was real before. Oh, no, they are all here. Sick. Colombia won their group, didn't they? Any publicity is good publicity. I guess so. I'm not really sure what that has to do with anything. Like, I've been aggressively average for 36 years, but, you know, I don't think I have the... Actually, I probably do have the experience to speak on how to be aggressively average. I'm the human before photo. But one day I hope to change that. Agathon. Wait, did I not give you a contract? Oh, well, Camille. Definitely, yeah, you've earned one. That's a bit of a stretch. Didn't realise I didn't sign him up to one properly. I guess he had a youth contract, like an actual official one. Might be because I asked the DOF to handle that instead. Won't do that there. I will just set you for loan anyway. I think he was already set. Oh, he can't have been, can he? Because he was too young. But I don't mind him. I think he was the better of the two, compared to his brother at least. Not going to be like Poland international good or anything like that. Maybe he'll find a slightly smaller nation to declare for, perhaps. We'll just let athletes do their thing. Yeah, literally. You can prep all you want, but ultimately it's going to come down to that, isn't it? Bit of that. Occasionally does. It does peek its head above the parapet when I do something competent, and it scares me slightly, to be fair. But luckily I can follow it up with a few days of pure, unmitigated mediocrity, and it just brings us back down to earth in a way that I think is important for all of us. Model of a cargo survivor. Good lord. On the plus side, the strength training's going okay. I can lift slightly heavier things than I could 3 weeks ago. So I guess there's that. I even had a vein in my arm up here, and I was like, well, hello, sir. It's something. Wait. Oh, because international duty. Right. That injury is not ideal. Is it just mana and vibes? Augusto's not registered. I should be able to register him, though. Because we did, I believe, leave a gap. Specifically for that purpose. Or can... No, the registration closes, doesn't it? Shit. Utterly useless calling him. Maybe. Help me. Body wage graph on the top left. Wait, which inbox? Wait, where's the wage graph? Which screen am I looking at? Oh, the Agathon one. Oh, that's the wrong one. I can't find the bastard now. That one. Can I click? No. Wait, what the fuck? Just slowly going up and up and up and up and up. Brother, why are you being so needlessly aggressive in chat? It's just unnecessary, friend. It's gonna be okay. It'll be fine. Just chill. Like, why are you being so aggressive? We're just having a nice time and you're just being a bit aggro for absolutely no reason, friend. It's gonna be okay. I promise. What was I doing? I was pumping iron, Jesse, and whatnot. Or pumping plastic with heavy weights inside it. Take a breath. All good. Provocative. Bro is not doing anything of the sort, my friend. You just came in like at 100% aggro for absolutely no reason, and it's fine. And I'm now telling you to stop. And it's all good. And it'll be absolutely fine. Just chill. Take a couple of breaths. It's fine. The door just slammed itself. The poltergeist is back. Now look at me. Where's that? Jesus. That bedroom door just closed itself. It's a Sunday. Exactly. The vibes are good. I might moderate. I'm not helping myself, I realise, Chad, but sometimes, you know... Ooh. We should leave. We really should, friend. Let's see. What was I even doing? My brain's gone completely blank. Oh, yeah, we had the game against Lake Poznan. I think he may have to... No, he can't play, can he? But then who even comes in? Steinberger isn't registered yet. Who's the most centre-backy? How have I done this to myself? Another year. I'm feeling coffee. I'm thinking coffee. Just because he is technically a defender. And thus, I'm going to start coffee for this game. Oh wait, we have to rotate anyway, don't we? Because of the... No, we don't have to rotate because I can rest the players after the game. What I will do is not start Janicic because he's also injured. Good. And then... Oh no, there's another game after that anyway, isn't there? There's a Cracovia game, so it's not even a case of that. But we do have space on the bench. A fair amount, in fact. We've got... John's sort of nearly kind of back, which is something, I suppose. We probably should start Shioma and Naito. Yeah, actually, just give him a game. Wait, where's he gone? Is he really that far down? Which foot is he, actually? I need to know which... Oh, he's a left footer. Perfect. It gives us another option, in fact, along with Sharpek. We should be able to do the job on them anyway, I would have thought. We just got so many players that have had minor injuries that are all recovering, which I think should clear us up nicely before the next game anyway. We'll get Gomez back in the squad. I might put Steinberger back on the bench preemptively anyway, because he's going to be back in the team soon, so I might as well just prepare for that eventuality anyway. Nice. Play from Halifax. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, the Halifax just kind of went, no, that's not happened at all. It's kind of like the Piastri thing with, I have not signed this contract. Absolutely not. Yeah, I think... The thing is, we did that stupid thing in January. I loaned out 2 of our first team centre-backs, and it definitely cost us in Europe. And then in the summer, I was like, that's fine. We'll sign some more centre-backs, and we got a couple of guys back from loan. Except, although I did that, I then loaned out again the 2 guys that came back from loan to different sides, thinking that'll be fine. And then we started getting centre-back industries? Centre-back injuries, with Steinbergen particularly. I think once Steiney and Van Kemsika are back, though, it will be okay, but it does certainly leave us a bit light. At least we have 3 centre-backs available for it, which is something. Maybe. Because they signed basically a contract extension with, or like a clause, did they not? That might have done that. At least I signed a centre-back. I did actually go out and... there you go, now you've scored a goal. Al Shankiti grabs another. Big times. Important. But the question is, what did that actually do for us overall? I need to, before I even go and do that, because I will forget otherwise, must rest players. Because that is tiring for the poor lads. Training, rest players one day, and now we're going here. It feels like we always seem to win these games randomly 1-0. Okay, underperformance of... Oh no, overperformance in XG. Holy shit, it's happened for the first time ever. And Gomez came off the bench in this game and has got an assist as well, didn't he? So I'll have to allocate him some manual pointies on top, which is fine, we can do that. Hang on with a gifted sub as well. Thank you very much, my friend. That's super nice of you. Oh, God, the heat is really rising again now. As soon as I shut the window, it just went boom. Is he still beating the sofa up? Oh. Oh no. Now he's sitting on what's left of the sofa. It's like those pictures you see of those idiots that go to Africa and then kill a lion for no reason. But instead, he's not an idiot and it's just a sofa. I'm a big fan. You've got to sit on your prey at that point. I think you deserve it after that hard work. Right, get that there as well. What have you done? Ah, it'll be fine. Long gone. Killed a couch. It's big game hunting. His honour's been restored. We're back to square one. Right, so I need to give Gomez some points. Naeem gets man of the match. Doesn't keep a clean sheet either. So let's get that there. And manual scoring. Boop. Actually, I'll apply the points first, then I'll do the manual scoring afterwards. Probably seems easier that way. And then I can give Gomez a assist. Which hopefully works. There we go. Tremendous. Hadrian actually remains top. Scary times. Considering there's only 2 games left. 10 straight wins for us as well, which is nice. We like that. Okay. Some people just like to watch the world burn. 0-0 draw. The Legia are not having a good start to the season at all. God, this league is so damn tight as well. Nobody's really completely cut adrift either. Piaskowitz have started to fall pretty much as soon as I said they were my pet team. They have, in fact, gone the usual way, typically. I think I genuinely might have a curse. Because they've been nothing but excellent pretty much ever since. And then the second I noticed that they've been good, Bush. Oh, we got a guy called Malcolm Bush. Where did he join from? The moment I said that, immediately, it's fallen off a cliff. Okay. So we've got Cracovia, then it's the final game of the not Champions League. One thing, actually, I'm most disappointed with Radomiak this year. No European football. Still underperforming their XG like crazy. They're just having last season again. Tizzo wants enough playing time. What I'd really like for you, he's quite good actually, is a loan. But usually when I try to offer this, they kick off. Right. What does it say? Triple G unpromised. Fantastic form. Montparnasse is good. Am I being stupid, or is there not an option in here for a loan? It just never makes sense to me why you sometimes get the opportunity to say loan and sometimes you don't. Maybe it is there and I'm just an idiot. Can't offer you what you want. Oh no, it's there. It's literally right there. I'm an idiot. It's right there. I mean, it probably won't matter because unfortunately what happens with this is they'll then start getting pissy at me because of the like, I like it when it gives you that option, because it feels like sometimes if I tried to list him for loan properly and tried to offer him out before, he might have kicked off. But when they think it's their idea, it does make it slightly better. I mean, he's been on loan before and actually was really good. It's just, unfortunately, he came back and then started acting like a penis as a result of that. Bigger Mukiele. Not great, Lord Justinian. We did get a 0-0 draw with the Philippines against Poland, which I think was our crowning glory, but unfortunately we didn't score a single goal in the World Cup. Did finish level on points with Poland, and were it not for a penalty we conceded against Algeria, we would have finished third in the group and above Poland. Bigger is in the name pool, and I've just realised we haven't actually checked it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is Bigger Banger. That's better. I can't believe we never looked up Bigger when we were looking at names before. Any other great ones? Bigger and Goy. Bigger and Goy. There's a second Bigger Banger here. Carsten Bigger. I like that it's a surname as well in the German name pool. License kits for national teams. Ah, that's strange. That should be built into the game now, right, I believe? With the exception of one. I think that should just be part of the game. Bigger Samba. Bigger Makuna. Frank Walter Bigger. There's another Bigger Banger. Damn. Bigger Mutombo. Lucas Binder. And now back to the Binders. I was expecting more, honestly. Lots of Bigger Bangers, though, which is great. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. I was kind of hoping that we get some more fun name combinations there. Particularly now that Bigger is in the German name pool. It's a shame we can't have a combined one where it's just Bigger, which would be fantastic. Shame Smaller isn't in the name pool. I don't think it is, anyway. Oh, not quite. Not quite? What does that even mean? Yeah, I think... Oh, is it really... they're just licensed for the tournament itself, so it has to be the exact World Cup rather than... Yeah. Big firework, yeah. It's got those giant shells. Bigger Mateta. I had a goalkeeper who was... Oh my god. Who was really good on one of my saves. I think it was either Pompey or Wimbledon. This was a long time ago, like 10 years ago. His name was Bigger Bolongo. And he was unbelievable. And I believe he was from Dr. Congo too. Like a genuinely world-class keeper was Bigger Bolongo. So like when we went to the World Cup with the Philippines, we didn't have like the... It was still licensed, but not in the same way. So we were missing like certain graphics and stuff. It kind of had generic graphics, which is good. I'm glad they actually did set it up like that. So you still get a kind of World Cup-y experience, just not quite as immersive as the 2026 World Cup, where they've got extra licenses agreed. You get the sort of generic FIFA graphics, which is good. I was worried that they would just remove it all entirely for those and you'd get nothing kind of good, but I'm glad they didn't do that. That would have been shit. Wait, no. You as well. You as well. Okay, it's certainly getting narrowed down a bit more. Still think that might be slightly too many for me to scout in one go. Of course it is. Do those 3 guys there. Keep those reports. Go to the minimal guys. Scout players there. Keep those reports. Nobody super... Oh, there's a 22-year-old there as well. Anyone that really sticks out as being awesome in here. Very expensive Barcelona. Pumas guy? Okay. Yandiro we already looked at. Robin de Jong we looked at. You looked at. You we looked at. I'm hoping to see some of the Celtic guys in here as well at some point. Some Motherwell guy there too. Anyone free? John Lennon. I feel like some of these guys, you get them twice in a row in reports, which is annoying. Christian Talavera. I like him a little bit, but he's got a broken back. No one's like jumping out at me. Although he's got quite high CA, this dude. Oh, wow. Why can he play centre-back? Why? Also, he's fairly selfish. Is that because his teamwork's really low? Yeah. Well, not low. It's a 9. 3 jumping reach. No tackling ability. Yeah, we could do with this guy. This is our next centre-back. I can feel it. We may end up having to actually sign another centre-back in January. I might throw out another a transfer room in perhaps for next stream. So if we can scout a centre-back by January just to add to it. We could definitely do with more of them, that's for sure. Right. Oh, he's so professional. Nice. Good to see. Get a bit of that. Get a bit... Oh. Got Majaro here. I'm thinking of seeing if there is a way that I could automate the team report creation screen. I think the way you'd have to do it is you'd have to use something like Anarith's scouting setup. So you'd go either that or Holy Scoop. And then use the... probably if I was going to do this, I'd use the under 19 one and then set it to like 17, so you get about 1,000 players. Yeah, like that. And then what I'd do is I'd use it by club and have it basically go down each individual one, right click, get team report. The problem is I don't know how it would be able to know how many different teams there are to click on. And the biggest issue, though, is how the bit where you click on them moves. And when you scroll, it's non-linear. So you see that it's not always showing the same number of rows at the same time. That's where it would become really, really difficult to automate that with something like auto hotkey without doing a shitload of maths. I'm just not sure it's entirely possible. Let's have a look at that, though. Oh, absolutely. I've been impressed by it, but they've done what they needed to do to get through, which ultimately is... They've been one of my favourite stories of the World Cup, for sure. Super positioned. Yeah, I think most likely what's happened is they've probably had, like, a situation where they've had injuries and he's had to play there or something. Yes. Doesn't show their changing room back on the homepage. That's really weird. No, this is an Atromitos kit, yeah. It was part of the FM show Secret Santa at Christmas. So I don't actually know who got this kit for me. It was either Sai, Tony, or Aaron. But, yeah, it's really sick. I enjoy this shirt. Just because it fits so nice as well. Okay, so it's Krakow at the weekend, Red Star, Magic. Oh, shit, I need to get the hammer down. I like the Ivory Coast. I just like a lot of teams. I'm just enjoying the World Cup. I like waking up every morning, watching the highlights of the games after he spied on me. I think he'd have got me a Fulham shirt at that point, right? Secnario 7. Michael, was that supposed to go to a different chat? Oh, dear. Not to attempt. Well, I mean, obviously there was it was the Curacao challenge. I bet they're wishing they did the Cape Verde challenge instead. Now that Curacao are gone. Although Curacao still had their moments, right? I imagine it's certainly got people interested in them, and I bet they've certainly, the number of saves, I'll be curious on the stats for this. I bet you the number of saves with them has massively increased on FM thanks to their success. The Uruguay challenge impossible. Yeah, you can't fight the ref in FM, unfortunately. That's the real challenge. Uruguay found a way, though. A bit of Armenian players. We've not had a really good Armenian in this save yet. So how much did I? I didn't really feel like I had. It's 2 o'clock start for the F1 today, right? So that's usually where I finish a tiny bit early. But what we'll do is we'll literally get to... that's basically the same squad, isn't it? We can be fine with that. Have we got a centre-back back yet? There he is. He's back again. What I'll do is go full strength here, then immediately rest straight after. That way we've got a fresh team ready for the Shrevenish Vesta game, and that way we can still try and, in theory, win this game by a good amount. Devin Herzog, is he actually? Scouting for Brighton, no less. 5-1. Good, a derby win, finally. Alshan Kiti actually does a good job that time. Oh, okay, FM, chill. 2 for him, Enrique, Carlos, Coffee. Good signs. Really good. Nice just to score a few more goals in one of these games for once. Oh, Neto played. Shit. Just realised that. At least Gomez is going to be fresh and firing for the next game. Who actually did all the business in that game? Enrique looked really good, to be fair. Get a bit of those. I actually forgot that James Rodriguez was still playing. Who does James Rodriguez play for in real life these days? Like, I genuinely had no idea. He's probably not even that old, is he? But I'd forgotten about James Rodriguez just in general. Genuinely no, Comrade. I actually don't think I've seen a single Armenian that's come through. And I've seen some strange nationalities come through some of those Spanish Scourge clubs, but never Armenian for some reason. We didn't get clean sheet. Or did we? No, we didn't, did we? Player of the match, we did get that, though. Apply the points. That's a big chunk of points all of a sudden allocated, though. What's that mean for us? Oh, Hadrian loses the top. In fact, Hadrian slips out of the top 10 entirely. Ooh, dear. Oh, is it MLS? I likely will, Chess. We normally finish just before the F1 goes. So we're going to literally play this last game against Shrevenish Vesta and then crack on. Max, yeah. Just wait till the last minute and then bin Hadrian off of the points. Shit. I nearly did it again. Hopefully I did that. Bugger. Hopefully that should be enough to get them fit enough for the next game. It's a risk doing that, particularly when I forget. Yeah, we should be okay. I mean, it depends. We might score an absolute buttload of goals against Shrevenish Vesta. Thankfully, I do think the game has definitely got snappier as well in various updates. It feels like it's moved on a little bit faster. It feels like the processing has definitely increased. Particularly as the save itself has progressed. It should, in theory, have got slower. Oh, no, it's not, Paul. Not actually in Ely itself. It's just in this room due to the seems like residual heat from how hot it's been over the last couple of nights. When I came in this room this morning and turned the temperature sensor on, I actually thought it was broken, but I reset it a couple of times and looked at it, and it is actually correctly reading that. It was like 27 in here, even with the windows open. I think we just need a couple of days of it not being super hot for it to calm down a little bit. And then throughout the stream, yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, you should have seen how hot it got in here on Friday, which is why I spent absolutely zero time in this room on Friday. Oh, shit it. Of course they've done that. Second map tries to be quick, and then they do this. Right. It's going to take... 51, fuck's sake. What I'll do is I'll just send the whole lot around again. That way we can address those guys properly next stream. Like, oh, trying to rush from foot. Maybe not, Mr. Barr. Let's go. So, yeah, the PC obviously being right here. I suspect that it's actually not quite as hot, because obviously the temperature sensor is connected to the PC, which means it's closer to it than it not than it should be, but than a lot of things. So it's probably reading slightly higher than it actually is where I'm stood, but it does still feel very warm in here. The second I stepped outside for a piss, it very much went down until I got under the until I got under the attic door. Then it got massively hot again somehow. Right, any other teams playing today? I hope they are actually. Piaskovica and not yet. Okay, so Jagiellony are on the Wednesday today. Oh no, so are we, in fact. And, okay, wow, what a result. Brighton 0, Piaskovica 1. That's better, lads. Well played. More of that from you. The top of the Champions League, with Eintracht Frankfurt, Marseille, Trabzonspor and Espanyol and FC Copenhagen in there. This is a good year. I'm a fan. Oh, wish I was a fan right now. At least I'd be cooler. So we play Wednesday. So we have, well, obviously we've got loads of teams, but next up we're playing Crvena Zvezda. So I'd say our draw it's a bit weird because we've got some really strange teams in the higher pots, but then some really other strange teams in the lower pots too. So, for example, we've got Espanyol, but they're a pot 4 side, and we've got AC Milan, who are a pot 3 side. What a result that is for them. Youth League's never boring for us, is it? Okay, so everybody's fresh and ready to go, except for obviously our striker, who isn't registerable, but Christian Gomez is now as fresh as a man can be. You now can't be registered at all, which is okay, because now we'll get you back in. We should have a reasonably... Oh, that's it. That's just everybody. Okay. So Kowalski's fit again, which probably means it's about time that Joao Carlos comes back in there. He drops out. John can start as well. Steinbergen's not really ready to go just yet. That's definitely going to help, though. It's improved the on-pitch quality for sure. Yeah, for sure. It was 39 directly under the attic door on yesterday. And either side of it was like 31. It was crazy how much it dropped off. Right, before we get into this game, we're just going to quickly do a wee break, because I don't think I'll be able to make it through this entire game otherwise. So I'll be back in just 1 second. Enjoy some more Wiz Quizzery. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Over that one, Inferno's absolutely crushed it. 3 points. An absurd amount. By the way, very tough one. If you're wondering, it was Ali Azaiza who was the answer for this one. All time, of course. Inferno's catching Andrew. the lead cometh down slightly, friends. And we're back. Basically, Vilevsky, it's a little game that I set up for chat every time I go for a little wee break. Basically, oh. Wait, what? I'm not muted. I don't think I am anyway. I mean, it's coming through on the stream, from what I can see. I don't think I'm muted. So, do the cat jump? Oh my god, yeah. So we had roast cat for dinner, right? You're not. Good to know. It's about the player. Oh, apologies, my bad. Right. Let's go. Send it. Sometimes chat do get hung up. There was particularly, I believe the famous one was the domestic Uzbek player. It was an Uzbekistan player who had never played outside of Uzbekistan and also had only got one club as well. So chat did not get him. You could have maybe think, I mean, I can see. It says it down there. Oh, VOD comments. Very quickly, because I think we only had 2 today, in fact. One was obviously hoping Pog is well, which obviously we all know the answer, and also missing Mr. Swizzles. He's still around. His head does have a habit of falling off there every time we try to move him, unfortunately. Also, sure, it's Atromitos of Greece. And also, I see what you mean, actually, about the sort of spacing out of those things is quite nice. It feels like everyone kind of got their opportunity to have their moment, and I feel like some teams' moments are not done yet, too, which is kind of sick as well. So, back in just 1 second. Forgive me, Volleys, that was a bit of a late VOD comments one, but we're there, nevertheless. Let's crack on. Win that match, lads. Let's go. Eurovision. Yes, Canada. That'd be cool, actually. The more the merrier. It's always a fun little event, and the more people I think are in Eurovision, the better. It's I think, if anything, the more non-European nations that are in it makes it funnier and even more of what it already is, in a way. So I'm glad. I think we do need to get maybe like South Africa in it or something. Just to really mix it up as far as continents and stuff. That'd be great. Canadians, we sometimes have Canadians in. Less so on Sunday streams, obviously, with things being a little bit earlier. A Quebecois band, yes, for sure. And send some Putin while they're there. Right. Now, who are they actually playing? Oh, go on. Early goal would be nice. So we haven't conceded a goal yet from one of these corners. We also haven't scored any yet. So this would be a nice little chance if we could get one now. Oh, please, the space. Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot of space for Montperouche. Does this count if he scores? Oh, no. Hot dog. And he's kept it in play. Shit. Well, we should have scored from that one. Come on, Atherus. You can't. You're not even Croat. Today we learned. I guess second phase wouldn't really count. That's cheating, isn't it? Oh, Jagiellonian are hosting Tottenham. That is... Surely they're not going to do anything there, right? It would be so typical of us as well to get a good result against Porto away from home, then go and easily beat Dinamo Zagreb, and then go and randomly lose to Crvena Zvezda, a team who routinely get thumped for 4 or 5 by other Polish sides in lower competitions. It'd be so typical of us to not break them down whilst having about 4 XG. Right, come on, Johnny boy. Whip it. Oh, nice. Oh, please. Find the pot. Oh, for God's sake. Overplaying it slightly. But we take that. We need to try and find that little tiny gap. I reckon Pulizia is going to be really useful in this game. I get the feeling this is the type of match where he could really excel. Just like watching him in the match engine. Considering he was a free signing, I think that was money well not spent. Yeah, if Quantum Spursiness could come up to play today as well, that'd be lovely. Oh, ball across. Still overplaying it a little bit. Oh, it's beautiful. Lovely football. Never mind. Take back everything I said. There was no overplayment there going whatsoever. Crvena Zvezda 0. Wisła 1. Naim with another goal. My guy. The random Italian bloke. I think I need to say it slightly differently. I'm just going to call him Pulizia in future. Because whoop whoop, that is the sound of him doing bits. That's a really long highlight, unfortunately. But we are doing things. We're leading, at least. Bochum have actually... Wow, Germany have been dominating the Champions League here, but not with the teams you'd expect. Frankfurt and Bochum... Where are the actual... So Dortmund... Oh, no, Dortmund. Dortmund in Europe. That's funny. Dortmund are barely even in the Bundesliga at the moment. Over second phase, not the right ones. Oh, interesting. Okay. So those technically would count then. So yeah, Naim's the kind of guy that I wouldn't mind doing a bit of shooting from there, in fact. Unlike Montperouche, who apparently is twatting it from range all the time. Wow, that just got on with it, didn't it? Just because we are only a single goal up here, I might just dip into this and do my little marky job there. Because at the moment, it's like... So I just wanted to relax. I don't know if that was really the right option there. I'm always concerned when a game's 1-0 like this. It's a little bit too much on the line for us to only be 1 goal up in this one. I hope. Surprise! I mean, hey, if nothing else, we know exactly what he's going to be doing after his career finishes. Still 0-0. I maybe should stop acknowledging that game, but it is Spurs, so usually the more we acknowledge them, the worse they do in FM. They're the one team that we can get away with doing that in. So glad to see Kowalski back in the team now after winning that award. Maybe there's a Ballon d'Or in his future. Probably not, just because the role he plays is just never going to get enough rating consistently to win anything like that. Although the link up here is lovely. Oh, what a pass. Naeem again. Oh, wait, not done yet. He's in a good spot, though, if you can fill the pass back. It's Raul Carlos out of his feet. Bang. Nice. Very lucky goal, but we are at least 2-0 up now as Raul Carlos has grabbed one. Yeah, the tall boys, none of our centre-backs are, like, massively tall. They're just very good on the ball. We've got, like, Van Kemsika's 6'1". They're all sort of around that 4... Actually, Mana's quite tall, isn't he? Mana's 6'1" with 16 jumping reach, which is pretty good. But we haven't got any, 6'6", 19 jumping reach guys. Ironically, Stojic, that guy, the Serbian lad that I accidentally loaned out, kind of was that. And Karoma, I think he had 18 jumping reach too and was 6'4". So both of those two have ended up not at the club again. But what we do have is centre-backs that can really play. Like, they're very, very technically gifted. Bank. No, I think Bank was a bit more of a techie guy as well. Oh, Polizia. He just pops into those little spots, and I really like where he picks up the ball. He just links the play up really, really nicely whenever he's on it. I wonder if he's got a trait that's allowing that to happen. Oh, beautiful. Gomez in the right place at the right time. 3-0. Good stuff. He's continuing to score at a rate that is nowhere near as detrimental, in the sense that, like, last year he was so far off of El Shankiti's numbers, it's insane. Whereas this year, he's still less than El Shankiti, but that's okay. But he's certainly getting a much, much higher level of goals, which is great. Giant subs up. It would, I mean, that's kind of why I was kind of glad that I had those guys around. But maybe that's an area we prioritise with another centre-back signing. Go for a slightly taller guy who's less techie, but just better on the ball. Sorry, better off the ball in many ways. Better with his head. Just an absolute head on a stick. Al Shankiti has not been very good today. For once. And I'm going to give Sharpak a go. Even if it's on his wrong foot. Because I think he's earned it. Now at 3-0 up as well. And with that, fuck, I'll give Tizone a run. I was going to bring Molsky on, but I think I'll bring Coffee on. And Kowalski can have a little resty rest. Do I drop Molsky? I probably should bring a Paolo Enrique there, really, shouldn't I? Give him a bit of football. Mana's tired, but we've got nobody else that could really come in there. I'll leave the other sub just in case we get an injury, which we likely will. Spurs scored. Shit. Call him Pikeman. Maybe. We'll get Moses Jarju. Or his son, I guess, at this point, given that we're 14 years in. I think with Sharpak, it's going to be tough for him to develop in this team, particularly with me rotating less than I used to. Oh dear. Fucking hell. But I want to make sure that I do try to give him as much game time as I can, at least. Is this going to be... No, it's not going to be offside, is it? How have we managed to concede in this game? We've barely given them anything. Oh, wait, maybe it's offside. No, it's never offside. Running real close is fine. We're going to be perfectly well-timed, trust me. There'll be no more highlights for the rest of the game. We're going to waltz out of here with a comfortable 3-1 victory, feeling Gucci. It's all going to be brilliant. Or a late goal from Sharpak to give us a 4-1 victory, and everything is lovely. Although it would be nice to get a couple more goals, since goal difference is kind of going to come in handy, particularly as we're not going to run away with it like we did last year, it would seem. Start the outro now. Do I choose the raid during the game? It'll likely be Dan if he's around. He's usually on the Sundays, right? Maybe I shouldn't have brought his own on. Maybe I should have brought Molsky in. He's a player that's going to be such a useful player. And I just hope that Molsky continues to get enough football that he's never going to kick off about not playing, because I do want to make sure we have him for the long term. John back across again. Blocks. And it's wide. I'm a big fan of Gomez now. Today. Goal and an assist. Fantastic work from him. He doesn't get anywhere near as many assists as Shankiti does. And I wonder if that's just because... then again, it's... the tactic is, in theory, symmetrical, but I suspect that there is little factors about it that make it a little bit less than that. Oh, a late goal from Jagiellonia now would be fantastic, but I don't think they're going to do it. Just anything that gets them a surprise point. That's what these dreams are made of. Bochum narrowly lose to City as well, right? Good result for us. Or rather, at least a result that we can be proud of. We did what we needed to do, got out there, got the win, and Final Fantasy points too. Hey. Don't ask me which one. And a clean sheet. Which is rare. Oh no, not a clean sheet. We didn't keep a clean sheet. Impossible. That's why there's no point in even having defenders in your fantasy team at this point, I think. And man of the match award. Bang. For Olufemi John. Applying the points. And what does that do for the final table? Does Hadrian crawl back up to the top 10? He doesn't. He comes 11th. Our winner is actually Felix in the end. An outright winner, in fact. A load of people tied for third. which means there's a shitload of points going there. And Tome... Wait, yeah, Tome does get some of those points, which means Tome may well be guaranteed the win regardless of what happens next stream. Good win for us. Let's go. Grab that. Now we just have to quickly look at Thursday, and we're good to go. Quick cop of the coefficient charts as well after that one's done. Hey, they started off well, but I think what happened is just couldn't manage their tyres, Hadrian. That's what it is. 3-1 between Celtic and Bayern. A little bit of money for us. Hammer them 3-1, I guess. So Thursday, we just need some results. The Europa League has been really letting us down here. Who the fuck are Aurora? I do have team reports on some very strange team. How's the actual season going? Honestly, very well. We're 9 points clear at the top of the league. Kind of cooking there. It's just been a question of making sure that we're doing okay in Europe. And so far, 7 points from 3. We do have a couple. We do have to play Spurs, which will probably help. Oh, we're already on Friday. Right, sick. Here we go. Champions League. Right, Europa League. What are we saying? Waterford have won 2 games. Legia on 4 points. Arca on 4 points. It doesn't look great. Who was the other team? I'm actually trying to think who the other team was that we have in this one. Legia and Arca. Oh, and Lechia, of course, with 1 point. That's an oof. So what were the results? Oh, 3-0. They had Villarreal. What chance do they have? A draw there's not great, but it's okay, I guess. Which means Arca must have won. 5-0? Sure, why not? 5-0 win for Arca away at PSV Eindhoven. 5-0? Bloody hell. I mean, they didn't deserve to win 5-0, but they did deserve to win easily. They just mugged them off on the break. Fair play. That's fantastic. Corrupt, yeah, I'm glad Corrupt's back, actually, because he was injured for them. I think they'll all get through, but it's a bit worrying how little domination we've seen from them. Gornica 2 out of 2. Finally, someone that knows what they're doing. Just a classic little 4-0 victory against Spartak Trnava. They should, unless they've got a really tough fixture, be able to go pretty deep in that. Oh, wow, look at that. Dinamo Tbilisi, Olimpia Ljubljana, Punic and if they don't win 6 out of 6 in the Conference League and win the entire group, then we have issues, because that's all of those games are incredibly winnable. The toughest game they've got is this one. I mean, these are all... It's about the easiest set of group games I've ever seen in the Conference League. No excuses for not winning it. Right, Europe overall, coefficients currently 3.9, which is fine. And crucially, it's way better than Italy on the season. I think that's going to save us in 5th spot. Catching France is going to be tough, but they have lost the team. But we need an insane year. Their top bot side, I don't even know. It's probably Ljubljana, I'm guessing. It has to be, right? At that point. And that puts us nicely. So, next stream will obviously be us finishing up to Christmas, Youth and Take Preview and all that goodness. What I will do now, save the game there, switch over to Twitch, have a little look at who is live. Oh, Gavin's live. You'd love to see it. So good always Sunday raid when we head over to Gav. Yes, perfect. I think it's okay. The only downside we get with the 5th place is that there is the chance that with a bad draw, we could lose a Polish side at the 3rd round of qualifying for the Conference League. It just runs the risk of them not getting through, but it does give us more chances of having someone drop deeper. So like what happened this year with Legia losing to Galatasaray and dropping into the Europa League, that, if they do okay, which they're not really right now, could actually benefit us long term in the meantime. So I think it will allow us to stabilise, especially with Italy being bad this year. That should be okay as well. I've managed to do this perfectly on 2 o'clock as well. Look at me. You doubted me, and yet here I am. Enjoy the race, my friends. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday for more Champions League action and deliciousness. Yeah, if you're new to the channel, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. And I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday for that as well. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and all that other good stuff. Hold your gun, capybara.